Because we are extremely confident that APEAK does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate APEAK's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use APEAK, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate APEAK's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun. For health. For life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
Go to the net, it's easier.
So at Oklahoma State, we've always prided ourselves on having one of the premier tennis facilities in the country. One of the aspects that wasn't living up to that was our indoor lighting, and so we partnered with Sports Interiors, who had the reputation of being the best in the business, and they were the easiest for us to work with. Dan and his group came in from day one and gave us a plan that would allow us to have the best lighting. And with us hosting the 2020 NCAA National Championships, that's what we wanted. We wanted to showcase our tennis facility as being one of the best in the country and being a venue that would allow us to host the best championship possible.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go.
Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out! Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Introducing APEAK Tennis and APEAK Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that APEAK does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate APEAK's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use APEAK, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate APEAK's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun. For health. For life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
Go to the net, it's easier.
So at Oklahoma State, we've always prided ourselves on having one of the premier tennis facilities in the country. One of the aspects that wasn't living up to that was our indoor lighting, and so we partnered with Sports Interiors, who had the reputation of being the best in the business, and they were the easiest for us to work with. Dan and his group came in from day one and gave us a plan that would allow us to have the best lighting. And with us hosting the 2020 NCAA National Championships, that's what we wanted. We wanted to showcase our tennis facility as being one of the best in the country and being a venue that would allow us to host the best championship possible.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go.
Tennis can change the world.
Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
Good morning and welcome in, everyone, to our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2023 ITA Division I National Women's Team Indoor Championships. Alex Gruskin joined by the great Perry Shinen. As all weekend long, we will have coverage from first ball to last of one of the marquee events in the college tennis season. 16 of the best teams in the country all descend upon Seattle here to compete for the right to be named the Division I National Indoor Champions. Perry, this is one of my favorite weekends of the college tennis season. Maybe the pound for pound most jam-packed weekend of action we see.
I agree. I mean, the stakes could not be higher, especially with rankings and just moving forward in this season. This is a peak moment.
Absolutely. And of course, we come into this event knowing that we have a defending champion, a 3-time defending champion. University of North Carolina have made this event their home over the course of the years. But of course, we've got a couple of challengers, so many strong teams here to start this 2023 season, including a couple of barn burners to kick off our day. Let's start at the Nordstrom Tennis Center, where Perry and I will be located all weekend long, where it's two of the bluest bloods we see in college tennis, two teams who have competed back in 2001, 2004 against one another for this national indoor crown. Two teams fans will know extraordinarily well in the 5th-seeded Stanford Cardinal taking on the Georgia Bulldogs. Perry, what do you see in this opening day matchup?
I mean, I just see a ton of top players, and I really, in my mind, this is a 4-3 match either way. In terms of the talent matches up with the talent so well in this matchup. And I also do feel like on the Stanford side, right, this could be their year to pop back in there to just start making an impact again like they have, because they're just such a legendary program.
No doubt about that. For a Stanford team that hasn't made it to the final site at NCAAs the past 2 seasons, the test to get back to the top of women's college tennis begins right now. Of course, Georgia has been a staple of success as well throughout the tenure of head coach Jeff Wallace. Expect nothing different here in the 2023 season. That's your action happening at Nordstrom. We're going to get there momentarily as play is underway, but I want to talk about the other match we have today. And of course, we have the benefit of going 2 sites wide here on day 1 of this national indoor event over at the Seattle Tennis Club. You have a rematch of a 4-3 matchup from last year's national indoors. It's the Ohio State Buckeyes, arguably the hottest team in college tennis to start the 2023 season. They're taking on a rising Auburn program. Perry, what about that match excites you the most?
Auburn excites me the most. I mean, that's a team that, as you said, they're on the rise. They're these girls that I feel like we see the chemistry on the court. We see this team really just starting to make an impact this year. And I feel like it started in the years prior for Auburn. We've seen them kind of start breaking through, and then all of a sudden they're here.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. Certainly, again, both of those teams, Ohio State, Auburn, maybe not in the center of the national championship conversation right now, but a good weekend at the indoors. Who knows where each team goes from here? With that in mind, we're going to flex our muscles right to start here. Super producer Daniel Westoff, who will be on the 1s and 2s. Can we bring out the premiere of our triple box? Go all 3 doubles matches right now happening here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. I know we're going to, again, get to what's happening over at the Seattle Tennis Center in a bit, waiting for court assignments, numbers there to be set. But we're ready to rock and roll here. Tennis underway at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. It's day 1 of the National Indoor Championships. We are going to have a blast of a day as college tennis fans. And I mean, again, super producer Daniel Westoff, Perry's been in the lab. He's ready to go 3 boxes wide here to start.
I mean, right away, let's go.
Yeah, full flex here. And you see center court will start out with that matchup on court number 3 for each of these teams right now. Again, in the number 3 spot for the Cardinal, it'll be NCAA singles finalist Connie Ma. Sophomores partnered with the senior, Sarah Choi. Those two taking on the duo of Lapata and Hurdle. Lapata, of course, one of the new freshmen on the scene for this Georgia team. Hurdle in her final season, the senior. I feel like this Georgia team's prided themselves on their doubles over the year, have they not?
Absolutely. I mean, Georgia is a team that, at least for me, doubles is everything for them. And I think this is going to be a really important moment for them to just get on the board early, to establish themselves on the court and start being aggressive. I mean, the net players from both teams, the net players really need to be super active these first few games.
Mm-hmm. And of course, you do wonder, indoor event, Stanford Cardinal, not a team that's going to play a ton of indoor tennis throughout the course of the season. For what it's worth right now, we're getting those scoreboards active. Super producer Daniel Westoff getting set, but we've got 4 game point chances here, 40 love spot for this Georgia team. That's one. And we, of course, Perry, we're here watching this duo in particular, Connie Ma, Sarah Choi, warm up before the match here earlier today. They were loose, this Stanford team. They seemed very relaxed in the warm-ups.
The serves coming off Connie Ma's racket. I mean, there was smoke coming off her racket. It was insane. She was just hitting lines like there's no tomorrow.
No, it was super impressive early again. And it's worth noting, someone we didn't see a ton of, we'll get to her court momentarily, Angelica Blake. I believe we do see an action here, so that's good to know. She's in the training room. All right. A little nervous. Tell, everything a little tight. Finding our rhythm here early. It is a hold for Georgia. 1-love on court number 3. Again, Westhoff, let's go triple box while we can. Show off all 3 of our battles here. Let's move court number 1 into that center screen position. We'll move 3 off to the side here on the changeover. Court number 1. Certainly a battle. Maybe you're less expected. Number 1 doubles team here. Mine Narundorn. Partnered Jeremina Grant, who I was granted permission from head coach Jeff Wallace, I should say, to call her Gigi.
I like that.
Forward. Yeah,
I like it.
That's what the team calls her. We've been granted that permission as well here in the booth. So again, Gigi and Narundorn taking on the aforementioned Angelica Blake, senior partnered with superstar freshman Alexa Blokina. Lay it along there. 4-15 all for what it's worth. Blake Blokina held for 1-love. Now, the Stanford team has not played a ton of matches this season, Perry. I believe 3-0 overall.
Correct. And so it's going to be interesting to see how they play a team like Georgia because they don't have the strongest schedule. So it's going to really come down to if they can step up in the big moments. And in the past, they have been able to. Obviously got hurt a few years with the pandemic, but they're back. They look back right now, at least.
That's big hitting here from this top-ranked duo, and that's a very good point. You look for this Stanford team. Not a team, they went through a stretch where they stopped playing the indoors. They didn't need to. They could show up to NCAAs as the 14, 15 seed and still walk away with an NCAA crown. It's very clear over the past few years that's no longer the case.
Right, and other teams have caught up, and that's what happens in this sport. It's uncanny. If you drop for 2 seconds, there are 5 other teams that are ready to step up, and that's what's happened with Stanford, and not necessarily a fault of their own. Obviously, it comes down to some recruiting. Obviously, also, pandemic saw a lot of transfers, and Stanford did not get a ton into their program, and so we're seeing Stanford really with their core group now trying to step up, trying to recreate the success that they had.
You can see on the face of Gigi there, Grant, stay calm. Let's work our way back into this game. A couple break point chances left here for the Cardinal. All right, there's an opening break, so it's 2-love Stanford here on court number 1. Again, we want to introduce all of these matches here in this Nordstrom Tennis Center, one of 2 round-of-16s happening right now. We're still getting everything set over at the Seattle Tennis Club. But let's make court 2 our center court now here. As we flex this triple box, you see Choi Ma, game point chances to hold there over on court number 3, but we're going to move court 2 to the center now. By the way, 2-love, not 4-love. They're working on the scoreboards here right now. So as you see here on court number 2, on serve right now on the near side, you see Yapakanova, 6-foot sophomore. Partnered fellow sophomore Valencia Shu. He is taking on the 5th year, Mike Kowalski, sophomore Mel Riasco for Georgia.
Yep.
That's nice.
That's nice. Again, set up by that deep return. We're seeing, especially in college tennis, depth is rewarded in doubles all the time. And having that net player that can just pick off that next ball, that's vital. Or, I mean, in that case, just step up and go down the line. It's always an option.
It's interesting. You see the breaks open up for Georgia on 3. Stanford's got the break on 1. Early movement It's funny, we got an interesting comment. I agree. I don't think I've ever seen Stanford abbreviated as SU. Usually you see the Stan, right?
That reminds me more of Syracuse.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
SU.
Let's be clear, it's not. Bold move here, as we see. It's a good pinch. It's good pressure. And again, serving moniker incorrect here. So these are break point chances. 2 more coming up here for Georgia. Georgia white tops. Stanford rocking the reds.
Now, Alex, we were talking earlier. These are good colors to
Good
start off.
colors.
Good colors.
It's a good matchup. It's a good poach. Didn't do the most with that
I was
volley.
going to say, good, not great, but still got away with it.
Some pressure better than no pressure.
I mean, having a presence like Yepifanova at the net, that will do that.
Oh, the let court ace. That's how you get things rolling here on 2. So 2-1 now overall. Stanford on serve right now. This court 2, the only set we're on serve. As you see, court number 1, breakpoint chances back for Grant and Narundorn. We can go full screen there, super producer Daniel Westoff, as we, again, slowly but surely prepare for the Seattle Tennis Club and the Auburn-Ohio State match to join our broadcast. Great down the line backhand from Blake.
We're seeing the girls move a little bit early from Georgia. I've seen this a few times. Probably nerves.
Just a hair too soon.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting because, yeah, you certainly think Georgia, the more traditional crossing, aggressive, get you up to the net sort of team. But you're right. They have been a little eager here. So it's another big deuce point shot here. That's well done. Welcome to the National Indoors, Alexa Blokina. Poach up the center. 3-love lead now for the Cardinal on 1. Let's see, let's go back to court number 2 here. Court 2 right now. Couple breaks here early. Again, a lot of talent on this court. A lot of talent on every court here this weekend. So watch Riasco. Kowalski, 2-1 lead. As you can see, serving markers a bit off right now everywhere. We'll get there. Yeah, missed it. I thought that was pretty clear.
Yeah. I like how Georgia really made them work for it. That's what you have to do with the Stanford team. That's the kind of points that Georgia needs to be playing right now.
Mm-hmm. It is interesting talking to head coach Jeff Wallace, head coach for these Georgia Bulldogs yesterday. He said one thing he wanted to see more from of his team. He said they were playing too much singles on the doubles court. He did want to see them to be a bit more active. So it's not a shock to see this aggression here early. It's a heavy forehand from Mel Riasco. From love 30 to 30 all.
Now you see they're able to neutralize a lot more on the doubles court. Stanford really able to neutralize that point, but if it was singles, Riasco would have had the whole court to be able to step in because that was a beautiful serve down the tee.
They're protecting that Riasco backhand right now, and you can tell.
100%. A few points ago, Riasco was almost in the sideline.
Yeah. That's the key. Alexandra Yepafanova earns the break back. Oh, excuse me. It's another break. So 3-1 lead extended now for the Cardinal here on court 2. All right. We have the Seattle Tennis Club ready now, Perry.
Let's go.
Yeah,
let's do it.
Let's work our first split screen now of the action. We'll keep court 2 on your screen. Actually, can we make it court number 1 at Nordstrom as Stanford continues to pull away, but over in the Seattle Tennis Club, you see it on your screen now. Court number 1, Ohio State taking on Auburn, and of course wouldn't have it any other way. Early deuce point action here on court number 1. Of course, you see on the left side of your screen the PlaySite cameras in action. PlaySite, an official live streaming partner of the ITA. On that right side, a shout out to our friends at Track Tennis, another official live streaming partner here this season. Of course, we here at Cracked Racquets so excited to be able to be a part of that streaming for college tennis fans everywhere. As you see, it is all Blokina and Blake in court number 1. Meanwhile, for Auburn, it's that experienced duo. Senior Carolyn Ansari with Ariana Arsenal. They're taking on the All-American Arena Contos, partnered with Sydney Ratliff. 3-1 lead here for the Auburn Tigers. You like this Auburn number 1 doubles team?
Yeah. I like Ansari at 1 doubles. I mean, she's just very smart out there. She's a smart doubles player because she doesn't bring all the power all the time, but she is very good at getting the ball where she wants it.
Relentless.
Yes.
And you see Ansari, by the way, serving on the near side of your screen. And this was a duo that I believe won the consolation of the ITA All-Americans, top 15 duo in the country right now. But of course, again, this Ohio State team wins over Oklahoma, Oklahoma State, Georgia. Good win over Tennessee in the kickoff weekend as well to secure their spot here. Oh, and a little net cord luck. Why not?
It's interesting going over the highest part of the net on a return of serve.
Yeah.
It's something that is a little risky, but I like going for it. I do.
That's what the cool kids are doing
It
nowadays.
is, right.
Yeah.
I mean, you can get rewarded for it or you can get burned, but they got rewarded, so.
By the way, you see there.
Nice serve placement.
Yeah. Meanwhile, left side of your screen, the big overhead from GG, Jermina Grant. Maybe that can just be the spark to something, because right now Stanford is all over Georgia in doubles. The 4-0 lead on 1, 4-1 lead on 3. Meanwhile, still pretty even across the board. Actually, breaks now everywhere over at Ohio State. Let's stick through this game and then we'll hop around there. There's the energy from Ansari.
I feel like Ansari is a player that uses 100% of what she has.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Maximizing of the talent, right?
Yes. And that's what you really want to do in college tennis, right? Because so many girls come in, we have these big goals for our career, but only a few of us are able to really reach that potential. I feel like Ansari is one of them.
Struggling on that ad side serve right now. Couple of double faults leaking in for Carolyn Ansari, and so just like that, the Buckeyes will have breakpoint chances back here. Level things, get us back on serve. See another deuce point coming up on one. Oh, meanwhile, the big Blokina backhand into the net. So, okay, Georgia needs it. Contos goes down that line twice, rewarded twice. So we're back on serve on court number 1 in Seattle. Let's go over to court number 2 in that Auburn-Ohio State matchup. As you see the break point coming up for Grant and Arundorn. Credit to Ohio State. Credit to Irina Contos. Playing to win, right?
I mean, that's the thing also about doubles is that you can pull your partner up if you're struggling. I mean, Irina Contos playing so well. Maybe she can get Ohio State back in this.
Absolutely. And again, you missed it. Arundorn and Grant do ultimately earn that break of serve over at Nordstrom. So 4-1, Georgia needed it. They get it. As you see, again, still working on showing you everything happening here in this round of 16 action. Simultaneous battles, Stanford, Georgia, Auburn, Ohio State. Going to do a full hockey switch here. We'll move over courts number 2. Let's go to court number 3 at Nordstrom if we can. Court number 3 at Nordstrom. As Weststop does that, that allows us to present this number 2 matchup. Adeline Flack, another one of the returners here for this Auburn team. She's partnered with the freshman, Okatoye, taking on Ohio State duo, veteran duo, Isabel Boulay. There's an actual Bond, the transfer from Columbia, coming over this season.
It's very cool to see Akancha in the doubles lineup. She was one heck of a player at Columbia. I mean,
did you get that matchup ever?
I did not, luckily, luckily for me. But it's been great to see her really go from the Ivies to the Big Ten. It's an interesting move. It's very interesting because life is different in the Big Ten. And I've heard this from a number of players who have made that switch. And it's cool to see how she's really committing herself to this grad program, but also to tennis. And it's a special program in the Big Ten to be able to do that at Ohio State.
Absolutely. Well said. And again, right now you look at this Auburn-Ohio State matchup. It's 3-2 Auburn on 1, 3-2 Auburn here on 2, 4-1 Buckeyes on 3. So still too close to call. Still really no pathway emerging either. Stands. No way.
Are you serious?
Oh, that's gorgeous. Hurdle and Makata.
What a
showing
point.
off hands. And that's, by the way, playing doubles on the doubles court. That
Yes.
is what Coach Wallace is looking for.
The hands from all 4 players at that point.
No, just exceptional. Westhoff, as soon as we're done on court 3, take us to 1 in Nordstrom. We'll head back to 1 as soon as this game is over. Well, again, Auburn's freshman Okatoye serving on the far side. Boulay here. I'd recognize that forehand anywhere.
Nice finish from Akancha Bond.
See, by the way, here. 3-2 it is. Breakpoint chances coming up for the Buckeyes now on 2. Connie Ma is just so casually excellent. It's not fair.
I love that you said casually excellent.
Yeah.
She is casually excellent.
Yeah.
In the way that her body language is, I mean, it's so easy in a match to have your shoulders by your ears, to be very tight out there. Even in pressure moments, Connie Ma looks relaxed, and physically looking relaxed, it's really translated to her game.
One of the few players I'm like, she is having fun out there. You can just tell. Like, there's no stress. It's just very, very in rhythm. And again, That's the only doubles set, right now, where we're on serve, as you see the 4-3 lead now for Georgia. Take us to 1. Super producer Daniel Westoff, if you can. Meanwhile, here, court number 2, deuce point coming up here. Auburn looking to extend that break lead. Oh, it's a great serve. Freshman delivers the goods. So 4-2. Auburn stretches the lead on 2. Meanwhile, again, Georgia did not play a good first 10 minutes here, Perry. They're slowly waking up here in the Nordstrom Tennis Center.
Slowly, and in a set to 6, it's never too late. You can literally be down multiple match points and come back and win. We've seen that all the time in women's college tennis. I also feel like with this Ohio State Auburn matchup, really just starting to see Ohio State establishing themselves at net. And we're seeing this with this team, Ohio State team closest to us here. Just watch the movement at net. I really like to see that from this team, and Ohio State having a lot of success in doubles so far this spring.
Very well said. It's strength for strength, both of these teams. And if you were there last year, I think it was 2 tiebreak sets in doubles that decided it between those two. Meanwhile, again, a big 30-all spot here on 1. Boy, a minor indoor and hold. Make it 2 straight, get the rhythm going. For what it's worth, Stanford did extend its lead on court number 3 to 5-2.
I like to call 4-1 the lead of death, because it really means nothing.
Exactly. I always say first to 5. In my head, I'm thinking just be the first to 5.
5 is a lot better than 4, and it's hard to get. The ladder from 4 to 5 is a tall jump.
Exactly. Well said. As you see that movement from Bond, swinging freely up there at the net. All right, but now we got a deuce point that feels like a match point coming up on 1.
It really does. I would say this first serve really needs to go in for this Georgia team.
Oh. Oh, it drops.
No way. That was in?
It's exactly what these Georgia Bulldogs were looking for. And so there it is. It's a little something.
That felt like that was worth something.
What a return as well. Okatoyi. And again, this Auburn team is looking really good in doubles right now.
To be able to push Ohio State in doubles, you have to be pretty good out there.
And we do have to go right over to court number 3 in Seattle. We've got a match point coming up. They've just been playing so quickly. Danielle Wilson, Coley Allen, a couple of 5th years for the Buckeyes, cruising right now, 5-1 lead. And they've got 3 match points taken out of freshman Carnicella and Bennett for Auburn.
Danielle Wilson, a standout at USC, and
of course
has struggled a bit in her starting few matches for Ohio State, but we're seeing her in the lineup. She's getting chances, and she's starting to prove herself.
Meanwhile, you see this long protest. Don't love a call. Back and forth here on court number 1. Meanwhile, again, we show you Auburn staying alive on 3. I see a hug.
Match.
Yeah, what am I missing, though? Again, that to me looks like an Auburn victory.
Usually you wouldn't hug after a loss.
That's what I'm
I would
saying.
say yes.
So something, but scoreboard would seem to indicate that again. Buckeyes had that 5-1 lead. Am I just seeing things wrong? Who was in the all white on the other court? This is what happens when you split between. No, I guess that is the Buckeyes right there. Excuse me. There's Coley.
No, that's Allen.
Yeah, excuse me. So yeah, that was a Buckeyes victory. And just for some reason I thought isn't Auburn in the white tops today incorrect? So that was a Buckeye victory, 6-1. Wilson and Allen get things started. Let's go back over.
That's the thing with Zoom is that towels sometimes look like shirts.
Yeah, exactly. That's just an unforced error. It's early
unforced error
here on the West Coast. We'll work that in. Meanwhile, again, Blakina Blake 18 points here now to extend their lead to 5-2. Stanford serving for the set on court number 3. We'll get there momentarily. Get back to 1 in Seattle. And this is what it's all about. These are the finishing stages here. Doubles point action.
Now we see the nerves. This is probably the only day that we'll see this many double faults. We're just seeing the girls struggling with their serves a little bit, but that's probably due to nerves. And tomorrow they'll be putting a lot more serves in tomorrow.
Similarly, courts, conditions, lighting, and nerves. That's a big thing. Stanford's played 3 matches. Georgia's played 4. What a ball by Sydney Ratliff down the line. Meanwhile, again, Blakina Blake do hold 4-5-2 Westhoff. We got to go over to court number 3 right now over at this Nordstrom Tennis Center. Where Stanford is serving for the set, but they find themselves in a little bit of a hole. Again, at this number 3 spot for the Cardinal. Connie Ma, Sarah Choi. Oh, excuse me. I said court 3. I say court 3. I believe this is, I apologize. I think I meant doubles court number 2, which is court number 3 here in the building. By the way, you see Caroline Lilly there employing her Auburn players there. The head coach Lilly, former standout herself. Now Riasco. I think there was a correction there. I think that ball was called out initially, then change of a no. See the head official Anthony there just to
that Auburn team super solid at the net.
Yeah, they play aggressive too. Oh, no, she missed it. No way. That goes wide. So all right, after trailing for about an hour consecutively, we now have 5-4s on a couple of courts. We saw Stanford served for 5-4. They extended things at the number 3 double spot. 5-4 now here at the number 2 double spot. Let's head over to court number 1. Over here in the Nordstrom Tennis Center, where again 5-2 lead. Now your biggest lead is that duo Blake Blakina. Meanwhile, again right now, how about this from 3-2 up? Ratliff and Contos, from 3-2 down. Excuse me, 3 straight games, 5-3 lead. They're 1 away. God, that's a fun team. Ratliff, the explosiveness. Contos, the creativity. I like that duo pairing.
I do, and I also like the idea of putting together 2 players that don't have the same game style, right? Because then you do have that ability to pick one another up when you're down and to play that different style and show your opponents different looks within the same point, which is very cool.
by the way, here on 5-2. I believe a 30-all point coming up here on court number 1.
Look at that defense from Ansari.
It's just an athletic team. Stick save from Blake. Sets up match point here for the Cardinal. Oh, that might be your tennis point moment of the day. Angelica Blake, Alexa Blokina. 6-2 winners on court number 1. All right, we're going to go over to court number 2 right now in the Stanford Georgia doubles. 5-4 lead for Stanford. Excuse me. Yes, 5-4 lead for Stanford. It's the duo of Yepafanova. She's partnered Valencia Shu. Into the net there, though. 10-point chances coming up for Georgia to extend things. Meanwhile, Ohio State's 2 points away from the doubles point, Perry. Very quietly just continuing to do their thing.
And I mean, they've really withstood an Auburn team that's come out firing. So it shows their experience. It shows that Ohio State, they're a winning team right now. They're ready to win. And when it's close, Ohio State's pulling through. I mean, we haven't even seen all of these points, but Ohio State's been there.
Now, a lot of deuce points early. As by the way, you see Georgia 5-all. They get it on court number 2. Check in on court number 3, where it's 5-4 Georgia leads. And actually, we go over to court number 3 in Nordstrom immediatamente because there's a match point here coming up for the Bulldogs. How about that? This duo. Hurdle Mapata. Meanwhile, best of, you can stay on 1 over at Auburn, Ohio State, as we've got ourselves a match point coming up for the Buckeyes as well. There it is, though. Georgia takes it. No, by the way, so Buckeyes
forcing a decider here. Tied at 1, Georgia, Stanford in doubles.
Yeah, a couple things happening at once. We go over to court number 2, which will be your decider now in Georgia-Stanford. Meanwhile, Ansari and Arsenault hold to ask the question, but we're going to stay here on court number 1 as Ohio State duo Sydney Ratliff, the sophomore, senior Arena Contos, is going to serve for the doubles point for a Buckeyes team that just, they've learned how to win here early in the season. How I mean, again, winning breeds winning. Does it not, Perry?
Absolutely, and we see momentum is so important. Momentum is so important within a game, within a match, but also within a season, and we're seeing that with Ohio State. They start off hot, and they're still hot, and they're figuring out tough moments, and that's where momentum really helps you, is to figure out those tough moments.
Cross there from Ratliff. Playing to win. It's aggressive down the home stretch. Meanwhile, again, if you're just joining us, Alex Gruskin, joined by the great Perry Scheinman, going to be carrying her. She will be carrying me throughout the course of this weekend. Talk about a dynamic doubles duo.
Not sure about that. Might be the opposite way
around. A lot of poaches for you, hopefully.
But you know what? Like a good doubles team will carry each other.
Yeah, I'm going low center. A lot of low middle for you here.
I like that.
Yes,
I like
which
that.
you must, but oh, man. Something about this duo, Irina Kanto, Sydney Ratliff. I wouldn't even coach him on the volley there. I'd say, hey, that was really good. Do that
agree.
again, please. But that's why they're the best. Yeah, exactly. So even then, they see a little more. Meanwhile, how about this, Georgia? All of a sudden, look at Kowalski on top of the net. Wow, from 4-1 down, Perry. Riasco and Kowalski will now serve for this set.
That's showing their experience. Mel Riasco and Meg Kowalski have a lot of college tennis experience combined. And we just saw that. I mean, we see it in the fight. Riasco and Kowalski, fighters on the singles court and fighters on the doubles court together.
No, it's so impressive. And you saw Kowalski bouncing up there at the net on the second serve. Again, talking to Coach Wallace, that's the culture setter. Meanwhile, how about this? Match points for the Buckeyes. 40 love now, 40-15 coming up. Westhoff, do we still have the slow clap? Do we still have the deciding point graphics? It's day one, but it's for the doubles point here for Ohio State. There it is. We're back. Yeah, that went long. So just like that, Ohio State's Irina Kanto, Sydney Ratliff. There is the victory hug, as we alluded to earlier. You only do that after the W. Buckeyes once again take the doubles point over Auburn. That's just good clean tennis, Perry.
I like it. I like it, and I like how they overcame some tough moments in there, and that's the momentum. That's the momentum for this Ohio State team.
So 1-0 lead in the Seattle Tennis Club. Let's go full screen court 2 now at Nordstrom. And Mel Riasco, the sophomore, serving here on the near side of your screen. She and the fifth-year Meg Kowalski taking on sophomores Valencia Shu, Alexandra Yepafanova. You reach, I teach.
Yes. A quick technical note about Riasco, which I've always found interesting. She's a very effortful player. We really see her putting her whole body into every ball, and especially with, Riasco versus Connie Ma, for example. They're not on the same court right now, but I'm just comparing in terms of the effort that we see them physically putting in, and similar results.
I mean, they are protecting, though, that Riasco backhand right now. Everything's been I formation.
Yes.
And credit to Kowalski, who's been jumping around and putting on some pressure. And again, first 20 minutes of this doubles point belong to Stanford. Georgia's now 2 points away. Well, it wouldn't be the indoors without some drama, right?
Of course.
Match points coming up for Georgia. Why not? There's your tennis point moment of the morning. Now, Meg Kowalski, Mel Riasco, 7-5. It's a 1-0 lead for the Georgia Bulldogs. I don't want to say that was highway robbery, but I'm surprised. I can't believe Georgia took that.
It was.
Barry.
I am shocked. This was a one-sided doubles point for much of this match.
So the Georgia Bulldogs now 1-0 lead. They seize the momentum again. Wouldn't be the national indoors if we didn't get a little drama. 45 minutes on the clock. First points belong to the Buckeyes and Bulldogs. With that said, now feels like the perfect moment to tell all of you college tennis fans about World Tennis Number. The ITF World Tennis Number is the exclusive official rating of the ITA and college tennis. The ITF World Tennis Number provides a global rating standard for tennis players using a 40-to-1 scale, with 40 being a beginner, that's me, Perry, 1 being an elite professional, that's you. The scale is for all players, regardless of age, gender, or ability. Players will have separate ITF World Tennis Numbers for singles and doubles. 152 countries, Perry, 152 have agreed to become part of the WTN rating system, which now has 1.4 million player profiles on worldtennisnumber.com. All college tennis players are assigned a World Tennis Number as the ITA shares college match results with the ITF. You can find WTNs for college players on the ITA's wearecollegetennis.com website. Of course, this is the Division I National Women's Team Indoor Championships on Crack Rackets, brought to you by our friends at the World Tennis Number. With that said, Perry, any final thoughts before we get our way towards singles?
I'm ready for singles. After that doubles point, I'm ready.
Yeah.
This is something that is so classic in college tennis. To have a team lead for most of the doubles point, and then all of a sudden that team does not win the doubles point. This is literally what happens. So I'm ready for singles. I mean, we see the players are going out to the courts right now. What would you say, Alex, in between doubles and singles? What do you think the Stanford team is saying?
If you're Stanford, you're saying we fell asleep. We fell asleep at the wheel. And of course, a little disappointed by that if you're certainly Coach Faroud or Frankie or, anyone on this Stanford coaching staff, because you had 4-1 leads on a couple of courts. And, again, with how thin the margins are, finding 4 singles victories against anyone this weekend is going to be tough. That said, if anyone can do it, it's the Stanford Cardinal, right?
I agree. I think they're down but not out. And if this really is Stanford's year to come back on top, to be one of the contenders, I would say they'll be okay in singles. It's going to be a grind. These first 3 games are going to be so important. I'm really excited to see how Stanford reacts in these first 3 games, because if Stanford can get a lead on more than 4 courts in the first 3 games, we're going to start to see momentum shift. We're going to start to see the girls question. I mean, Georgia has 1 point, but we're going to 4 here, so we're not done.
No, very well said. Doubles is only relevant until it's not. And on the flip side, just to the Ohio State note, I don't know how Auburn's going to find 4 singles victories against that Ohio State lineup. They're deep. They're talented everywhere. That's exactly the start you're looking for, right, if you're Coach Schaub? Exactly the start you're looking for. And again, with the momentum that we've kept on talking about with this Ohio State team, we see Ohio State with the doubles point now. It's going to be tough. They're the ones who I would pick to take an early lead in all 6 singles matches. So we'll have to see. Awesome. So with that said, we see players working their way out to the singles courts here. They're doing the same at the Seattle Tennis Club. We are going to make sure our cameras are all set to go as we continue to rock and roll. It's going to be about a 90-second break, though, so be sure to stick around as Perry Scheinen joins me, Alex Gruskin here. Our Crack Rackets coverage continues of these 2023 ITA Division I National Women's Team Indoor Championships.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go.
Tennis can change the world.
Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out. Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Introducing A-Peak Tennis and A-Peak Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that A-Peak does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate A-Peak's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use A-Peak, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate A-Peak's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun. For health. For life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
Go to the net, it's easier.
Welcome back, everyone, to our Crack Rackets coverage of these 2023 National Indoor Championships. Alex Gruskin joined by Perry Scheined. We kick off our coverage of the singles action of these 9 a.m. matches here back in the Nordstrom Tennis Center. First of all, I want to get into these matches in a moment, but shout out to the University of Washington. Shout out to this Nordstrom Tennis Center. Beautiful campus, beautiful place to host an event like this.
Beautiful courts. I mean, honestly, the purple and green, it looks great.
Mm-hmm.
If you said purple and green and didn't see it in person, you'd be like, what?
Yeah,
exactly. But then seeing it in person, it works.
Yeah. It would be interesting if they would have gone green on the inside, purple on the out. I'm not sure if that would have worked, but purple and green out certainly does. And again, this facility is a staple. Now, it's only the second time the women's event has been here, but the men's event has been here countless times over the years.
It's a great place to hold tournament.
Absolutely. Seattle, it might be the biggest winner of the weekend so far, but of course, someone who did a ton of winning on our screen right now, and it's the Battle of the Ma's. You've got Leah versus Connie, near side Connie Ma of Stanford. Ma, your NCAA singles finalist as a freshman, just oozes with talent, Perry.
And creating this effortless power, and we've talked about this earlier, we saw her from warm-up. From the first moment today to now, of course, as we would expect from the third player in the country, but someone who just creates this effortless power. She has a loose arm, and that's something that a lot of us in college we want. I wanted a loose arm, didn't have one. Connie Ma has one.
Yeah, it's perfectly said. Again, just so freely. Everything's in rhythm. Nothing seems to overwhelm her. True story. Leah Ma, I don't think since she was like 12 years old, has played a match without long sleeves. It's one of her little pre-match rituals. Just rocks the sleeves always. I remember it was 102 degrees in Orlando. She's playing her quarterfinal match against Virginia, rocking the sleeves.
100%. Oh, that's her staple.
Yeah, it's a move.
You know, Serena Williams did this too. It was kind of like the heat doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
I like it. If you can pull it off.
Absolutely. And we see Connie Ma, another hold of serve for 1-love. Again, Ma, the sophomore here, taking, of course, on the veteran, Leah Ma, who Georgia fans have to be thrilled to have back for her 4th year. Let's head over to court number 2 now. Again, want to introduce everything. It was an early deuce point. And actually, this is maybe the most the combination of height, athleticism, power. This might be what we see. Deuce point coming up here on 2 for Alexandra Yepafanova. And the first deuce point goes to Viedmanova. I like it. So the battle of the Ma's on court 1, the battle of the Ovas. Yeah, on court 2. What stands out to you about this matchup?
I would say I would favor Yepafanova in this if she can stay aggressive. Because Yepafanova is a player that when she's moving forward, I mean, on that deuce point, she did miss the volley, but when she's moving forward, she's in her element. So if she can find a way, Viedmanova's not going to make it easy. Viedmanova bring a lot of depth to this match. If Yepafanova can step in and keep on stepping in, I would say Yepafanova is favored.
Absolutely, and this has the opportunity to, of course, be your tennis point match of the day. Tennis Point, a title sponsor of the ITA Tennis Point Collegiate Tennis Rankings, ITA Tennis Point Summer Circuit, and of course the official retail partner of the ITA as well. This one circle as perhaps your tennis point match of the day, as Viedmanova now serving on the near side. Oh, the power is just so evident. And it's the height. It's not often. I mean, both these players, right around 6 feet, if not over?
Well, being here in person and seeing the players, they have it's kind of like a professional tennis presence in the way that their physicality is. Big first serves. Viedmanova seeing if she can get that serve forehand +1. That's something that she really steps in. She loves to do that.
Nova's got some weapons of her own. Again, we're going to keep an eye on this one. Certainly promises to be fun, but let's introduce everything here. Let's go over to court number 3. Right now, if you're a Stanford Cardinal fan, the one player who is clicking on all cylinders to start today is the senior Angelica Blake. Maybe the most underrated player in the country.
I agree. And let's see the way that Angelica Blake really stays with the ball. She's on the ball for a long time. Her racket and the ball, they make contact, and then they stay there. And that's what in the sport, at least, can really help you with accuracy, helps you in pressure moments if you can just keep the ball in your racket a little bit longer. I love the way that Angelica Blake does that.
The comparison I always make is Karolina Pliskova.
Yes.
It's just the college version. Just everything's close to the body, but when she makes contact, the explosion is just so easy.
Straight to the ball, yes.
Yeah. So she's got another break point chance here to open up the lead. Again, Georgia 1-0 overall after kind of stole that doubles point.
That was a steal. I like that. That was a steal.
Yeah, sure, let's grind. And that grind ultimately ends with Blake. Break number 1 of the match. Not too shabby, Perry.
Blake with the break.
Sometimes it's that easy. Here on court number 3, Stanford takes the 2-love lead. Let's move over to court number 4 now. And this, to me, might be the swing match here on court number 4. Senior versus freshman. Grinder, dare I say, versus aggressor. Meg Kowalski, the senior's done so much winning for this Georgia team over the years.
I mean, Kowalski 7-0 this spring.
14-5 last year as well. She's taking on the talented lefty freshman, Tina. I don't know about this one. You feel like now with Stanford being down 1-0, this becomes almost a must for them, just particularly indoors.
It doesn't. falls on the shoulders of a freshman. And we see this, and some freshmen step up, some don't. And it's not necessarily on them. It's not their fault. It's just in the moment, and Blokina needs this experience. This is a match that, win or lose, she's going to look back on and say, okay, I learned from this.
Can I nerd out a little bit?
Yeah.
I have permission? Permission to nerd?
Permission granted.
Okay, I appreciate that. Jeremina granted? Sorry.
No.
Anyways, it slipped out. Anyways, court number 4, you talk about a freshman performing there. Well, let's be clear. Men's national indoors were held at this site last year. Where did it come down to? Court number 4. Who clinched? It was a freshman, Pedro Vives for TCU, who clinched on this court number 4 that we see here. So freshmen have had success on this court. And as a man who believes in tennis karma, I think that matters. I could see a world where it comes down to a freshman here on 4 again.
So you think that clinch energy is still there?
I think it carries over. Clinch energy is a great way to put it.
Wow.
And so, again, we'll keep our eye on this one. A couple early break leads here for Stanford. But look, Georgia's made some moves on a couple of courts as well. Let's go over to court number 5. This one's another Stanford lead. And again, given their slow ending to the doubles, you mentioned this, you wanted to see them come out fast in singles. Well, they have. And another court they have here is Valencia Shu, the sophomore. Quick 2-love lead. She takes down Anya Hurdle. Hurdle, of course, again, the senior out of Poland. But this is what you wanted to see, Perry, is it not?
Right. And I mean, looking down Stanford's lineup, we have these players that have not lost singles matches this spring.
Yeah.
That's something to be said. So even though they dropped the doubles point, keep that in mind. This is a team that is undefeated on the singles court.
Mm-hmm. Of course, they were supposed to play Pepperdine last weekend, dropped the doubles point to that Pepperdine team. Then the rain came down. So we haven't quite seen the Stanford team tested to the max like they certainly will be tested here early today. Meanwhile, for what it's worth, 3 deuce points in the first 3 games for Viedmanova and Yepifanova, all 3 going to Viedmanova, So there are a couple lopsided leads in a couple of places right now. Stanford's got most of them for what it's worth.
Valencia Shu, just a player that's so smooth out there, really smooth.
It's crazy that she's the lost sophomore in her class because you've got the NCAA finalist sophomore Connie Ma, you've got former Junior Slam finalist, I want to say, in Yepifanova.
Correct.
Yeah, something in that rank. So, and then you've just got lowly Valencia Shu, who, by the way, blue chip superstar. Used to, any team would want her.
100%. Yeah. And that's the expectation that is just set on the Stanford team. And you can be so successful and still not be the star of your team.
Is she the von der Schulenberg of this Stanford 3?
Maybe. That would be a very iconic label, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. College tennis fans, if you know, you know.
That is definitely, if you know, you know.
Exactly. And so we see here again, Hurdle, 8-point chance. Just get on the board, get things rolling. And again, some of you are wondering, where's the split screen? What we want to do here early. We're going to show you all 6 of these singles matches just briefly so we can introduce everyone. Then we'll start working our 6 split screen. So we're going to go straight Seattle Tennis Center next. Super producer Daniel Westhoff after, of course, we cover court 6 here. 8-point chance coming up for Hurdle.
Shu goes for the down line, just barely misses it, but I like that she went for it, especially early in the match. Right.
Yeah, see if you got it going today. Not there, but still Shu 2-1 early break lead on 5. Let's go over to 6. This is another, if you're a Stanford fan, you got to have this one today. And certainly, again, this Georgia team's got a lot of depth, a lot of options at that number 6 spot. They're actually going with Jeremina Grant. Gigi gets the call up to the number 6 spot, not Hurdle. Hurdle we saw on 5, but not Nurendorn, nor Lapata. It is Grant here. Early 2-1 break of serve lead. She's taken on Sarah Choi. And look, my dear friend, podcast co-host John Parsons, who knows the Stanford team as well as anyone, he's concerned about Choi indoors. Just Choi more of the grinder, likes the physicality. You wonder if Coach Wallace sees that, and that's why Grant gets the call up here. Grant, of course, played that number 1 double spot. Certainly not afraid to be aggressive.
Can I nerd out for a minute?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So I played Sarah Choi.
Oh, yes. This is what we're here for.
I played Sarah Choi in doubles at Clay Court Nationals, second round.
Okay.
We played under the lights.
Okay.
And it was just one of those magical nights when it wasn't too hot in the summer, which is something that we don't have much at Nationals because they're always held in the warmest weather. And so we were at Virginia Beach, super humid, and this girl comes out. I'm very short, by the way. I probably shouldn't be saying that because I don't know. I'm just short.
Tall presence, but
tall presence,
yeah.
tall presence, but short physicality. So she walked out and she was shorter than me, and I said, "Okay, let's go. We've got this in the bag," because I'm used to playing girls that are taller than me. And I get out there, and first point of the match, she aces me down the tee. I was playing forehand. And I said, oh my gosh, the ball that she hit had this heaviness that I've never seen. She had the smoothest strokes I had ever seen with any opponent in my entire life. And after we played, I told her at the net, I said, listen, you're one of the best players I might ever play in my life. I told her that. We were like 12. Yeah. I told her that. And lo and behold, of course, she goes to Stanford, is a standout. Not a lock, but almost a lock at 6. We're seeing that Sarah Choi for you. And 5 years later, me looking at Sarah Choi and seeing her success, it's been incredible.
I credit you. This is what we learned here.
That was because she played me. That's why she's so successful.
The confidence. Someone tells you you're the best player they're ever going to play, you're inherently more confident moving forward.
Right. After she wiped the floor with me. There was literally clay on my legs from the amount of times. Still. It's still there, by the way.
Scar.
Yeah,
it's a little battle scar here coming up as we see second serve here. But no, this is talked about those early break leads on a couple of courts. Stanford break leads on courts 3, 4, 5. Georgia with the breaks on 2 and 6. 2 courts that happen to be next to one another, as you see. Meanwhile, that double fault means it's a break points chance coming up for Sarah Choi. Look at the deuce point. Why not? It's early. Oh, yes.
There it is, that explosive forehand off the court. She was pulled very wide. It's hard to tell on Zoom a little bit, but pulled very wide out there. She was right in the green going for that down the line. It was beautiful.
Coach Faroud appreciates the technique, and again, looks like it did a decade ago. Does it now as Sarah Choi gets the break back. So 2-all here early. First set action, a couple of lopsided leads. Angelica Blake, 4-love lead for Stanford on 3. That said, Dasha Viedmanova, the 4-love lead for Georgia on 2. Other than that, we're pretty even everywhere else. We'll keep our eye, obviously, on Nordstrom. Come back here for a little split screen action as we near some first set endings. But here, let's head over to the Seattle Tennis Club.
Let's do it.
Site number 2 for this weekend's ITA National Indoor action. Of course, all of today's play, main draw play. So we're going to be in a lot of split screens today, folks. If you think we won't have a screen on Pepperdine, North Carolina for all moments of that match, you don't know me very well.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a must.
I mean, talk about a first round.
No,
give me a break.
It's a joke. Like, again,
it's never too early to talk about that match.
No.
We can preview that for hours, and I still will have a lot to say.
It's just blue bloods everywhere. And it's just like, again, Georgia Stanford here. We have an NCAA semifinal matchup coming up, a rematch coming up at noon between Duke and Oklahoma. And that's going to get loud, certainly here. Ohio State's been loud with their success all year long. And again, the Buckeyes wins over Oklahoma, Oklahoma State, Georgia, Tennessee. They're undefeated entering this national indoors. A pretty decisive 1-0 lead, run in doubles. And here's the big thing, Perry. We're going to get to every match. Right now, Ohio State is up a break in first sets on all 6 courts, including here where sophomore Sydney Ratliff, 3-1 lead right now as she takes down the junior Ariana Arsenault. What stands out to you in this match?
I would say Sydney Ratliff. She stood out to me ever since I first saw her play on the court. Just the amount of comfort that I have watching her from the baseline if I was her coach. Just seeing how solid she is. It's just solid. I mean, not many girls in college tennis make errors, but she makes some of the fewest that I've seen.
Of course, the flip side is with Arsenault, the transfer from Georgia. So it's really just Ariana Arsenault hour here.
Yes.
At Cracked Rackets. She's just got wow. I mean, like, it's just traditional #1 singles tennis, right? If you know what I mean, like first strike, get to the net.
Yes. You have to be a very good aggressive baseliner if you're going to be playing one singles. And I feel like she really is. She's just a good aggressive baseliner, good solid racket head speed. Watch the racket head speed, especially on play site. Can't really keep up with the racket.
But that's Sydney Ratliff right there.
Right, super solid. She likes to bring her opponents into the net and then pass them. That is something that she does all the time. So I'm not surprised by that point, but that's a point that, yeah, Ratliff is okay being on defense.
Athletic, explosive.
Correct.
Do a little bit of everything. And, you know, that's why Coach Melissa Shaw, when I talked to her, said, look, we couldn't keep her out of the #1 spot anymore. She needed to test her skills. We had to see it.
Right. Because, as you said, Alex, she doesn't traditionally have that #1 power game, but is still able to compete and get wins at that position. Super solid.
We might have to jump away from this, by the way, as the Buckeyes are already closing in on first sets. It's been an hour, 13 minutes. I mean,
wow.
You want to send a message to the rest of the country? Hey, put us in that national championship conversation. That's what we're seeing right now from this Ohio State team. 30 all here for Sydney Ratliff.
And on a broader sense, that's what we're seeing at the national indoors. This event is for teams to say, hey, look at me. I'm a national title contender.
Well said.
Thank you.
You just do feel like, again, though, we talk about college tennis being momentum. For 75 minutes, Auburn has dug themselves a hole, and you just like wonder at what point do you get buried under the weight of that?
Yes.
And it's very near. Like already, you can kind of feel it.
It might have already happened.
Yeah. As you see, Arsenault goes wide there, so now it's 2 breakpoint chances here for Ratliff. Caroline Lilly, who, by the way, might be the best interview in women's college tennis, needs to be said.
Yes, everyone go check out her interview on Cracked Rackets. She's awesome.
She is the best.
Alex, you're awesome, and she's awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a lot of awesome.
It was a lot of
she
awesome.
brings out that she's just like, I think I'm energetic, and then you hop on this Zoom with her, and you're like, oh my god, you're just like, I'm in.
She has a lot to say in a short period of time, which is very cool.
She might talk faster than me, which is like...
She might.
Yeah, I know. That's like, you don't have to hit the 2x speed. You got to go half speed. Yeah.
Yes, you do have to go half speed on that interview.
It's about 30 minutes paced with an hour worth of content.
Yes.
So again, Sydney Ratliff does get the break for 4-1. All right, we got to quickly hop over to court number 2, Westhoff. Court number 2, where the All-American Arena Cantos taking on Carolyn Ansari. Again, indoors. This is a great matchup for Cantos, the lefty who just works you around the court. 5-1, 30 all. She's 2 points away here.
Now, some of those early errors, any Auburn player would not have given, but we're seeing the Ohio State, that momentum is really earning them, those early errors now.
It's a deuce point, turns into a set point, and you see it's all love right now. Queen Melissa Champ, her senior Arena Cantos. It's the deuce point, set point coming up. Much better.
Way to step in there.
And that's Carolyn Ansari. You know she's not going to go away.
She's a bit of a chameleon out there. She can really do anything. I mean, we saw that in that ball that she took on the rise and redirected it.
By the way, unfortunately, we miss a first set as your breakout player right now, most improved without question of the 2023 season, Ohio State sophomore Shelly Brizniak. 6 love over the freshman Okotoye. 6 love. She just continues to roll. We'll get there in a second, but let's go over to court number 3 now to see Caroline Lilly working her way there. We will work our way there as well. Lilly, right now, center of your screen, but again, court number 3. It's the freshman TJ Bennett. And the senior Isabel Boulay. Boulay still nursing a shoulder injury. The 4-2 lead here, though, Bennett. Ooh, nice serve there. And made that look really easy. So she holds 4-3-4. Any thoughts, Bennett, Boulay? What stands out to this in this one for you?
That was an opening point for us to see. I mean, wow. That was unconventional.
Little flick of the wrist.
Right. That was unconventional to serve and volley like that.
I think she even shocked herself. You could tell the body language with the backhand volley. She's like, what am I doing up here?
What am I doing at net?
Yeah. So weird. So again.
But no, a freshman in this position, it's special for any freshman. And I will keep on talking about that throughout the weekend, the role of freshmen in these matches, because things can come down to the freshmen and their matches that they won't forget. But then when we see them as fifth year seniors, that experience, it's so vital.
The other, of course, big thing being for this Auburn team, they're down Celine Ovunk, one of their upperclassmen, played the #1 singles position last year. She's out with injury, so they're going to need the freshmen, of course, to all step up. Bennett trying to do so here on 3. Let's go over to court number 4 now. Court number 4. And again, this Ohio State team right now up breaks on every single court in these first sets. But of course, court number 4, it's a veteran, arguably the most experienced players, one of the most experienced players in all of college tennis. It's Coley Allen. She's taking on the freshman Caitlin Carnicella. Carnicella returning here on the near side of your screen. Again, I call Coley Allen a 2.5-hour player. It's like win or lose, she's on court for 2.5 hours. And, you know, again, that's one of her biggest, I would say, one of the biggest things she contributes to this team is you just know Coley Allen, whatever court she's going to be on, right? She's going to be going to work.
I remember this in junior tennis too. She was ruthless. I mean, I played multiple matches next to her and just seeing her grinding out there, such a fighter. Every single point, you know, she's a great college tennis player. She really is. Working for every point, making her opponent work for every point. Win or lose, as you said, it's going to be a while.
Good wheels, though, from Carnicella. And again, for this Auburn team, it's sort of the bridging of 2 worlds, right? You've got the 3 freshmen, Okotoye, Carnicella, Bennett, mixed in with the experience of Ansari, Arsenault, Flack. I kind of like it. Like, again, it's very distinct how those 2 sides might be coached, but it's going to be fascinating to see how this Auburn team gels. Like, you feel like they're nowhere near their ceiling yet.
It is. It is. And I like how you always ask coaches if it feels like they're coaching 2 different teams when they're coaching the younger players and the older players, because sometimes on a team it feels like that. And then other times you do hear teams that vibe right away. Their chemistry is there and they say, oh, you know, doesn't even feel like there are girls with different years here on this team. So
no, and I'm also always curious, you know, again, how individualized someone, and for people who don't know, Perry obviously played at Brown throughout her time in college tennis. How individualized is because tennis is ultimately an individual sport. Obviously, in college, it's moved into that team format. How individualized are those efforts?
It's interesting because when you're on the singles court, it feels pretty alone.
Yeah.
But you do have your teammates cheering. If you can do it right with the chemistry, you're quote unquote playing for your teammates. And I do believe in that. I do believe that after 4 years of college tennis, well, 2.5 with the pandemic, I do believe that college tennis is a team sport. Yeah. And I think this sport lends itself well to a team format. I mean, we see that in pros with Davis and Fed Cup, but in college tennis, it's always like that. So you're always going to be playing. You're always going to be competing with your teammates for spots. But at the same time, you're like a family because girls, we go through everything. We go through everything together. On the road, at home. I mean, these matches, it's brutal, but it teaches you life lessons.
By the way, for those wondering at home, a couple of first sets done at Nordstrom. Stanford takes a 6-0 first set at 3. How about this? Viedmanova 6-1 first set over Yepafinova. Now 5 of the 7 games went to deuce. She won 4 of the 5, but all right, we're moving. Things are starting to move now here as these first sets slowly reach their ending. And again, right now, Coley Allen game points here, 4-3, 40-30. Westhoff, when we're done here on court 4, can we actually go back to court number 2 as Arena Contos looking to get over the finish line in her first set for these Buckeyes?
The credit to Viedmanova there with winning all those no-ad points against Yepafinova. I mean, that has to be pretty heartbreaking.
That match is in the corner of my eye, and I won't lie, every so often I can't help myself but watch the athleticism, the height.
The first strike tennis.
It's crazy.
It's first strike tennis with such a close match, which is an interesting balance.
No, I mean, again, some scholars have argued I have an affinity for wingspan for that length because you just can't teach that. You watch Viedmanova and Yepafinova play, as we see, by the way, a break back here. All right, Carnicella trying to make some sort of move here in these first sets, but yeah, Yepafinova and Viedmanova both have, I would say, WTA wingspan, WTA length, WTA style athleticism. So,
yes.
Yeah, it's caught my eye. Meanwhile, 5-3, 30 all here. Contos, once again, 2 points away. No, she missed it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's the Ansari fight, though.
Yeah. And they need it. Again, down first sets. By the way, Sydney Ratliff right now has set point over on 1, 5-1, 40-30. These Buckeyes.
Rolling this spring.
Although, again, credit to Auburn. Back on serve on 6. Back on serve on 3 and 4. So this one's big. And this is where you feel that momentum, right? Maybe Ansari. She feels what's going on 4 and 5.
She's playing with the urgency that all of her teammates need to be playing with right now.
No, they needed it. Someone has, again, I like to joke around. If coaches could call timeout, Coach Lilly would have used her timeout after the 75-minute mark and said, guys, what are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
Tasty.
Ansari waiting for her opportunity and then pulling the trigger so well. Beautiful down the line.
Also needs to be said, she might have willed that in call. I'm not sure if that ball landed, but she'd already celebrated. So Contos. All right, back on serve now. 5-4 here on court number 2. Meanwhile, let's go quickly to court 1 if we can here in Seattle. Sydney Ratliff, deuce point, set point coming up. We'll see if we can beat the scoreboard to the point. Nope, looks like Arsenault does end up taking it. So 5-2 on the changeover here. 5-4 Contos. Let's go over to court number 5, where, for what it's worth, Angela Okatoyi, the freshman for this Auburn team, does get on the scoreboard. But sophomore Shelly Berizniak, 6-0 first set for the Buckeye. I'm not sure if you've had as much opportunities as I had to watch her play this year, but the sophomore is just special, Perry, is she not?
Yes, and you were talking about most improved. I mean, on paper, of course, very improved, but you've been there watching her grind, and finding her way in these matches.
It's the angles.
Mm-hmm.
The angles she's able to generate. So smooth. So simple.
Like that. Ace down the tee. Now Okotoye did take the opening game, but now that's a hold. So now we're tied at 1 in the second. And
it's just how well she finds the angles, right, Brizniak? How well she gets outside of the ball.
I agree.
It's a nerdy thing, but when you see it, you see it. Meanwhile, let's go over court number 6. Here's an interesting thing for this Ohio State team. They've got a lot of options at that number 6 singles position. And, you look for this team. Will they go with Kang Shaban? Will they go with Lucia Marzal? Well, right now they're going with Danielle Wilson. Wilson, as you alluded to earlier, the 5th-year transfer from USC. She's taking on Adeline Flack. Flack, another one of these veterans we've got the chance to know here over the past few seasons. Of course, junior of Alpharetta, Georgia. Of course, again now, 2 first sets belonging to the Buckeyes.
Now, it might be hard to tell, but Danielle Wilson has that height and wingspan that we were talking about on the Fafanova court here at Nordstrom. So we'll have to see if she's able to use that to her advantage this match, because she does have a loose arm when she's relaxed. I've seen her in tight matches when she's not as relaxed. So we'll have to see which Danielle Wilson we have today.
That's interesting because I think she moves really, really well. She's not the most powerful from the baseline, as you see the double fault there. Like, she is more comfortable in that neutral position, which is, again, I suppose why you see her at that number 6 spot.
Absolutely. And for physicality, that's actually not what you usually see with a big, tall player like her. She is okay to move, and that's a strength. That's a strength. And perhaps why she earned that 6th position today is because she can defend.
All right, we got to hop around here. I apologize. I know we haven't spent long with this match, but Sydney Ratliff's 2 points away for making it 2 first sets for the Buckeyes. So let's go back over to court number 1. And by the way, super producer Daniel Westoff, whatever it is you do to prepare for split screen, start preparing for the split screen, because we've got some critical first sets coming down to the wire here in Nordstrom. And again, we'll go court 1 here at Seattle. But when you're ready, super producer Daniel Westoff, bring us to court number 4. Court number 4 at the Nordstrom Tennis Center, please.
Oh, yes.
That's crazy.
It's always 2 overheads in women's college tennis. It's never 1. It's never 1.
Funny. It's the confidence, though. That's exactly what you want to see, as we see, again, set point coming up here for Ratliff. Meanwhile, her teammate Coley Allen's got set points. Boulay 2 points away from the set. Craig Pansari, who has narrowed the gap to 5 all, but again, we're preparing for that split screen right now. Court number 4 at Nordstrom. It's a deuce point set point for Meg Kowalski. We'll see if we're able to catch the ending of it. Obviously, super producer Daniel Westoff doing all he can. He'll be working wonders here this weekend.
There it is. The Ohio State momentum still rolling.
Oh, guys, watch this ending on 4. Oh. So it froze on us. Here's what happened. The bump lob went over the head of Meg Kowalski. And that's the argument Blokina is making. Here's the thing. Blokina went headfirst into that net. And you cannot run into the net, obviously.
You can't run into the net until the point is over. So that's where the timing gets a little bit funky.
And that's what Blokina is arguing, that the lob was over her head and that the point was over. The problem was it was 2 bounces. Kowalski didn't even go for the ball. And so Meg Kowalski's right. Like, it's a ridiculous effort. The double net courts. It's everything you want to see.
And it's a huge point. I mean, they're right to fight on this. You have to at least take a stand.
And can we just say we have our first moment where our head referee, our head official on site, Anthony, my dear friend, who, of course, I like to play around with all the time, I say a day doesn't start until we get our first Anthony. Get over here. We have our first Anthony moment, folks, here on court number 4. It's going to be to no avail. Blokina is going to drop this set. It's going to be a 6-3 set to Kowalski. And so, man, we've got battles everywhere. Let's go over to court number 4. Court number 1 at Nordstrom. Court number 1 at Nordstrom. Meanwhile, I apologize. Cindy Ratliff's just been sitting there. And as she was, her teammates take 2 other first sets. Ohio State first sets now on 1, 3, 4, and 5. Let's go back over to court number 2, though, where Carolyn Ansari in Seattle just continues from, what was she, 5-2 down?
Yeah.
5-all, 30 love up.
She was 5-2 set point down.
So you see that action resuming on court 1 again. Super producer Dana Westoff. If we can head over there, we go. Shout out to the best in the business. Court number 2, where, look, if a rally's going to start for Auburn, you've dropped doubles, you've dropped 4 first sets. Maybe it is here on 2. And sorry now.
The question is going to be timing.
Yeah, exactly. Breakpoint chances. Love 40 there. Becoming 15-40. Meanwhile, Battle of the Moms. 4-all first set. Right now, Georgia's taking first sets on 2 and 4. Stanford's just got the 1 first set on 3. A lot of 4-alls, 5-4s on the board. Let me ask you this, Perry. I think we know, hour and a half in, you'd rather be Ohio State than Auburn right now. Flip side, who would you rather be? Stanford, Georgia, looking at the scoreboard, where things stand.
That's a great question.
Is it still too soon to call?
Yeah, it's still too soon to call, but
I think so.
I guess if you want to be a bit of an underdog at this moment, I would choose Stanford. They've gotten themselves in a bit of an underdog position within this match. I would say on paper, not an underdog, but within this match, an underdog at this point.
Well said. We got to quickly go over to court 6, Westoff and Nordstrom. Court 6 at Nordstrom, please, where it's 5-4 Georgia's GG. Jeremina Grant serving for the set, but she's down break point to Sarah Choi right now. You've got a heck of a point coming up there. Hopefully we'll get to check the ending of that. Meanwhile, Ansari, 4 straight games. 6-5 lead now for the Auburn Tiger on court number 2. I apologize, super producer Daniel Westoff. I'm continuing to make you work right now, but let's go over to court number 6 at the Seattle Tennis Club. Court number 6. And look at that volley from Gigi. Come on now. Deuce point, set point coming up.
Yep.
That's the good stuff.
This is why we're here, is the deuce point, set point.
It's called the double threat.
Yes.
Although it's a break point, so it's actually also a triple threat.
That's a good point. That's a great point.
Oh, no, first. No, that was the first serve. Excuse me.
She went for 2-second serves. No, you were right.
Yeah,
she went for 2-second serves.
Okay, that's why I was like, something's off on that. I've seen her go bigger.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Well, she's going to need a 3rd-second serve on that.
Yeah, it's just the overcompensation. And so Choi now breaks for 5-all. Let's see. 5-all on court number 6. It's 4-all on 1. 4-5 on 5. I mean, let's just stay here at 6, Troy Grant. Let's hang out for a little bit. Hang out on the 6s.
Yes.
This is... I was going to make... Yeah, you know what? It's hour number 2. We can start to make these jokes. This is the Perry section of the match.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
To quote you, by the way. That's not a me joke. That's Perry describing herself.
That's a me joke.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want you to feel comfortable.
Oh, yeah. Always feel comfortable, Alex. Always. There we go. I mean, talking about feeling comfortable, both these girls feeling uncomfortable while playing a very high level of tennis.
Just the grind is on.
Yes.
On 6. It's been so back and forth. Meanwhile, you see it, by the way, court number 6, it's a deuce point set point. That goes the way of Danielle Wilson. So Wilson, 6-4 first set. Buckeyes are 5 for 5.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, dare I say, to quote the great Dan Miller, Lions Radio, pack the bag, start the plane. Like, is that match over at the Seattle Tennis Club? I would
say the bags are getting packed.
Yes, in Seattle, in the theme, it is an awfully steep climb.
Yes.
For this Auburn team.
And that is a theme that if you're not here with us, there are steep climbs to be made.
Everywhere to be found here in Auburn. So let's go over to court number 2 then. Carolyn Ansari can be that one bright spot for Auburn. Maybe start the rally as she's 2 points away from the set. Meanwhile, again, early battles everywhere. Second we get to our next set point here at Nordstrom, we'll take you there. Angelica Blake is cruising, though, by the way. 6-0-3-1. That's the only definitive result I see thus far, and stands by my theory of Angelica Blake as the most underrated player in college tennis.
I thought you were going to say Angelica Blake as Pliskova, because that's a Pliskova-like score. When everyone else is battling, Pliskova will either be up 6-1,
6-0-3-1.
Up 6-0-3-1 or down, exactly.
Now, the problem is, when I think of Angelica's, obviously you think of Angelica Pickles of the Rugrats, which, it's a little before your time maybe, but, like, that's the Angelica to me.
A little before my time, but I still understand.
Yeah, exactly.
Any possible reference you make, I've got that in the bag.
It's fair. As we see again, this Grant Choi match, not a lot separating the two. And we said at the start, that felt like an inflection point sort of match. Possible to draw it up for either team. Again, Stanford. So 4-1 in a couple of sets in doubles. So one of those leads dissipate. That's how Georgia earned that 1-0 lead. Meanwhile, again, Buckeyes just Buckeying it up. Right now over at STC.
And here at Nordstrom, if we take a minute to talk about the importance of a number 6 singles match, because you've alluded to it early, but it could all come down to 6 singles, and that's because these girls are trained. We're trained in practice. I was a 6 singles player, so I know, to play the longest matches of anyone, to stay out there, to grind, and to give our number 1 through 3 singles, who are probably more aggressive players, a chance to finish their matches early. So especially if we have these battles at the 1 through 3 spots here at Nordstrom, it's going to come down to the 6th player to keep the girls out there, to keep them battling.
Again, Choi the chance here to flip the script from 4-5 down to 8-point chances here for 6-5. By the way, corner of your screen is another deuce point on court 2. So it does go the way of Sarah Choi. Sarah Choi 6-5 lead here on court number 6. Ooh, let's go over to court number 1 at Nordstrom. Connie Ma's 2 points away, and boy, would the Cardinal like that set. As we see, by the way, Contos gets the break back 4-6 all. Buckeyes already up a set in 2-0 on a couple of courts. Right now, the recipe's looking like doubles 3-4-5 for this Ohio State team, but Connie Ma now. You see a gesticulating, is that the right word?
Yes, that's a perfect way to describe it.
Yeah,
yes.
Leah Ma
yes.
on the near side of your screen looking for all the answers.
Big serve there. Now 40-15 for Ma.
A rare roar from Connie Ma. It sets up set points here. That would be first set number 2 for the Cardinal.
And Alex, we've been sitting right here, and you're right. That was a rare roar.
Yeah. It's a lot of stuff heard her.
Yes.
As, by the way, Stanford now, how about this? Valencia Shu up 6-5, Sarah Choi up 6-5, Connie Ma here, set point again. This is the moment. This is where Stanford begins their pushback.
Too tough.
So it'll be a deuce point, set point coming up. And the battle of the Ma's here, Leah versus Connie.
2 of the best players in the country.
Yeah. No doubt about that. The turn on court 2. Serve just wide. Ooh, meanwhile, for what it's worth, it's a set point coming up on 6. So we'll see. Oh, return in the net for Ma. Let's go quickly over to court 6 now as 5 all things extended. First set, Sarah Choi. Here comes the Cardinal push. Choi 7-5 on court number 6. We take you quickly over to court number 5 now. Valencia Shu closing in on the first set. By the way, Sarah Choi rocking that Wilson. I want to say blade, of course. Wilson, the official ball, racket, and accessory brand of the ITA. So shout out to Shu and Wilson. Excuse me. Shout out to Choi and Wilson. It's a match made in heaven. I always say there are 2 types of people in this world. People who use a Wilson and liars.
Wow.
Who want to use a
Then
Wilson,
I guess you're calling me a liar.
No, because everyone wants to use a Wilson. It's just, are you good enough?
I see. I get that.
Yeah.
I get that.
Blade is stiff. Gotta be good.
Right. You do. You have to be good, and you have to be strong to be able to,
exactly.
to wield it.
I am neither.
Not sure if I can wield that power.
That's good to wield it. That's funny. I like that. As we see Shu closing in, that's a great serve line. And again, Valencia Shu is the undercard of the sophomore class. She is an outstanding player on her own right, Perry.
I mean, Valencia Shu, you look at her on any team, and she'd be a star. And it's not that she's not a star on the Stanford team. It's that, as you said, being in the same class as Connie Ma. Again, NCAA finalist from last year, number 3 in the country currently. It's not easy.
Well said. And course, we're keeping an eye. Haven't ignored what's happening at the Seattle Tennis Club. It's just all Ohio State right now. And so we're keeping an eye on that first set. Maybe Ansari takes the first. Maybe it starts the rally. Crazier things have happened as we see Valencia Shu 7-5 first set on court number 5. So that's now 3 first sets for the Cardinal. We got to go over to court number 2. I know Connie Ma is battling in our final first set at Nordstrom, but what Dasha Viedmanova has done today is a reminder of why I think she will be ranked number 1 in the nation at some point in her career. To watch what she's done to Yepafinova, the athleticism, the relentlessness. She's up 6-1, 4-1 in this battle of sophomores.
And Yepafinova came out with a vengeance. She came out on fire.
She hasn't played bad.
No, she hasn't.
It's just every deuce point seems to be going to Viedmanova.
That's the thing that's so unbelievable. I can't wait to see the final stat of number of points won because it will be very similar. It will be shocking. Yepafinova, again, only able to convert 2 of those deuce points. She only has 2 games this match.
It's crazy. No, you're absolutely right. It's going to be like total points 39-30 and 6 deuce points. It'll be a 6 deuce point advantage.
Yes.
For Yepafinova, who has done her best to fight off all sorts of frustrations. Meanwhile, Angelica Blake, here's some good news for the Cardinals. 6-0, 5-2 lead. So it looks like we might have 2 quick matches off the board here. Meanwhile, that first set, it's just a grind between Kontos and Ansari. You almost wonder if Coach Schaub said, hey, Irina, your job, just never let this set end. We're going to finish the match before you're done with set 1.
Your role in this team is to not let this end.
Exactly.
Do everything you can to keep it going.
Exactly.
On the lower end of the lineup, I have been told the same. So,
yeah, exactly.
But this is not the lower end of the lineup. This is.
Is there truth to? Yes, obviously you always want to win, but I feel like you should get half a point sometimes if you don't lose, because that not 100%. Losing can be so valuable.
Oh, it's so valuable. And the team huddles after, we would always talk about the girls that were still out there.
Mm-hmm.
It's not easy to not be one of the first to lose. It's not easy.
Very well said. As you see, by the way, Yepafinova. The body language, the shoulders, to your point, it started to slump.
Yep. And I get it at this point in the match. Yeah. She's thrown everything that she could at this match.
Absolutely.
Yepafinova from Hollywood, Florida now finds herself in Seattle.
Yeah, not a lot of indoor tennis.
No.
In her life, which is funny because, again,
she plays like an indoor player.
You could see the rubric structure of a good indoor player. This is a break point that downright feels like a match point chance here. And we see, by the way, 7-6 set goes to Carolyn Ansari on court number 2.
That's an impressive comeback.
No, and that's big because, look, Auburn now break leads on second sets on courts 5 and 6. But let's head over to court number 3 at the Seattle Tennis Club.
So we said the bags were being packed in Auburn. Maybe they're being slightly unpacked now?
I'm not ready to go quite there. Just because, again, okay, you win sets at 5 and 6. It's just like the 1, 3, and 4 pathways are still too clear. And, again, right now, Auburn down 6-4, 3-1 on courts 3 and 4. Here you see Isabel Boulay with 4 breakpoint chances to make it a set 4-1 lead. Again, what another deuce point coming up for Yepafinova. All right, maybe that's something.
There we go.
God knows she's had those chances. It's been that sort of match. Yepafinova. Break 4-2-4. Let's head over to court number 3 at Nordstrom. We may have our first match point of singles coming up shortly. Angelica Blake, the senior. Again, I'm just going to keep harping on this, folks. You can tweet at us, by the way, at A.L. Gruskin, at
WHSV Perry.
Oh, yeah, that too.
I'm a full-time sports broadcaster, so those are the call letters of my station in Virginia.
That's the formal broad. That's how you know, again, rolling with the big guns here. No, I like it. So I go P Shines.
That was my Twitter name in high school when I was 13.
Okay, sure.
So if you want to tweet at that,
my
feel
brain
free.
is still in that 13-year-old mind.
I think I have the galaxy pattern as my profile picture.
Ooh. All right, we're in a tough moment. Westphal, can you make that Nordstrom actually court 1 very, very quickly? If we get to match point trumps set point, but it's a critical set point right now on court 1. Because Connie Ma's got 4 more set point chances. That would make it 4 first sets for the Cardinal. Meanwhile, you see it, by the way, set and 4-1 lead for Isabelle Boulay and Coldley Allen. I guess let's stay on court number 3 right now in Seattle. Let's stay there for the moment. I'm keeping my eye on court 3 here at Nordstrom, folks. If we get to match point, we'll go there. But again, set point coming up for Ma. Four first sets for the Cardinal. 7-5. Connie Ma takes the opener on 1. Let's go quickly back over to 3 now. Stanford a chance to just straight up level this match. Meanwhile, again, right now, if you're an Auburn fan, the match you're watching is court number 1. By the way, all these links to individual court cameras, you can go find them on your own. But right now, you want to watch court number. We're going to stick at 3 for now, just as Isabelle Boulay pulls away. But if Ariana Arsenault can keep things close against Sydney Ratliff, maybe, just maybe, there's a pathway back for Auburn.
It's going to be a tough pathway.
Yeah, maybe.
It's
The keyword, yeah, exactly. The keyword there is maybe. They still got to flip 1. I mean, they got to flip a bunch. Drop 5 for sets.
Right.
Oh, Angelica Blake.
Ruthless. Now, playing a player like Angelica Blake, you'd have to say, okay, if you're going to coach her opponent, you would want her to mix up the pace. But it's so hard when you're always on defense. Against Blake, just always on defense.
Very well said. We've got our first match point, Westhoff. Give me the graphic. Stanford Cardinal. Chance to level this match at 1 apiece. Cardinals do it. Angelica Blake, 6-1, 6-2. It is 1-all here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. Let's hop on over now to court number 4. I'm telling you, that battle on 4, Lokina versus Kowalski. I think that's going to end up your swing match here. I really do.
It's the clinch energy.
I know, again, although for what it's worth, again, you look for
Could
this.
be here with Joy.
No, Stanford, all they got to do is protect their first sets, right? That's the recipe has now emerged. 1, 3, 5, and 6.
Yeah.
And then I don't know. That 6 match following it from afar, it's just been so hot and cold for all of those players. Meanwhile, again, Isabelle Boulay, she hit cruise control. 6-4, 5-1. And boy, if you're the Buckeyes, to get her back healthy, Perry, to start off this weekend, like if you're drawing up the perfect recipe for Coach Schaub today, 4-0 win, under 3 hours, and Isabelle gets a win, I think that's what it would have looked like, right?
Yes, because coming back from injury, it's so important to get those wins under your belt. So
well said.
So for Isabelle to come out swinging and as you said, under 3 hours, I mean, that's clutch because we're only in the first round of indoors. We're only on Friday.
Exactly.
We're on Friday morning. So this is a long weekend for a team that wants to make a deep run in this tournament.
You know what's the best feeling when you have a weekend tournament? And I don't mean to equate what we did in club tennis with what these players are doing now, but when you have that early round of 16 match, you're off the court in under 2 hours, you're back in bed, showered, and napping by noon. Like, that's the best feeling in the world.
Ideal. It's the best. There is nothing like taking a nap after a win. Taking a nap after a loss is a nightmare because you wake up and you still lost. But after a win, oh yeah. Lights out.
I just say it had to be said. Perfectly said as well.
It did.
That's the best. The post-victory nap is the best nap. It's
Right.
ranked in the power rankings.
The power rankings of power naps.
No, I would say that the post-all-nighter nap, where you're like, I've pulled off the essay, now it's time to go to sleep. You're going to wake up like a baby immediately after. Not that I've experienced that.
Not that you've ever pulled an all-nighter for school.
Never. Only for tennis. And speaking of which, let's go over to court 2 in Nordstrom. I know this court 4 is fascinating, but I mean, again, what Dasha Viedmanova has done today. She's got just Yepifanova questioning herself. She's got Yepifanova all over the place. Meanwhile, again, you look here. EJ Bennett, 35th team freshman. She's doing everything she can to stay alive here.
Again, impressive from Bennett. I like what I'm seeing with her, just staying out there, grinding. She's doing what she needs to do.
By the way, that's how you know Yepifanova is unsure. I think that ball missed. She calls that good.
Yeah.
And it sets up quadruple match point for Dasha Viedmanova to put Georgia back out in front. I'll tell you what, they kind of need it. Stanford's kind of grabbed momentum. Doesn't it feel like it here in Nordstrom?
It feels like Stanford has the momentum. And again, we have a huge scoreboard here in Nordstrom. If Georgia's able to put another number up there, it's going to be 2-1 for the Bulldogs. And that's a difference.
Yeah. Maybe it just sends a message, guys, like, hey, don't forget, we're still leading.
Right. We still got the doubles point.
Yeah, exactly. Another match point here. Ooh, Westhoff. Can we go to court number 5 in Seattle quickly? Court 5, Coley Allen, who we have not spent a ton of time with. Unfortunately, we're going to miss maybe 2 of her victories here today. Harry Coley off the court in about 12 minutes in doubles.
I was going to say, that's what happens when you win quickly.
Yeah.
That's the goal, right? Win quickly so that Crack Rackets can keep up with your victories.
No, I'm going to get a mean text. And I mean that in the best way. She'll be like, really? You didn't catch any of it? As we see Allen here, match points. 4 of them coming up. Again, she's taking on the freshman Caitlin Carnicella. That was always going to be a tough matchup for Carnicella. Especially indoors. Oh, Yepifanova. Look at that.
There we go.
Honestly, she's been this good the whole match.
It's literally come down to 5 points this match.
And it's been one. It's the final shot, the finishing shot. The approach has just been off.
Correct.
And there it is. Coley Allen makes it 2-0 Buckeyes. Allen, 6-4, 6-1. She has been so good, Perry, to start this 2023 season. She keeps it rolling here today as we go back to 3.
Absolutely. And Allen just a player that I was talking about before, but also with her energy that she brings to each match. She's very bouncy out there, very buoyant, and I love to see that because she has the game style to go along with it.
Perfectly said. Meanwhile, this is the longest rally of this Viedmanova match. And it goes the way of Yep.
Yep.
So ready for this? This match? It ain't over.
Correct. Correct.
Yepifanova holding 4-3-5. I think we should stay there, yeah?
I agree.
Yeah.
Yepifanova, again, a player that, as you said, she's charging the net no matter what. And so the question is she going to make the volley? And she hasn't so far, but so you never know.
That's actually exactly it. It's like, has she made the volley? And the answer today is just no.
No.
It's just she just hasn't.
And it's has she made the volley on a deuce point,
Yep.
more specifically.
Perfect. She gets her momentum moving forward into the court so beautifully.
Mm-hmm. Both of these girls do.
I mean, come on.
I mean.
Yeah. That's top 100 excellent. That's just laughable. And that's the fluidity. Coach Wallace was fascinating. He was talking to me about Viedmanova, and he said the thing people don't realize is how fast she is. She has this nonchalant body language where, again, you don't realize she's beating you to the corner, but she beats you to the spot. And just that plus the length.
Yes. She is an effortless move, right?
Yeah.
Yepafanova has not gotten that many balls past her this match.
That's the problem, right? It's like she has to hit the volley because Yepafanova keeps asking that question.
Correct.
Meanwhile, again, I know we've been very Georgia-Stanford-centric. Not a ton of analysis to do for this OSU team. They have looked the part, although we have ourselves a storyline emerging. As you look at these scoreboards, match point for Boulay. We'll get there to that story in a second. Westhoff, give me that match point logo for the Buckeyes.
Wow.
That's a heat check from the freshman, DJ Bennett.
You do have to give credit to Auburn. I mean, their back is against the wall, but they're still fighting. They're still out there. And they're not fighting by putting balls in. They're stepping in. They're starting to really step in and try to take Ohio State's time away, because that's what Ohio State's been doing for, against this Auburn team this whole time, just taking their time away.
But Isabelle Boulay, relentless from the start. Buckeye Nation takes a sigh of relief as for the first time this season. You know what Isabelle Boulay looked, Perry? She looked healthy. And that's a straight set win for the Buckeyes to make it 3-love. Meanwhile, how about this? Yepafanova with breakpoint chances back. Let's go over to court number 5 now, Super Producer David and Westhoff. Court number 1. Court number 1 in Seattle. Court number 1, because listen to this, Perry. Auburn needs to win everything left, right?
Right.
Well, here's the thing. Arsenault's up 5-2 in the second. Okotoye's up 5-4 in the second. Flack's up a break, 3-2 in the second. Now, they lost first sets on all of those 3 courts, 1, 5, and 6. Carolyn Ansari did take that first set on 2, so that pathway is there. But I'll tell you what, if Auburn plays a good 10 minutes, there's a world where there are 4 3-set matches on the board. And as we know, at the indoors, you get to a third set, anything can happen.
100%. And that's interesting because I feel like Auburn, they've changed their game, at least on the courts that we've seen.
Yes.
They've literally changed their playing style, which you don't see a lot.
They're almost in grind-it-out mode. Meanwhile, Yepafanova, Viedmanova, another beautiful down-the-line pass. So it sets up a deuce-point match point. This is the quadruple threat. This is the good stuff.
Yep. A deuce-point match point in a match that has suddenly become anyone's. It feels like it's truly anyone's.
Meanwhile, for Georgia, you just want her to get off the court. You need a quick springboard forward. A reminder, again, been leading this match for a while if you're a Georgia fan. She just goes down swinging.
Yeah.
Credit to Alexandra Yepafanova. Could have easily chosen. That's the word you use there. Not chosen,
correct.
Chosen. Yes,
chosen, you got it.
Thank you, Brown. Chosen to have gone away. She did not. And now 4-5 back on serve here on court number 2. Let's go over to court number 6, where there does appear to be some separation right now for Stanford. Meanwhile, again, over on court number 1 here, Ariana Arsenault's 2 points away.
Yep.
2 points away.
Yeah.
Now 1 point away. She's got set point coming up. And you're right. It's a little less aggressive for Auburn, isn't it? They're just like, they're in grind mode. They're saying, all right, beat us. Like, do something impressive.
It is. Maybe they realize that they can't play bang bang tennis like Ohio State can.
Yeah.
And so then they said, okay, what if we just take a step back, give ourselves some more space and time? And it's starting to work.
Well, I'll tell you what, Ansari stopped pressing. That was the big thing I saw in court number 2. She was just throwing high and heavy at Kontos and saying, do something.
That's great. That's exactly
Did that message get spread across?
Yes.
Again, tough to say. Meanwhile,
now again, Caroline Lilly knows one or two things about college tennis.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
yeah.
She sent the little tug on the ear means it's time to grind.
Yes.
Oh, and that goes wide again. Ariane Arsenault fights, and she forces a third. 6-2. Okay, that's two.
It's two.
2 sets on the board for Auburn. They need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. No, 6 more. 6 more to make it happen. They got 2. So we go over.
2 is better than 0, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go over to court number 5 in Seattle. Shelly Brisniak took a 6-love first set. She's now down 4-5 with game point chances for 5-all. Meanwhile, this is a massive deuce point coming up on 6 because you feel like this is where Choi can begin to separate with Yepafanova doing her thing. Ooh, Westhoff, as soon as 6 is done here on this deuce point, get us over to 2. Because Yepafanova, of course, finds herself down match points again. Okay, Georgia gets what they need. That's the break. Back on serve.
Yepafanova has defended match points before this set, so let's see.
Meanwhile, Jason Leone wants us to know it appears Stanford, Georgia, he thinks will come down to the number 1 singles position.
Interesting.
I'm looking across the board. Yeah, 1 or 5 feels about right. Again, I'm still holding out on court number 4 as well. How many winners has she hit down match point? 3? 4?
3.
Yeah.
3. I've counted 3. There could be more. Who knows? I mean, she's just a winner machine right now.
It's true. Very, very true.
Now again, Yepafanova setting up that aggressive play throughout this whole match. So many deuce points.
I do also think it's worth noting Stanford's put 2 coaches on this court the entire time.
I did notice Coach Farud is really parked on that court.
You also see volunteer assistant, whose name I'm blanking on, but let me tell you, I was in the workout room this morning, and the thing you start to learn, the more events you go to, is workout room in the mornings when you watch these coaches grind. That's the real fun. They're also a little sleepy still, so you can get good info out of them.
Oh, I love that.
Stanford volunteer assistant, jacked. Oh man, was putting up weights. I was like, dude, it's 6:30. You don't need to bang the weights that hard.
Wow.
Yeah, so shout out to him.
Shout out to you, though, for getting your work in this morning. Love to see it.
Otherwise, I'm even more unbearable right here. I just get ask Westhoff. Well, yeah, we'll send it for a different time. Meanwhile, no way, Yepafanova. Oh, good get. Another Civ 4A forward. 3 more match points fought off. I mean, I can't believe this.
It's insane. It really is insane. Again, for an underclassman, we're talking about underclassmen here, Yepafanova. The battle of the sophomores. I mean, both of them sophomores and playing big-time tennis here.
Absolutely. By the way, if you know the name of the Stanford volunteer, hop into our YouTube chat. I apologize for referring to him as no name. I think he used to be with the USTA. And speaking of which, by the way, USTA, proud sponsors here of this Division I National Women's Team Indoor Championship. There's more to tennis to play. There's more tennis to play, skills to hone, fun to be had. Go to USTA.com, become an USTA member today. You can go hone those skills against some of the best in the best, as Yepafanova, one of the best in the best right now. 4 more match points fought off Perry. I don't believe it.
So that makes, is this total 7 match points? Am I correct?
I defer to your math. You went to the Ivy League. I didn't.
I would say that she's fought off 7 match points with aggressive tennis.
Yeah.
Vidmanova has not missed on these points.
I'm going to disagree with you. 6 of them were aggressive. One of them, I think, was a sloppy Vidmanova, like plus 1
Okay.
miss.
Okay, 6.
Yeah. Come on, get things right, Perry. No, I'm just kidding.
Alex, it's not easy to keep up with you.
Yeah. You don't realize I'm just making it up as I go, as we see 5-all here on court number 2. Westhoff, can we go? I know Nordstrom's very good right now. This might be blasphemous. Blasphemous. But we're going to do it anyways. Can we go full on court number 5? Because it's break points here for Brisniak. Full screen court 5 at the Seattle Tennis Club. If she breaks serve right here, Buckeyes are 1 game away. And so I do think we should lock in here on this match. Of course, it still feels like we have a good, I'd say at least 15 minutes left at Nordstrom, win or lose. 15 to an hour 15.
I love that you said that because that is 100% the truth.
But this is a massive moment here for the sophomore Brizniak. Again, it's the freshman Okotoye serving on the near side. She missed it. Little tight.
Little tight. All
right, Westhoff, give me a deciding point graphic here. This is a massive one for this Buckeye team as, again, Ohio State is looking to send a message. We are as good as any team in the country. Shelly Brizniak can help put the final stamp on that message here today. I'm all in. Push the chips.
Wow.
The physicality of Okotoye, who just plays that such smart point parry.
That was so smart. And we did talk about this during kickoff a little bit, that if you didn't see the score, you knew that was a deuce point. Of course that was a deuce point. That was ridiculous tennis.
So well done. Meanwhile, oh man, another deuce point goes the way of Dasha Viadmanova. So now 6-1, 6-5. That lead is so tentative. Meanwhile, we're going to go back to split screen. Let's throw those fives up in the air. Throw those fives up because Meg Kowalski now, boy, very quickly we could go from 1-all to 3-1 Georgia. God knows Viadmanova's been on the brink for about 2 hours, not 2 hours, but about 40 minutes now on court number 2. Meanwhile, Kowalski, she's also pulled things out with a ton of deuce point success. 6-3, 5-3. She leads the lefty freshman. Oh, excuse me, I said court 5, I meant court 4. I apologize, fans. Court number 4. It's a battle on 5, too, between Shu and Hurdle.
Yes.
I want to go over to court 4 right now as Kowalski's a game away. Yepifanova's a game away. We're going to stay here as if Brizniak drops this game. Now the comeback's back on for Auburn, right?
Right, and I mean, Auburn, just as you said, starting to grind, starting to give them some space and time in this match, and we're seeing it pay off.
So what did Okotoye do there? High and heavy.
High and heavy.
Well, there was,
high and heavy down the middle. She didn't give her the angle.
Yes. Couldn't agree more. Well said. It was noticeably down the center.
Yes.
Doesn't mean she didn't move this ball, by the way, she's doing here, but giving her so much margin on these targets.
Yes. Now that one just a little bit deep, but again, a good miss for her game style right now.
Meanwhile, the contrast between Blokina and Kowalski has been fascinating. And just so people know, this Nordstrom Tennis Center, it's 3 courts on one side of the facility, 3 courts on the other. My chair happens to be on the even side, which I think was just a coup, by the way. I think I won this trade today. At least match 1. It's match 1.
You did.
Let's be clear.
You did.
You win the doubles because you have. Anyways.
I did win the doubles because the doubles was on my side.
You're asking, it's like 3-2 parry right now in our individual duel match. It's a long day ahead, but.
We're not playing to 4?
No, this match has been the most. This match has been the most enjoyable because. Again, this is the truest contrast we have on the board right now.
Yes.
And Blokina, the freshman, Maccabi game champion. Shout out to my people.
Mm-hmm.
Lefty has just kept swinging despite the continued pressure from Kowalski.
The Maccabi games have become even more stacked year by year.
Yeah. Should have seen the 2010 field. Stacked. I'm not going to say who, but it was very funny. A couple of years ago at a national indoors, someone came up to me and said, "Hey, do you remember me?" And I was like, "Yeah, I beat you second round of Maccabi games when you were like 11 and I was 13.
Let's
or
go.
14. He goes, "You remember?" I was like, "Yeah, because you were supposed to be good. What happened?"
Let's
I
go.
said, "You lost to me."
We love those early career victories.
Yeah, no, he's like, "In fairness, Alex, you were done with puberty." I was like, "Yeah, all right, it's a good argument."
How old were you?
I think I was 14 and he was like 11 or 12.
Okay.
Quarterfinal, shout out me, 8-1.
Wow. Let's go.
So again, breaker now. Oh, excuse me, breaker. 30-15 coming up here for Brizniak. Meanwhile, Blokina does hold 4-4-5, so she will ask the question of Kowalski. Adeline Flack's up 5-3 in the second set on 6 for Auburn. They might earn the splits they need. And again, this is the issue. They built themselves a 90-minute hole to dig out of. Even if they force all these thirds, all Ohio State has to do is take one. But if you're Caroline Lilly, you came here to Seattle to find out what your team is made of. This 47-minute stretch from 10:30 to now, we've seen what they're made of, and I'm impressed.
That's a great point. And I mean, from my perspective, still looking at the scoreboard, seeing that 3 on the Ohio State, still 0 for Auburn, but it's not what it looks like.
By the way, let's head back over to court number 2, please. No. Never mind. Let's stay on 4. Ignore me, Westhoff. Yepafanova held for 6 all. So it's going to be a breaker on 2. Still too early anywhere else. No clear pathway to the finish line yet here at Nordstrom. Meanwhile, again, Brizniak gets the hold for 6 all. So this is it. The breaker on 5. Can Ohio State get off the court with no drama? And by the way, it was an overrule on court 5 that sends us to this breaker.
Things are getting spicy here. Blokina playing fantastic defense there. That's unlike her, being such an aggressive player, but now able to play defense. We're seeing in college these players really develop and have different weapons. I mean, she was an offensive player, but just showing that ability to scramble a little there.
Very well said. Again, breaker right now. Deciding things on 5. Alex Gruskin, Perry Shine in here. We'll be here all weekend long. 2 more fantastic. Again, Kowalski serving for the match. Georgia just has not been able to get off court, whether it's court 4, whether it's court 2 here. Stanford Cardinal continue to fight.
Blokina just racket head speed is off the charts right now.
It's a roar from Blokina.
Yes.
So it's break points coming up. Meanwhile, again, Brizniak wins this breaker. She sends the Buckeyes to the quarterfinals. There's the roar from Blokina, so that's a break back. We go quickly over to court number 2 as a second set breaker will decide the set between the Ovas, Yepafanova, Vianmanova, course, now feels like the perfect time to remind all of you, if you are looking for competitive playing opportunities this summer, U.S. sports camps provide opportunities for coaches and their assistants to make great supplemental income and create jobs. You know what I like? Creating jobs. I like money in my pocket as well. That's what U.S. sports camps provide, and they handle the administrative portion of running camps so coaches can focus on the tennis. Shout out to U.S. sport camps, sponsors of this ITA National Indoors. You imagine some of these players spent some time at some tennis camps over the years, don't you, Perry?
Oh, of course. I mean, tennis camps were, it was where you were when you were at nationals. There were two places that we were in the summer. It was tennis camps or nationals.
They say everyone does a term of service, right? Everyone at some point coached at their local. If you were good enough, you coached at your local camp at some point.
Of course.
All of us, our first jobs.
A lot of these girls, after freshman year, we usually go back to our childhood tennis camp and coach a little.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a fun way to give back.
That's when that private lesson goes from $25 an hour to, oh, you now play for Brown? Yeah, $75. That work? Yeah, exactly. A little triple.
Can't say I ever charged that much for a lesson. But oh, some people did.
I charged $7. Yeah, solid $7.
No, now that you have the analysis on all the college tennis players, you should be charging more.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You think I talk to anyone for free nowadays? Please.
Yeah, that's why I'm paying you to be here.
All right, focus. We're 2 here. Yep, up and over, looking to force the split. Meanwhile, 3-all on the turn. 5-all Blokina, again, managed for Stanford, the freshman. 4th set number 2. Keep that matchup going. No break leads in any second sets right now at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. Meanwhile, Danielle Wilson looks like she's going to get things back to 5-all on court number 6. Adeline Flack was serving for the set there for Auburn. Still is, technically.
Like Choi playing smart, not necessarily getting the most depth on the ball, but again, giving no angles here. That's the way to play.
Wilson, by the way, did break 4-5 also. Buckeyes, things reopening for the Buckeyes. I think there's a long injury timeout, by the way, on court number 1 for Sydney Ratliff. That third set yet to get underway. It'll be full third sets, obviously, here this weekend.
And that would be big for Danielle Wilson and really solidifying her spot here at Ohio State.
And even then, I don't know if it will. I know we're going to see Marzal this weekend at some point, right? She's been too good at that number 6 spot.
Correct. I mean, just looking at her history at the 6th spot, she's earned it through her history.
2 years ago, 22-3 at that spot.
Correct. Alex Gruskin here, the walking dictionary of college tennis.
I want to say some people spend their time doing relevant things, right? How do I cure cancer? What does a T cell do? You know, again, how do I ensure my mitochondria are firing? For me, it's memorizing college tennis results. Come on now.
I mean, we let the college tennis players themselves study these subjects while we study them.
Exactly.
It works.
If I need a doctor, I'll find one.
Right.
4-all in each of these breakers. Meanwhile, man, Caroline Ansari's closing out on the finish line. Hop back over there in a moment.
If we talk about perhaps one of the most impressive performances of this morning, I would say Caroline Ansari.
For sure.
Just her never say die attitude.
No, and Angelica Blake.
And Blake.
I think she's probably your number 1 performer. Her and Coley Allen, just because how good they were in singles and doubles today.
Correct.
Now, it's too early to call them the players of the match. Got to see where things finish.
We've got to see where things finish.
Those are the 2 that have caught my eye.
And then, of course, if we have either a clincher in either of these matches, that we'll question that ranking as well.
Well, let's try it again. It's match points number 36 and 37 coming up for Dasha Villanueva.
Literally.
Yeah, and then I think it's match point 8.
Right? I have 9. Is it 9?
No, 9.
Okay.
Good math by you. Match point 9 coming up for Villanueva, because of course it is.
Right.
Meanwhile, again, still Okotoye 5-4 lead on court 5. If court 2 ends, Westhoff here, go immediately full on 5, please. Man, and credit to Okotoye. You're like, again, if you're learning anything, it's the fight. This freshman's got backed. And
Yepifanova staying alive.
All right, you handle the right, I got the left.
All right, here we go.
Brizniak, come on. Finds all the angles, does Brizniak. Beautiful forehand cross for 5-all.
Oh, give me a break. Yepifanova with that forehand down the line. She is just playing fearless tennis. Defending 2 more match points, bringing the total, I believe, to 11 match points defended.
Meanwhile, Sarah Choi just played the point of the day over on court number 6. And she breaks for 5-4, so Stanford's now a game away on 6. Apologies, sometimes you miss things. You might have seen it. You can see it on the corner of your screen ever so slightly on 2. Oh my God, that was money joy. You see that, the lob there on your screen. You watch it out of the corner of your eye as this 5-all point grinds on.
Now Yepifanova, number 41 in the country, but she is playing like a top 10 player with her fight, with this battle. Here we go, 6-all, 6-all, 6-all.
It's match point, dual match point in Seattle. Do we go full screen or will you kill me?
I don't know.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. We can see it.
Was that in from Yepifanova? Does that give her a set point? Did she miss that?
She missed it.
She just barely missed it. All right, Yepifanova, can she defend match point number 12?
Oh my God. No, 12's the magic number. What a finish. One of your tennis point matches of the day, no doubt. Villanueva, 6-1-7-6. It is 2-1 Georgia. Quickly full screen on 5. Westhoff, the match point Brizniak. It goes wide. Ohio State, your first team to the National Indoor Quarterfinals. 4-0 victory. Buckeyes knock out the Auburn Tigers. I'll tell you what, that match much closer in the end than the scoreline indicates. But let's be clear, this Ohio State team is very much separating themselves here early, Perry.
Yes, I mean, in the 4-0 scoreline, it really says we're here to play. We're here to go far in this tournament, and this is day 1 for us. This is not a day 2 or day 3 match. This is a day 1 match. They're ready to go.
So we head back over to court 4 at Nordstrom. Ohio State 4-0 victory. They await the winner of A&M and San Diego. Matchup, I believe, coming up next at the Seattle Tennis Club. So that's your first match. Now we head over to court number 4. Meg Kowalski is serving to make it a 3-1 Georgia lead. Now, here's the thing. That 3-1 lead may be very tentative. In fact, Westhoff, if you can, give me a split screen here at Nordstrom with court 6, as Sarah Choi is currently 2 points away.
Sarah Choi, who's just been playing beautiful
tennis. Oh, my God. Some of these things you've seen on this court.
Yes.
It's been a back and forth slugfest. In fact, court number 6 has match points now. Match points, double match point on 4. Nope, jump the gun. Let's try that again. Ball goes out, double match. That is very much out. I agree with Meg Kowalski. So it's double match points coming up, Westhoff. We're a little ahead on court 6 here. Spoiler alert, I apologize. But Westhoff, when you're ready, give me that Match point. There you see the double fault. Give me that match point sound effect, please. Big down the line, called wide. Blokina does not like it, but it's not going to matter. And just like that, by the way, 2 matches off the board. It is 3-2 Georgia. The 3-5 win from the veteran Meg Kowalski. Then for Stanford, it's the old reliable Sarah Choi. Makes it 3-2 now overall. Georgia leads. Let's go split screen with our last 2 matches. We can set the scene here. And who would you rather be right now? That's the million-dollar question. As we turn to courts 1 and 5, Alex Gruskin here with the great Perry Shannon. Perry, this is exactly how we thought these matches would be ending today. Not the 4-0 we saw at the Seattle Tennis Club, but 3-2, and yet it's Stanford. First sets on our 2 remaining courts. I ask you, Perry, who would you rather be right now?
Oh gosh, I'm still going to go with Stanford. With the way that this score is looking, I'm still going to go with Stanford. I mean, the Cardinal dropping a heartbreaking doubles point that really was theirs for most of it. This match might come down to that. They might be unhappy tonight because of that doubles point.
Well, as we like to say, we're either 20 minutes or an hour away.
Correct.
Either way, Duke's going to start, although now they're going to start warming up on that far side. Duke, Oklahoma, as we do have a full open bank. And so they'll actually get their warm-up underway. So they'll try to start that matchup relatively on time. But we're 1 match in. I will guarantee you, Perry, we are going to be behind here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. Now, the good news is action's going to continue at Seattle at noon. At worst, that match will start at 12:05. Again, that battle going to be between Texas A&M and San Diego. We'll get to that one as soon as it begins.
That one also an interesting matchup. We have a lot to talk about with that.
Final thoughts, by the way, as we look here at that Oklahoma match. Do you have Oklahoma match at that Ohio State victory? Any particular insights?
Yeah, Ohio State is solid, and when they're tested, they're still solid. That's the thing, is Auburn tested them, and none of these matches are easy, and that was quote unquote on paper an easy match. We saw the grind that went into that. My final thought is actually, generically, this is going to be a good tournament full of matches that are not over till they're over.
4-0, and it took 2.5 hours. Let's go full screen on 5. This is an inflection point. Valencia Shu gets out of this, pack the bag. You know, again, you can see a world where Stanford gets out in 20 minutes. If Valencia Shu drops this set, we're here for at least another hour.
Yes. Valencia Shu playing so tough this match.
Oh, still a second chance. All that work. Sophomore Valencia Shu.
We have a deuce point here, 5-4 in the second.
And I'm nervous. It's a deuce point, set point.
Alex, I've been nervous since 8:30 this morning.
I know. Last night it's 4 a.m. I'm turning around and thinking, am I playing tomorrow? What is going on? Grab your snacks. Order lunch now.
Order lunch and maybe dinner.
Yeah.
We're going to a third set.
Feels like it's going to be a 4 coffee sort of day, Perry.
It does.
We head to set number 3 now here on Court 5. That ensures we're going to be here for at least, I would say, another 45 minutes, folks. As again, 3-2 now overall lead for Georgia. That said, third set coming up on 5. Right now, it's Connie Ma here, 7-5, 4-3 lead for the NCAA singles finalist. On court number 1, if you're just joining us, Alex Gruskin, Perry Shinen here.
And it's interesting. Connie Ma has played one match in each of the first 3 single spots for the Cardinal.
So Stanford, by the way, if you were here, up 4-1 early in double sets on courts 1 and 2. Georgia flipped the script on court 2. And ultimately, the Bulldogs take the doubles point, wins at the 2 and 3 positions. Georgia then gets straight set wins, albeit complicated, at the number 2 and 4 singles spot. Stanford senior Sarah Choi delivering a victory at 6. Angelica Blake doing the same at 3. That's how we are where we are. And of course, Ohio State, complicated, but still shutout 4-0 victory over Auburn, your first winners on the day. Of course, next matchup again at that Seattle Tennis Center will be Texas A&M taking on San Diego. As soon as that match begins, we'll throw that up on the split screen for all of you. It's a never-ending day here today, Perry.
No.
Never ending.
And we're just starting.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny. We'll go do Tennis Channel broadcasts, and shout out to our friends at TC. It'll be like 3-hour, 4-hour shifts. And like everyone's like, oh, I'm dead. I'm like, really? I'm like, wait till the indoors.
You're like, I'm used to having 43 more hours in my broadcast.
No, I'm like, I'm usually 4 hours is quarter 1. It's like we just finished our first duel.
Yes.
Yeah.
We just finished our first game of doubles.
Depends who's playing, right? I don't think this shoe match is ever going to end.
Ugh, Connie Ma, she feels that she's close. That's when it starts to get...
She's pressing a little.
Pressing.
You can see it in her body language.
But again, even when Connie Ma's pressing, just to say that her arms still stay loose, and that's something that's vital for a player of her caliber. Big serve from Leah Ma. We have a deuce point here. Just a vital moment for both of these players. I mean, again, Bulldogs up 3-2 in this match. So Bulldogs need 1 more. Stanford needs 2 more.
And now you probably shift to the point where you'd rather be Georgia.
I agree.
Because they have that 3rd point on the board. Now they've earned that split on 5. Things have gotten just a little bit complicated. And by the way, the billing of these top 2 singles courts, Ma versus Ma, Battle of the Ovas, they've delivered.
Oh my gosh.
As good as advertised.
Absolutely.
Gunned.
There it is.
That's ridiculous.
Leah Ma ranked 11 in the country, and we
yeah,
see why.
Okay.
These two can play some tennis.
No doubt about that. Of course, Leah Ma missed the last month of last season. You felt her absence, so it was such a pronounced feeling for the Georgia team. You just can't replace someone like that. By the way, of course, we've already got that third set going on court 5. We haven't even entertained the possibility if this match on 1 goes 3.
We have not entertained that
Yeah, now we're
possibility,
here
but
for
it
4 hours.
does exist.
As you see the double fault, 30-15, excuse me, 15-30. Little window here for Ma. Georgia's Leah Ma, I should say. No, that landed good. Never mind. So Ma goes wide.
Wow.
2, 3 breakpoint chances now. Coming up for the Bulldogs. And by the way, 1 break of serve. All of a sudden, Leah Ma's serving for the set. All of a sudden.
This has been a quick change of momentum.
Yeah, we're headed to the decider. This is the first time since doubles Georgia's had the full flight of the momentum on their side.
First time since the end of doubles, can we say.
And that's a break. Leah Ma will serve for the set here on court number 1. This is where you almost wonder for this, Stanford team was supposed to play Pepperdine last weekend. Just 3 matches under their belt thus far. Now, Georgia's got 4, but they went on the road to Ohio State. They went on the road against North Carolina. Let's go split screen now the rest of the way. Courts 1 and 5. Super producer Daniel West up so we don't miss anything happening on these 2 courts. Again, 1-0 early lead. Valencia Shu actually got the break to kick things off on court 5. But remember, Stanford needs both. Georgia only needs 1. And this Georgia team lost, I believe, quarterfinals. No, I think they lost first round last year. National Indoor State.
Valencia State didn't even make this tournament. Crazy.
Although, let's remind everyone who didn't make it the tournament last year. NCAA semifinalist Duke.
Correct.
Knocked out by Oklahoma during the kickoff weekend. Now, of course, that's our next round of 16 matchup here at Nordstrom. For those curious, again, by the way, I know it's the same last name. And there have been some questions in the chat. SU, that's Stanford University. SU, that top Ma, that's Connie Ma. Leah Ma for Georgia. Obviously the UGA moniker next to her as well. So it's Connie Ma with the 7-5-4-5 lead, just to clarify.
And with uniforms, Leah Ma is the one serving now with the orange.
Yes, thank you. Perfect. Yeah, so the serving markers now. Thank you. Good note by you, Claire. I appreciate that. As you see, by the way, Valencia Shu with the 2-love break consolidated lead. Just that long.
Leah Ma wins the backhand battle at that point.
It's interesting. When I watch Connie Ma, I think her game, like, what's her biggest strength? I'd say she's 1 shot better than her.
I would agree, and I still say the looseness of her arm. I say she's going to be looser than you on a big point, and that's what's going to make the ball fall in for her.
But right now, she's really struggling to hurt Leah.
She is.
Like, it's noticeable. Just again, the lack of a clear-cut weapon.
Yeah.
So good at everything. Yeah, Ma's making her earn it. Dare I say the Leah Ma serves the biggest weapon on the court right now.
I was just about to say that Leah Ma has really established herself with the serve. Now, physically, Leah Ma is a bit of a bigger presence out there, which is also helping her right now.
And all of a sudden, well, here you go. Really pushing those tennis point rankings now. Of course, Tennis Point title sponsor the ITA Collegiate Tennis Rankings, ITA Summer Circuit, official retail partner of the ITA. You have 2 top 15 players on court. Ma versus Ma. Right now it's Georgia's Leah Ma, 4 set points to send her match to a deciding set. Give me that deciding point graphic, Westow. Oh, you already beat me to it. So we're going the distance on 1 via Ma.
That was a quick turnaround at the end of that set.
So we're never going to, again, we're not starting on time.
No.
Unless they elect to start the doubles over here, which they might end up doing. I've seen it done before. We'll ask, actually. Man, all of a sudden, the answer is very clear, Perry, who you'd rather be.
Oh,
Georgia Bulldogs.
Georgia Bulldogs, yeah.
Establishing some momentum. Again, it's worth noting.
Valencia Shu had that down the line open, went for it. Was a good miss, a bit tentative there.
So now Anya Hurtle. And again, on each of these courts, serving markers incorrect. White tops is Georgia. Just to be clear for all of you at home, white tops is Georgia. Hurtle is serving now, down a break. Again, as we saw, those serving markers incorrect as well. Also, you see it. The big thing to keep in mind, SU is Stanford, UGA is Georgia.
Correct. Right. The score is correct if you ignore the serving marker.
Yeah.
The
Exactly.
little blue dot. Just ignore the blue dot. Beautiful forehand inside in there.
So Hurtle holds 4-1-2 still. It's sophomore Valencia Shu with the break lead here early. Third set, court number 5. We head back over to court number 1. Again, battle of the Ma's. It's Connie Ma, the sophomore, NCAA singles finalist last year for Stanford, serving on the far side of your screen. Alex Gruskin, Perry Scheiden here, eagerly awaiting the start of match number 3. Over at the Seattle Tennis Club, Texas A&M taking on San Diego. Looks like that match should start on time. 12 o'clock, maybe a 12:03 first serve.
We're seeing these backhand rallies between all 4 of these girls left on court. Just really solid backhands. Often in college tennis, that's the shot that you want to hit because their forehands are often bigger and backhands are more solid. So we're seeing that solid backhand cross-court rally there. And again, Connie Ma serving for Stanford in the red top. Leah Ma returning for Georgia in the white top. Leah Ma doing a great job of stepping in right now. Connie Ma struggling with the depth a little bit, just really trying to find her range again in this third set after leading in the second set, having some chances to get even bigger of a lead, get closer to the finish line, did not get it. Now we find ourselves in the third set.
It's a quick break. It's a sloppy game, dare I say, out of Connie Ma.
For a top 3 player, that was a bit of a sloppy game.
So again, Leah Ma now 1-love break of serve lead here on court number 1. Meanwhile, Valencia Shu again continuing to nurse that break lead. It's sophomores versus seniors. No, Hurdle might be a junior. Hold that thought. No, sophomores versus seniors. I stand by it. Hurdle the senior, Ma the senior, Shu, Connie Ma for Stanford, both sophomores. By the way, super producer Dayton, last off, let's go split screen when we can. Action on court 1 resuming as well. We'll just show these third sets for you. Again, serving markers wrong on both courts. Stanford serving on each.
Or rather, Georgia's serving on number 1 singles.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes. In other words, just ignore the markers.
Or just flip them.
Mm-hmm.
Just flip the blue.
Well, that would be
dot.
easier. But that's above our pay grade.
That is true.
Yeah.
So early in this third set, it's just vital to really establish yourself, almost as if it's a new match. When I was playing, we used to say third set is almost a new match. You're out there, it's a new match. It's 6. It's a new match to 6.
Look at the court position difference in Hurdle and Shu.
Yes.
Called good by Shu. So Hurdle gets the break back. 2-all now. By the way, I think we just corrected our marker. Shout out to the correction on court 5. It is indeed Hurdle serving 2-all. Yes. We're almost there on court 1. Georgia serving up 1-love, up 30-15. You can tell, though, Georgia's on top of the baseline, right? They're inside that baseline almost. It feels like they continue to be the ones changing direction down the line. Meanwhile, this Stanford team, I mean, again, it feels like if we see their players, it's barely just on the edges of our screen. They're the ones ceding so much court positioning.
Correct. Georgia's really playing better indoor tennis right now than Stanford. Now, if this match was outdoors, we might be seeing different results, but Georgia just able to take that time away from Stanford.
This is what it's all about, by the way.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah.
And also, this match right here might be won in this lull moment early on in the third set. This is the time when players can't lose focus, and it's so easy to lose focus. It's a huge serve from Leah from Georgia. Again, that was Leah Ma on the white top who just served there to hold. Now Leah Ma from Georgia is up 2-love in the third set.
Also, it's a superficial thing. Am I crazy to think Georgia's been a little louder on their bench so far? Like, it just feels like their energy. There's a little more urgency to the bench members of this Georgia team. And Westhoff, I don't know if we'll save it actually for the changeover show where these two teams are positioned, where they position themselves.
That's not wrong though. And especially here, I mean, we're 3 hours into this match. Energy is everything. It's so important to keep the energy. It's almost a robotic-like energy that you have to have, both on the bench and as a player.
Dare I say it's Rolex time. Of course, Rolex, the official timepiece of the ITA. This is the clutch money time.
Yes. And anyone who watched Tennis Channel like me growing up, we know the Rolex commercials are there. Especially the iconic one with Roger Federer celebrating his achievements. Rolex would say, a crown for every achievement. My sister and I would watch those endlessly.
You've seen it once or twice?
Oh, yes, we know them by heart. We know the Tennis Channel commercials by heart.
That's what I like to hear. See, I always make fun of the minute clinics. Like Mark Lucero's become a friend. That's not a humble brag. He's not that cool. But he's always on those minute clinics.
We love the minute clinics.
I talk about his lob. I was like, you hit the worst lob I've ever seen in that. Like in the minute clinic, the lob you hit is awful. Yeah. But
we love the minute
period.
clinics.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
That's good.
In My Tennis Life, also a classic.
Yeah, of course. So, all right. Connie Ma's in some trouble.
Now I see Connie Ma getting back in this match through Leah Ma's potential errors.
Yeah.
Because right now Leah Ma's dictating, and Connie doesn't have an answer at the moment.
That's the serve. That's the one we saw in warm-ups.
Yes.
Needs to win a few more
Just
free
cracked
points.
that one out wide, yeah.
So we see that now. Meanwhile, how about this hurdle from 2-love down? Game point chances now for 3-2 for Georgia on court number 5. Meanwhile, worth noting, warm-ups officially completed over at the Seattle Tennis Club.
Yes, so we're only minutes away from seeing San Diego take on Texas A&M.
Two teams, an indoor facility, nowhere in sight on their central campuses, and yet both going to be asked to play, of course, indoors here today. Oh, no, shoot. Pulls it. So that's 3 in a row for hurdle.
Wow, we're seeing Georgia really just grab this momentum on both courts.
3, they're playing looser of the 2. So now it's 3-2 hurdle leads on serve for what it's worth on 5. But that's 3 straight games. Meanwhile, it could be double break. Connie Ma goes down on court number 1. NCAA defending NCAA finalist needs to just find a little something here. Meanwhile, we're going to stay now here. When you're ready, super producer Daniel Westoff, get that San Diego court number 1 prepared for us. Well, now George is in command. Double break, 3-love lead for Ma. It's taken 9 of the last 13 games. And again, was what? Down 4-3. Won 3 in a row. So that's 6 in a row now. A little 6-love set just sprinkled in here. 3-love double break lead. Georgia now up on the Cardinal. And we'll head over to court number 5 where we're 3-2 on serve. But as soon as they're on court, super producer Daniel Westoff, bring me to court number 1 in Seattle as well. We'll work the split screen. And A&M taking on San Diego. A&M lost just 2 matches in the 2022 season. Round of 16, 4-3 to Cal. NCAA at last year's indoors, NCAA quarterfinals, 4-3 loss to Oklahoma.
Ended up being the finalist that year.
Of course. I feel like last year, if Tatiana Makarova doesn't roll her ankle, I honestly think A&M wins the national title. I think they were that good last season.
I know you picked them to win it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My, it's not exactly a new take. Crack Rackets fans know how strong that program has been. And again, right now, Stanford's kind of fighting to stay alive. Connie Ma just looking for any sort of rhythm. Meanwhile, you can hear in the background Oklahoma out on court. They're hooting, they're hollering. They're doing the things they love to do. But Valencia Shu's staying alive. She's doing her job.
Yep.
Again, you got to block out what's happened on the court next to her. You see Connie Ma, corner of your screen. She's currently down 3-love, double break.
Now here at Nordstrom, really feeling a drop in the energy from both matches.
No, fatigue's starting to set in.
Of course.
No doubt about that. And I don't know if it's a drop in energy or a rise in nervousness. Like, I know the sense of it. I think the silence is conveying the fact that both these teams are tight. Like, it's crunch time.
That's a really interesting take. Yeah, could be. Yeah.
Meanwhile, 12 o'clock action underway at the Seattle Tennis Center. The good news is it keeps us rocking and rolling here. As right now, A&M taking on San Diego here on court number 1. It's Carson Brandstein. Partnered with Mary Stoyana. Brandstein serving on the near side of your screen. Brandstein, Stoyana taking on the San Diego duo. Goldsmith Evans. Goldsmith. Redshirt junior. California. Kaylee Evans coming over, of course, from Texas Tech. To transfer this past offseason, she has been a rock at the 6 singles spot for these Toros, who it was unclear checking the history if this was their first time at this event. It was their first time qualifying, though, through the kickoff weekend. A massive moment for that San Diego program.
Absolutely. And I mean, Kaylee Evans, 51 in the country, 4-0 this spring. So she has a lot going for her. And being a transfer from a very different program, I mean, Texas Tech to San Diego, it's a far jump. It's interesting.
No doubt about that. Meanwhile, Stoyana with the banger. Puts that one away. You see Valencia Shu does hold for 3-all. Westoff, come go over to court number 1 in Nordstrom. It's a game point that almost feels like a match point for Leah Ma. Leah Ma right now down love 3, 30-40. double game point chances coming up here for Georgia's Leah Ma serving on the near side of your screen. Again, Georgia rocking the white tops today. Stanford's in the red.
Right, and Leah Ma serving for Georgia.
There it is. So much better.
Yeah.
So much better from Connie Ma. Who's going to right back to that ad side, by the way. This feels like a match point almost. Again, Connie gets this. Maybe momentum starts building.
It's hard. She's dug herself a bit of a hole this third set.
Ace wide? Are you
Huge
kidding
serve.
me?
Oh my gosh.
There's clutch and then there's clutch.
Mm-hmm.
That was the ladder.
And to have, now you see, we're seeing a bit of the difference in lack of weapons versus having weapons. With Leah Ma with that big serve, she didn't even have to play that deuce point. What a privilege.
Gripped and ripped.
Yes.
No doubt about that. So 4-love here. Meanwhile, again, you see A&M the 1-love lead on court number 1. Again, that's Brandstein, Stoyana taking on Evans and Goldsmith. Let's go over to court number 2 over at the Seattle Tennis Club. I want to introduce each of the members of these teams. You've got for A&M here at this number 2 double spot. Boy, talk about a luxury. JC Goldsmith, part of the top-ranked doubles duo in the country for much of last season as she partnered with the aforementioned Tatiana Makarova, JC Goldsmith, who, by the way, no relation to Elizabeth Goldsmith of San Diego, or at least not sisters, maybe distant cousins. I don't know how many Goldsmiths there are, but Goldsmith, the senior, partnered with the transfer Selma Ewing. Always nice to bring over an All-American. They're taking on the San Diego duo. Philippa Brew-Syverson, sophomore out of Chatham, New Jersey. She's partnered with the senior out of Belgium, Victoria Kalazitis. Tell you what, though, credit to Connie Ma. She's not quite going away. And honestly, I'm going to throw a hot take at you.
Mm-hmm.
You think that ace out wide maybe pissed her off? You think maybe now we see from Connie, like, all right, forget that. You're not beating me like that.
Maybe instead of pissed her off, maybe it woke her up.
Yeah, that's even better.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's tough. I mean, since being up 4-3 in the second, we've seen this
malaise
kind of,
almost.
Yes, yes, this drop from Ma. But as you said, it could be nerves.
Mm-hmm. Connie Ma just hold 4-1-4, not messing around. Let's go back to court number 5 there. Meanwhile, again, still very early in this A&M USD doubles. I believe A&M dropped just 2 doubles points in total last season as well. Texas A&M 2 losses last year. Both of them, for what it's worth, came on indoor courts. Obviously, round of 16 indoors, NCAA quarterfinals played indoors in Champaign. A&M no indoor facility on campus, obviously similar for the University of San Diego.
Correct.
So it'll be interesting to see who comes out maybe a little sloppy, who comes out more prepared of the two.
Right, and I mean, the question is, when did they get this indoor experience?
Sure.
You know, when did they get that indoor experience this spring and in practice too? And I know head coach Mark Weaver said they were going to Dallas to practice a little bit indoors, so we'll see if they come into that match with that indoor rep.
Of course, A&M forced to play inside on the kickoff weekend due to rain. They had to drive all the way to Waco, play that match at the Baylor campus. A 4-2 win for A&M, ultimately over. They play in the kickoff final. Don't tell me. I can do this. A&M beat Florida 4-2.
Before I could even check my notes, Alex, the walking dictionary of college tennis.
I should have closed my eyes and see it for a second. Yeah,
there's no one like it.
I see the slam tennis page. That's look out there. Meanwhile, how about this? That Ma versus Ma match may not even matter. Tanya Hurtle can sustain her aggression, momentum. Man, that Valencia shoe forehand's interesting.
Unconventional, but aggressive.
Nice and a little close to her body. And able to get after it. That's a beautiful combination. And aggressive. That's the key. Aggressive.
It's more the mindset now at this point in a match like this. It's the mindset. If you're seeing them move forward, they don't have to make it perfect. And we saw that with Valencia Shoe again. Smart. Didn't have to be perfect there.
By the way, you saw Ewing Goldsmith hold for 1-all. Let's go over to court number 3 at the Seattle Tennis Club. I want to introduce everything. How about this? Interesting doubles duo at the number 3 spot for this A&M team. They go Gianna Pilette, the sophomore Pilette. She's partnering with Mia Kupris. Now, that's who they submitted.
That is who they submitted, and they are 4-0 this spring.
Yeah.
So
I thought we might see Smetnikov, though, the freshman. I thought we might see Morales, the other sophomore. Interesting that they're going to go with Pilette here. Oh, all that means to me, maybe, is that Smetnikov's playing singles. That would be the big thing I'd look for. Because I think Coach Weaver, speaking with him on the Cracked Interviews podcast this week, he's looking for opportunities for everyone.
Well, Spitanikov is 4-0 this spring in singles. So she's definitely proven herself on the singles court for the Aggies.
That's something to keep in mind, although you see here on your screen, San Diego, very early, but the early 2-love lead here, although game points for Mia Kupris, who Coach Weaver says all of College Tennis Nation will come out of this weekend knowing the name Mia Kupris. He's very, very confident in his freshman, who I believe we'll see at a career-high spot, number 4 in the singles lineup later today. I mean, to push J.C. Goldsmith to 5. You better be playing well. Meanwhile, how about this? Massive deuce point coming up. Break point coming up on court number 5. Oh, and again, what do we see when Shu moves forward? She's having success, Perry.
Right. And as I said, it's interesting. She's not making the volleys perfect, but they're good enough. And again, Hertel, who loves to play aggressive, doesn't love to play defense as much, we're seeing. She's not a scrambler. She's definitely one that likes to step in.
We have double deuce right now. Westhoff, as soon as we're done on 5, I would greatly appreciate you taking us to court 1 at Nordstrom, as it's a double deuce moment coming up here. It's one Stanford probably needs both.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, right now.
Especially at the number 1 spot.
Yeah, not probably. Yeah, otherwise, Georgia's 1 game away.
Yeah.
Hot take, by the way. They need to avoid the 5s. Wow, that goes wide. That's huge. So let's go quickly over to 1 now. Shu does her part for 4-all. Can Connie Ma just get that break? It's the 2nd straight game she's had a deuce point, break point chance here in the 3rd. Either way, we're sticking around at 3. I apologize. No change there. Focused, obviously, at the Stanford-Georgia match. No, Connie Ma misses the return. So it's 5-1 Georgia. Wow, Leah Ma. Wow, Perry. Wow.
You know, Leah Ma is not putting as many balls in as she should right now, and that's not easy. It's easy for us to sit up here and say that. I mean, who knows what's going through her mind right now, but definitely we talked about earlier how she looks light in pressure moments. Today doesn't look as light.
I got 2 things going through my mind right now. One, shout out to Sydney Sawyer. Cracked Racquets intern tuning in says San Diego made it to the indoors in the 90s, somewhere between 95 and 99. So we've narrowed the range.
Sydney,
yeah,
thank
shout
you.
out to SS.
Awesome.
We'll figure that out from there. I do also, that second shout out, we got a comment. I want to say, okay, yeah, about 1:49 Eastern time. So this was 10:49 a.m. Pacific. So about an hour and a half ago, Jason Leone appears Stanford, Georgia will come down to number 1 singles. Ohio State is on cruise control. Just stay focused. Jason, we got a third seat for you right here, my friend, if you want to come join us at the Nordstrom Tennis
Jason
Center.
will fly you out to Seattle. Let's go.
Well, I'm not flying you out. Yeah, but if you can get here on your own dime, I got a third seat for you right there. All right. Hold this point. I'm going to do, should we go split screen only Nordstrom? We're so close. I don't mean to be disrespectful to A&M San Diego. We're getting back to it. Of course, all our matches today brought to you by our friends at Wilson. Wilson, the official ball, racket, and accessory brand of the ITA. But yeah, let's go split screen. I love you, Seattle. We're going to go stay here, court 1 here at Nordstrom. And actually, if you want to go split screen with 5 West Stuff, please do go for it. Shout out to our friends, of course, at PlaySite, official live streaming partner of the ITA, providing our cameras here at Nordstrom. The net cords aren't going her way. The deuce points aren't going her way. It's just one of those days. Here for Connie Ma, who, by the way, the Stanford sophomore is the one serving on the near side of your screen. Leah Ma, senior for Georgia on the far side.
Meanwhile, Valencia Shu holding down the fort. 4-all, 30-all, third set.
It's a really good battle on 5.
Mm-hmm.
Good close by Connie. Oh my God. 5 is turned into a grind.
Too good from Shu. I mean, too good, too tough. She found a way to be aggressive at that point.
And I'll tell you what, if Valencia Shu can get off the court, is that just the adrenaline boost? Is that just like again, Connie Ma's had break points in each of Leah Ma's last 2 service games.
I mean, the question is, of course, what can change the cadence of this match on court 1? And I would say, as you aptly said, if Shu can get off the court.
Yeah.
Maybe if Shu can pull this out quickly.
Ma gets a little more nervous. The errors start to pile up. Maybe it's a game point chance coming up.
Mm-hmm. Again, though, down 5-1. It's not easy. Not easy.
Oh, Leah Ma has found the line. So we're going full screen on 1. It's a match point coming up for Georgia. Senior Leah Ma.
Match point and match point here. That's 3-2.
Georgia's heading back to the quarterfinals. Leah Ma, 5-7, 6-4, 6-1. Upset number 1 of the day comes in match number 1 of the day. Wouldn't have it any other way. Georgia, 4-2 win over Stanford. That's the good stuff, Perry, is it not?
Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, Leah Ma ranked 11 in the country, taking down Connie Ma, ranked 3 in the country. NCAA singles finalist from last year. It's a big win. It's a big win on a big stage.
No, and this is one of those losses where, again, you ask yourself, Stanford, 3 matches coming into the indoors that Pepperdine match, which would have been a big catalyst for them just to get tested, rained out last weekend. We have not seen the best of this Stanford team yet. No one's writing them off moving forward, but I'll tell you what, for a Georgia team that, I'm going to say, got embarrassed in Columbus a week ago, Ohio State very well could have beaten them. Shouldn't have won 5 first sets in singles and just dominated the way they did. That's a sign of maturity. You watch them bounce back like that.
Yes. It's a sign of maturity and also senior leadership, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we're really seeing the upperclassmen here step up and lead the team.
So very, very well done right now. And it brings us back to the Seattle Tennis Club. Of course, we'll get to Oklahoma Duke round of 16, number 2 here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center in a moment. Right now it is all A&M here on courts 1 and 2, and you see Mary Stoyanov, Carson Brandstein on the far side of your screen, Brandstein on the deuce, Stoyanov on the ad. Again, they're taking on that San Diego duo, Kaylee Evans, Elizabeth Goldsmith.
Brandstein Stoyanov 3-0 so far this spring.
By the way, I believe that's Goldsmith serving here on the near side. All right, that's something on the board. 2-4 now. Still A&M up breaks here at 1. You know what we haven't done yet? Let's go split screen in Seattle. Super producer Daniel Westhoff. Split screen in Seattle. What's the song? Is it Sleepless in Seattle?
Sleepless in Seattle.
Yeah,
it's not a song. It's a rom-com.
Oh.
One of my favorite,
Okay.
Alex.
It's a rom-com. I was like, it's something. Anyways, we're going split screen in Seattle. That's the rom-com here. As there is a little romance, a little comedy in every college tennis match right now. The romance is if you're an A&M fan. 4-2 on 1, 4-1 on 2. Down a break, 3-2. Our Cooperson Pilot to San Diego duo sophomore Claudia De Las Harris, junior Jordan McBride. Mary Stoyanov, I'd say one of the rising stars of the fall. And
Absolutely. I grew up with Stoyana and her family. Lovely family.
she missed that. Yeah, Carson's going to know. Oh, she missed it. You did. I think that's what Coach is going to say as well.
Usually in that situation as a coach, you do want to diffuse it because, especially early in a match, I mean,
especially up 4-2.
Up 4-2, correct.
And by the way, we now see how valuable that doubles point is. Ohio State, things were getting tricky in three of the 6 singles matches for them, yet they got that doubles point off the court for Georgia. They dropped that doubles point. How different is that last half hour where instead of up 3-2, they're down 3-2, Ma's up a set, and 4-3, Shu's up a set there as well. Yeah.
After they dropped the doubles point. So just imagine if they had gotten it.
Critical point, and certainly will be all weekend long. Again, we go back to split screen here. Shout out to super producer Daniel Westhoff on the 1s and 2s. Makes all of this possible. 5-1 lead right now for A&M's Ewing and Goldsmith. God, is that good. That's the 2 doubles team. You see the lefty Goldsmith.
The swinging volley at the volleyer is one of the most effective shots in doubles. I mean, take it out of the air, go right at them.
And I say this lovingly. I don't mean this disrespectfully, but 2 doubles is a joke to Goldsmith. I mean, it just is. You know, again, her and Makarova were one of, if not the best team in college tennis last year.
Of course, right.
saw the best of everyone. This is just a luxury for her. Lob too good there from Goldsmith. And by the way, I'm sure she'll miss Makarova. How could she not? Tatiana and JC played such good doubles together, not just last year, but for 3 years consecutively.
Yeah.
And yet, can you imagine you go from one All-American to another? You're like, well, at least I'm replacing her with Selma Ewing.
I mean, not a bad replacement.
Yeah, exactly.
And you see, I mean, they click right away, and it makes sense because they're also both chameleons on the doubles court. Like, they can adjust to how their partner is playing, and we're seeing that a lot here.
I believe Coach Weaver was telling me these two played a little bit together in juniors as well.
Yes. It's always special to see those pictures from when the kids were younger and now in college and playing together on the same team. I mean, that's something that's very special. A lot of the cards have to align correctly for that to happen.
By the way, some big college tennis news. J.J. Wolf, 3-set win over Francis Tiafoe today. Wolf, part of the 2019 National Indoor Champion winning Buckeyes. It's just good times for college tennis everywhere.
Absolutely.
So it's a match point for the Aggies on 2. Goes wide. So they'll have to find another point. Kalitsis, I believe, through Syverson. How about this? San Diego does get a break back at 1. The Brandstein-Stoyan, as you see, right back on it. Break point chances to regain that 5-3 lead, and they do exactly that. So it's 5-3 now. Carson Brandstein will serve for the set. Meanwhile, credit to San Diego. They hold. Ask the question. 2-5 now. Over on court number 2 again for this San Diego team. A very impressive kickoff weekend, arguably as impressive as any you'll see across the country. I know Vanderbilt beat NC State. But you look for this San Diego team to go to Cal, beat Georgia Tech, beat Cal on the road. Not too shabby for San Diego head coach Nadia Abdallah in her first season on the job.
Yes. Now the question, of course, of this year is who will be the new Oklahoma? Like, who will make the run postseason? And so far, San Diego set themselves up to kind of be that underdog, be that team that, quote unquote, we haven't yet heard of that is breaking through.
I think that's a good guess. I think to some extent, Michigan, Ohio State just taking a leap forward.
That's interesting.
They're not the worst candidates. And then Vanderbilt, obviously, coming back. I know they're a blue blood traditionally. A couple down years. Head coach Aliki Subano seems to finally have them on the right track. By the way, should we ever get things back on schedule here at Nordstrom, they're the 3:30 match. Now, you imagine that'll be a little bit later now.
Likely a little bit later than 3:30.
Go ahead and say a tentative not before 4:30.
Correct.
Already on that one. Man, I'm impressed by A&M. It's just been consistent.
Yes. They have been one of the most consistent programs, and especially on the doubles court. I mean, just seeing them just dominate. Led by, of course, some of the best teams in the country.
Of course. Meanwhile, Grandstein gets a little trigger happy there. So it's break point chances back for San Diego. 3 of them at 1. For what it's worth, they are up a break 4-3 at 3. It's the San Diego team. And again, talking to Coach Abdallah prior to the start of this event, a conversation you can all go hear on the Cracked Interviews podcast feed. She didn't put the goals for this team in wins and losses. She said play 3 competitive matches. If we play that, we should end up in a winner's circle. She didn't want to see any lulls from her team. And the big thing, don't be starstruck. Don't play a terrible 20 minutes that you can't recover from. Credit to the San Diego team that throughout.
Yes. And as you said, 20 minutes is all it takes to really get yourself in a hole.
Especially in dubs.
Oh, yeah.
Dubs, it takes 2 bad minutes.
Dubs, it takes 2 bad points.
Yeah. Very well said. And now we see it. I believe the deuce point's coming up. It's a deuce point match point. It actually might be a double deuce point match point coming up here. Let's see. Goes wide. A&M takes the doubles. 6-2 win from Ewing and Goldsmith at the number 2 spot, followed by a frisky 6-3 win for Mary Stoyana and Carson Brandstein. And so, third-seeded A&M, 1-0 lead over San Diego at the Seattle Tennis Club. That leads to our first natural 5-minute break of the day. We're going to take that. Perry's sick of my voice. We're going to give her 5 minutes to decompress as well. But any initial reaction to our first 3.5-hour run, Perry?
Let's go. I'm ready for more.
Exactly. So we'll make this break quick. Again, 12:45 Oklahoma Duke starting at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. We also will have the continuation of this A&M and San Diego match. Now, before we go, just want to remind all of you, this ITA National Indoor event is brought to you by World Tennis Number. It's the exclusive official rating of the ITA and college tennis. The ITF World Tennis Number provides a global rating standard for tennis players using a 40-to-1 scale, with 40 being a beginner, myself, 1 being an elite professional, Perry. The scale is for all players, regardless of age, gender, or ability. Players will have separate ITF World Tennis Numbers for singles and doubles. Perry, 152 countries have agreed to become part of the WTN rating system, which now has 1.4 million player profiles, all of which you can find on worldtennisnumber.com. All college tennis players are assigned to WTN as the ITA shares college match results with the ITF. You can find WTNs for college players on the ITA's WeAreCollegeTennis.com website. With all of that said, we're rolling on. Perry Shinen, Alex Gruskin, continuing our coverage. Day number 1 of these 2023 Division I ITA Women's National Indoor Championships.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go.
Tennis can change the world.
Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go.
Tennis can change the world.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out! Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Introducing A-Peak Tennis and A-Peak Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that A-Peak does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate A-Peak's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use A-Peak, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate A-Peak's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun. For health. For life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
Go to the net, it's easier.
So at Oklahoma State, we've always prided ourselves on having one of the premier tennis facilities in the country, One of the aspects that wasn't living up to that was our indoor lighting, and so we partnered with Sports Interiors, who had the reputation of being the best in the business, and they were the easiest for us to work with. Dan and his group came in from day one and gave us a plan that would allow us to have the best lighting. And with us hosting the 2020 NCAA National Championships, that's what we wanted. We wanted to showcase our tennis facility as being one of the best in the country and being a venue that would allow us to host the best championship possible.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go.
Tennis can change the world.
Come on.
This is tennis too.
Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out. Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Introducing A-Peak Tennis and A-Peak Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that A-Peak does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate A-Peak's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use A-Peak, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate A-Peak's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun. For health. For life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
Go to the net, teacher.
So at Oklahoma State, we've always prided ourselves on having one of the premier tennis facilities in the country. One of the aspects that wasn't living up to that was our indoor lighting, and so we partnered with Sports Interiors, who had the reputation of being the best in the business, and they were the easiest for us to work with. Dan and his group came in from day one and gave us a plan that would allow us to have the best lighting. And with us hosting the 2020 NCAA National Championships, that's what we wanted. We wanted to showcase our tennis facility as being one of the best in the country and being a venue that would allow us to host the best championship possible.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go.
Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too.
Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls?
And welcome back in, everyone, to our Crack Rackets coverage of these 2023 Division I ITA Women's National Indoor Championships. Alex Gruskin joined by the great Carrie Scheinen here. First set of matches in the books. Two very different stories. It was a 4-0 victory for the Ohio State Buckeyes. They remain undefeated. Yeah, that was called. Ridiculous hands from Chloe Beck to survive on that point. But again, Buckeyes take number 1, Georgia. Talk about a breath of fresh air for a Bulldog team that needed it. They take a tough 4-2 victory over Stanford. And that leads us now to our 12 o'clock matches. A little bit behind, obviously, 12:47 West Coast time right now here. 3:47 p.m. Eastern. The kickoff matches number 2. We already saw A&M a comfortable doubles point over San Diego for the number 3 seeds. Meanwhile, we've got the matchup du jour, maybe your matchup of the day, going on right now at Nordstrom. Duke taking on Oklahoma. This is an ITA kickoff weekend rematch from last season. Oklahoma went to Durham, shocked the Blue Devils. Of course, the two then faced off in the NCAA semifinals, a 4-3 victory for the Oklahoma Sooners. I mean, Perry, not to disrespect the A&M San Diego match, because I want to introduce everything here. That's why we're staying split screen. But I mean, not only do you have two teams that faced off in the NCAA semifinals, at a more primal level, blue versus red. I mean, come on now. This is what it's all about.
Right. I mean, it can't get any better than that. And I feel like the uniforms that we've seen today, just the color schemes in these matchups, A+.
Well said. As you see, by the way, we'll start left to right here, and we'll try to make our switches pretty uniformly on that left side. Boy, two of your top 10 teams in the country in doubles. Cam Mora, the 5th year, made that trip down Tobacco Road. 3-time defending national indoor champion is Mora individually, but of course this is her first time competing here. Part of this Duke Blue Devil team. Mora partnered with the senior Chloe Beck. I did a straw poll. One of the coaches I asked, certainly Chloe Beck, one of the 3 players every coach, you can pick any player on any roster in the country. Just about every coach says Chloe Beck in the top 3. Everyone would love her. Singles, doubles, 4-0, 4-3. You know exactly what you're getting from Chloe Beck.
I mean, a player that's just been so solid. I mean, so solid. And honestly, at times spectacular. Just really, really great.
But of course, they're taking on Ivana, Carmen, Corley. The Corley sisters took this national indoors by storm last season, went undefeated. Ivana, actually the first player I've ever seen go 8-0 overall, undefeated in singles and doubles last year. And guess what? The Corleys start things out with a 1-0 break lead as, I don't want to say dire, but as disappointing as this start has been to this Oklahoma team. Losses already at NC State, at Michigan, at Ohio State. Those 3 losses matches their total from last season. As disappointing as things have been, they've yet to drop a doubles point. And you feel like they kind of need it tonight against Duke.
Totally. I mean, of course, against any player, any team playing Duke, you need the doubles point. But I feel like, especially in this situation, just really the ability to step up and kind of change the course of their season, because they have the chance here at indoors to change the course of their season. I mean, as you said, Alex, dropping a few early ones, they went from being ranked 4 entering this spring to now being 15 in the country. So we'll have to see if they can pick it back up.
On the right side of your screen, a couple of veterans, a couple of players I imagine you may have competed next to once or twice at nationals. Solomon Calling, top 25 player in the country, the San Diego senior, taking on Carson Brandstein. Now, I'm not exactly sure what year Brandstein technically is at this point, but we've certainly seen her name, pro circuit, college tennis, obviously, as well. You know the power tennis she brings. What appeals to you most about this court 1 matchup?
I feel like, as you said, the power that she brings, because Brandstein is a player that from juniors to now has just gotten stronger and stronger as a player who's able to just step in and create that effortless power. And I feel like, especially on that forehand wing, we'll see her really wanting a lot of forehands today.
Very well said. Again, Colling, very well rounded. Colling earned a really nice win over Haley Giavara, another power-centric player of Cal, during the kickoff weekend. So you almost wonder, again, indoors here. Actually, neither player's going to play a ton of indoor tennis, right?
Right.
Brandstein, though, from Canada. So perhaps in the youth, there were a few more experiences.
Correct, but now, I mean, at least in college tennis, only a handful of matches have these girls, played indoors.
No, absolutely, as we see again. 2-1 here, Brandstein leading on serve. Meanwhile, A&M up early on another court. We'll get over there in a moment. To the Corleys. Currently up a break 1 love, though 15-30. Let me ask you this. Who do you think doubles is more important to today? Oklahoma or Duke?
Oklahoma, because of the matches they've dropped this year.
I think from a confidence perspective.
And also, you saying they haven't dropped a doubles point yet?
Yeah.
Today is not the day for them to do that, for sure.
What if that's actually what they need? Is a little slap in the face to be like, hey, here's 0-1 deficit. Go out there and do something. Go make a move in singles. Play with your back against the wall. I actually think that's the biggest thing for this Oklahoma team today is, do they respond with that energy that separated them from the rest of the field last year? Because as talented as so many different teams were, there's a commenter, BB, right now in our chat who would like me to point out Georgia, one of those talented teams. I don't think I ever said Georgia wasn't talented. I just said they were given the business by Ohio State last week. 2 things can be true, my dear friend BB. As we see Duke breaking back for 1-all-on-1, but I just want to see that Oklahoma energy that defined them last season, the bouncing, the shuffling, that intangible quality.
I was just about to say intangible.
Yeah.
That you said that this group last year had the intangibles, and so I mean, teams change. Teams change, but a lot stayed on this team. A lot of girls stayed here. So
they lost Chanta. That's it. And
right.
They brought in Garcia Ruiz.
Right. I mean, they lost Chanta at the end of the season too.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't have her for NCAAs.
Correct.
Meanwhile, you see that deuce point right now on 1 in Seattle. You feel like if you're San Diego, by the way, any victory today, it starts with Calling at 1. Like it's a must.
Yes.
An absolute must. But out there, Brandstein breaks first. Beautiful, as you mentioned, Perry, power on the forehand. So it's a 3-1 break lead now for A&M on 1. Let's go to court 2 in Seattle. Again, your most improved player in the rising sophomore, Mary Stoyana, for the A&M Aggies. Stoyana. What was her record? It's something silly. The quarterfinals of both the All-Americans and Fall Nats.
With losses to Fiona Crawley, of course.
Yeah, which shouldn't even count.
Who didn't lose a match in the fall, so.
Exactly. Stoyana, big thing. Coach Mark Weaver, A&M Aggies head coach, said to look out for Stoyana. She is going to be more aggressive this season. So well-rounded is Stoyana, serving on the near side of your screen, up 3-1, 30-15. But he says the weapons, that's what they've been working on. What did I miss there?
Did she double?
No, I think a let had to have been called, or she missed that slice wide. Meanwhile, 1-all-15 all on one again. Beck and Mora were really good, really good throughout the course of the fall. I believe the duo is a top 15 ranked duo in the country.
Beck and Mora are 14,
yeah.
Correct, and they're 6-0 at the one spot this spring.
Of course, had a pretty big fall together as well, did that duo. If you look, Beck and Mora, 19-3 overall on the year, 13-3 during the fall. That's decent.
It's not bad.
Not too shabby. But trouble's on serve here already. It's good to see Cam Mora back. Mora much more comfortable swinging freely from that baseline. We see two back for this Duke team. That lob goes a little long off the racket of Mora, so it's break point chances again for the Corleys.
No, you don't see that much often, that two back. That was something that a lot of girls did in juniors, but usually there's a player at net to start off the point. That's interesting.
See it again. How about this for De Las Harris to break back? Claudia De Las Harris. Again, everyone in this San Diego lineup has experience. That's why they are going to be a tough out this year. De Las Harris, a sophomore out of Barcelona, Spain, got better and better throughout the 2022 season. She breaks back 2-3 back on serve on court number 2 in Seattle. Let's go to court number 3 now. How about this? Elizabeth Goldsmith, the junior, one of the standout players last season for this San Diego team. Goldsmith, and a second team, all-conference second team. She's ranked as high as number 21 in doubles last season nationally. She currently has herself an early break lead on the All-American transfer, Selma Ewing. 3-1 lead here for Goldsmith. Meanwhile,
and Evans and Goldsmith 15 in the country.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Oklahoma right now is making moves. We're going to get to the other courts in a second.
Now, I wonder if some of this energy that Oklahoma has in doubles started from the warm-up, because, Alex, when we were finishing calling the other match, I mean, we could just hear Oklahoma through our ears. It was deafening, really.
And you see the 2-1 double break lead. 2-1 break lead. Let's go quickly over to court 3 in doubles here in Oklahoma Duke, as it's the only match currently going. But I call it the Oklahoma Shuffle. You see it in between the changeovers. That energy has defined Coach Alka Cohen and her programs over the years. And it's interesting. I was at the Michigan match. I watched them play at Ohio State. That energy wasn't there. And you almost wonder for this veteran group, is it a little harder for them this year to turn things on, you know, in a match that isn't as significant? You make an NCAA final, you make a national indoor final. Who cares about January 12th, right? Like, it almost means nothing. The energy we've seen from this Oklahoma team, who lead 2-1 here on court 3. We'll go over to court 2, check in there in Nordstrom. But you just wonder, like, is this the first time they're going to wake up this season?
Completely. And I also think that perhaps, as you alluded to earlier, maybe a lack of energy from the outside signals and, you know, kind of a more intense tension inside. Sure. So perhaps they are battling some nerves. I mean, going from the hunter to the hunted this year, so it's a little different. It's a little different for them. They're in the driver's seat, and in a place where they haven't been before in their program.
Very well said. Meanwhile, Summer Ewing breakpoint chances back here. I said court 2. That's, yeah. Westhoff knows. Right now, what you're seeing on your screen actually is our team warming up for our next match, Vanderbilt to Iowa State on court. They're playing number 2 doubles on the number 3 singles court, super producer Daniel Westhoff, just in case you were curious. So, of course, right now we'll see this breakpoint here for Ewing, who it's just weird to see at the number 3 singles spot. An All-American at the top of the lineup for the USC Trojans these past few years. She gets that break back, so we're back on serve 2-3 for on court number 3. All right, here we go. Court number 2 now on your screen. Lane Sleeth, Sasha Pisareva taking on Ellie Coleman, Katarina Barankova. Sleeth, of course, transfer, senior, University of Florida. Pisareva, fifth-year transfer from Appalachian State.
The duo, the 16th ranked team in the country.
Yeah. Taking on, of course, Ellie Coleman, the sophomore. She's partnered in Barankova, Carolina Barankova, excuse me, the senior. Yeah, she missed that wide. By the way, we see 3-2 in Seattle, so we're going to head to court number 4 now as we try to introduce everyone. Court number 4 right now. Again, this feels like this is a swing match. If San Diego's going to win, again, they need a big effort from Colling at 1, probably Goldsmith at 3, and I think this is another one, Abigail Dosiennikov. Dosiennikov, the junior, Cleveland, Ohio. Had a very good 2022 season with the Dosiennikov.
Saw her name a lot during the pandemic.
Yeah. I believe she was ranked top 125 in the country by the end of the year.
Yeah.
He, of course, Dosiennikov at this number 4 spot, taking on the freshman Mia Kupris. 3-2-30 all. Kupris on that far side of your screen.
Looks like that just barely grabbed the line there. Dosiennikov back in.
Meanwhile, you look over on the Nordstrom Tennis Center. Oklahoma continues to do their thing. Breakpoint chances on 2 for Sleeth and Pisareva. They're already up. A 3-love break lead on 3. Although I think we're on break still, 2-1, with a deuce point breakpoint coming up on 1.
Sleeth Pisareva now up 3-1. Really just taking control of this match, but it comes from the aggressiveness. It comes from that aggression from the baseline, but also from the net, just the net players picking things off. Dosiennikov needs a good start to this match. Really needs to dig deep and see if she can make an impact on this court, but also for her teammates.
Absolutely. 3-1 now for Sleeth and Pisareva. Can we move over to the number 3 double spot? That's happening on the number 5 singles position. You tell me, super producer Daniel Westhoff, if you're ready to go right now. Who's that song? Ready to go right now. It's before your time. I'll find it.
Nope, didn't get it.
I'm ready to go right now. I'll find it. Oh, John Legend. Duh.
What?
Green Light. Yeah, I didn't look.
Okay, that's not before my time. I love John Legend.
Okay, we'll see.
Now you're doubting.
No, I think it was my impression of John Legend that had you lost because.
Well, I mean, you basically have the same voice, so I actually couldn't tell the difference.
That's true. See, by the way, Guzman and Garcia Ruiz double break point chances on that far side to make it 4-love. And you're just hearing here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center all the Oklahoma boomers and yells and the C's and just, we're back. This is the Sooner tennis we grew accustomed to last year. Meanwhile, 4-0 now on court number 3. If you're this Duke team, kind of got smacked in the face here in the first 15 minutes.
A little bit, and Yulia Brazgalova just a standout at Penn and now at Duke, and in a different conference, in a different space. And
Sure.
I think, especially in this match, she looks a bit overwhelmed. And in the Ivies, she was the one that overwhelmed all of us. So
that's her first national indoor, right?
Yes, correct.
Love lead 3-1. Ooh, we're gonna have to quickly flip over to court number 2. Super producer Daniel Westhoff. It's a 3-1 lead for the Sooners there, and they've got a deuce point, game point. Sleep and Pisareva to consolidate the break. Pisareva serving is the senior. Meanwhile, again, court number 4 right now. Mia Kupris gain points. Make it a 4-3 lead as she's gotten that break back. And by the way, A&M is slowly starting to separate themselves in some first sets. Of course, we got to give a shout out to our friends at Tennis Ticker, preferred live scoring provider of the ITA, providing the scores you see on your screen at the Seattle Tennis Club. Of course, a shout out to PlaySite, official live streaming partner of the ITA, providing the cameras here at Nordstrom. That's a decisive lane sleep overhead. So it's a 4-1 lead now. Break consolidated for the Sooners on 2. Let's go back over to 3. Sooners making their move. Meanwhile, big deuce point here for Kupris. It just looks springy. Again, we're going to have to lock in a little bit longer. Kupris, though, takes the game, so now a 4-3 lead for her at court number 4. Let's go over to court number 5, where it's the veteran J.C. Goldsmith taking on the junior transfer Kaylee Evans from Texas Tech. Evans has been the rock in this lineup, right? Has she lost a match so far?
No, has not lost a match so far. And coming in from Texas Tech, you know, we talked about a different part of the country, but still outdoor tennis, which helps. Still outdoor tennis, and yeah, has made huge impact in this new conference.
Worth noting, though, of course, Evans played primarily and during the kickoff weekend at the number 6 singles spot. So, of course, I actually think that got challenged straight up. I think coaches said, no, you're not playing her at 5 anymore.
In my opinion, she should not be a 5-6 player.
Okay. I agree, for what it's worth. And you see her, again, taking on 5th-year J.C. Goldsmith. Goldsmith on the near side of your screen, actually holding 4-5-2. That's your battle on court number 5. We'll get back to it. Let's go over to court number 6. You mentioned the undefeated freshman earlier, Daria Smetnikov. Daria Smetnikov, 4-3 deuce right now. She's taking on Jordan McBride the junior, in Thousand Oaks, California. That matchup, court 6 in San Diego.
Smetnikov 9-2 overall this year, so only dropping 2 matches. Not bad your freshman year.
Yeah, not too shabby either. As you see, by the way, Guzman, Garcia, Ruiz, chances for a 5-love lead. Sooners continuing their thing right now on this doubles court. Man, you got to be impressed, right? Like, they've been this good in doubles. They're sustaining that sort of excellence.
Right. So I guess my question is, what's happening in singles? Because the dubs looks good. Looks good to me.
It looks really good.
Looks really good.
And so here's what I ask you. Has Oklahoma thrived or has Duke blinked? I actually think it's the former. I think Oklahoma's just that good right now.
Right now, they've totally rolled over Duke. It's the power that I'm seeing Oklahoma bring. It's just the power. They're kind of just outpowering Duke.
It's power and the energy combined. Can we go back over to court number 2 in Duke, Oklahoma, Westoff? I appreciate you beating me to the punch. Meanwhile, again, Smetnikov serving at 4-all as the freshman. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. This is my first time getting to see her play. I'm excited. I love the bounce already, the energy, the twitchiness. It's a little freshman energy. You can just tell how excited she is.
I love that. Yes, the shifting racket in your hand, that's freshman energy.
Like, you'll learn. Okay, it's been 1 point. I'm kind of in. I kind of like it. McBride's going to make her work today. That's the book on Jordan McBride. But there's just an energy, a twitchiness. Hopefully she doesn't rush today.
You know what she reminds me of? A little bit of Cece Bellis. Watching in the quick way that she plays. Like last point was over, and now yes.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Cece Bellis recently retired from the sport, now works in sports tech, which is pretty cool.
That's crazy. Oh, that's a gorgeous volley from McBride. Sets up a couple of break point chances now. By the way, A&M game lead, first to 5 on courts 1, 4, and 5. San Diego with some opportunities right now at 3 and 6. (5-1). That almost feels like the match coming up on court number 2. Let's go back to court number 3. Donna Guzman, healthy once again to start this season. What a difference that will make for the Sooners. She's partnered with the freshman Julia Garcia-Ruiz. Smetnikov working her way back to deuce. I like it. But we're going to have to miss it as Carson Brandstein already takes the first set at number 1 singles, and I don't want to be behind. Can we go to court number 5 in Seattle, Westoff, please? Court number 5 where JC Goldsmith got herself set points. It's a set point, deuce point chance coming up. It's actually double set point for double Goldsmith. Elizabeth of San Diego's got set points at 3. JC set points for A&M at 5. Carson Brandstein first set off the board, 6-3 set over Colin. Meanwhile, I think that slow walk means JC Goldsmith's taking the first set. Indeed, she has 6-2. Let's go quickly to court number 3 in Seattle. Court 3 in Seattle. After that, Westoff, we're going to go to 4, by the way, as Mia Kuplis is closing in. Of course, as we work on these court changes, feels like now's the time to tell you why is it so beautifully lit on these indoor facilities. Well, that's because of the dear friends we have at Sports Interiors. Sports Interiors, the official lighting and ceiling liner of the ITA. I'll tell you what, Perry, you don't know you need a ceiling liner typically until it's too late.
That is true. You know, growing up in New England and playing in some dark and dim tennis clubs, I can tell you, ceiling lighter, that's the go.
Exactly. You don't know you need it till you need it. Shout out to our friends at Sports Interiors, proud sponsors here of the ITA. As again, we work some of the action over in Seattle. Let's see, we do catch it. And it's a set to Mia Kupris, 6-3. She takes it. So, first set to Brandstein, 6-3. First set to Kupris, 6-3. First set to JC Goldsmith, 6-2. A&M's halfway home. Now, Elizabeth Goldsmith with a 6-2 set for San Diego at 3. Jordan McBride serving for the set now at 6. It's also a deuce point, match point opportunity here for Oklahoma. Oklahoma takes a 6-love set at 3. And we got to go quickly over to court number 2 as it's a quick match point here for Oklahoma. They're up 5-1. They're cruising. And they've got match points here. Let's see if we can catch it for Sleeth and Pisareva. 5-1 lead. Let's go full if we can there without interrupting anything. You're the best, Westhoff. No way. Little scoop up the line.
It's too good. You know, Oklahoma just came out too good.
That is dominant. So 6-1 set belongs to the Sooners. I mean, my oh my. You're like, that's a 1-0 doubles point as we go back over. Let's go to court number 6, please. Court number 6 in Seattle.
I mean, that was not even a half hour. That was 20 minutes.
Does that have more to say about Duke or Oklahoma there?
Oklahoma.
I couldn't agree more. That's as well as the Sooners have played this year.
That was an incredible doubles point. Honestly, just seeing them come out there from the first point, they were just dominant.
It's a new team. It's a different team.
Yes.
That's just not who we saw. I don't know how else to explain it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a completely different performance there.
So now, of course, we'll have to see if they can carry that into singles because they came out with a lot of energy. I mean, to sustain that throughout a whole match. We were just out there for 3 hours for the first match, so let's see.
That's a breakpoint chance back here for the freshman. Smetnikov again, 3 first sets for the Aggies in singles, 1 for San Diego so far. Yet. Set point coming up.
Uncharacteristic errors in college tennis just from that freshman. But the thing about it is I like her energy. I like it. I think it will lend itself well to her being a good college player. Staying in there.
Five ball now here in set number 1. Let's go back over to court number 2. Court number 2, if we can, in Seattle, where it's a set point for DeLas Harris. This is not a match we've spent a ton of time on, but boy, what a result this would be for the sophomore. Sophomore versus sophomore here. DeLas Harris taking on Stoyana. By the way, again, as soon as this Duke-Oklahoma match gets back underway, we'll get back to it. Alex Gruskin, Perry Shine in here. P, we're 4 hours in. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great, Alex.
Yeah.
Day 1, baby. Let's get it.
And this is where the fun begins.
Now, growing up with Stoyana in New England, seeing her really rise up through the ranks of junior tennis was very cool because she was always very technically sound. So it was just about developing her game, learning how to play a match, and because she practiced so hard. And so it's really cool to see all that pay off.
It's a first set. Very quietly, that's 2. for San Diego. I got to say, they are not out of this match.
No.
By any stretch of the imagination. First sets at 2 and 3. And that takes us over to court number 6 now, our final first set that becomes critical. Because it's the freshman, Darius Smetnikov, for Texas A&M, taking on junior Jordan McBride. Thousand Oaks, California. McBride last season. All WCC honorable mention in singles. Went 23-6 overall in singles play. And actually got a win over teammate, now Kaylee Evans. I like that they include that in the bio.
Yes.
It's a bold move. That's a shot.
It's a flex.
That's a shot at
it's a flex.
That's a shot at your teammate, no doubt. By the way, Jordan McBride, mother Dina, played for head coach Sherry Stevens at San Diego. We're playing professionally.
Right, and Sherry Stevens, just iconic coach for San Diego.
Of course, one of the OGs.
37-year career, I believe.
That's pretty good, right? And, yeah.
Not bad.
One of the 50 winningest coaches in college tennis history.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, now all the wins belong to head coach Nadia Abdallah, who I asked what it was like, because I think she was the assistant for 7 or 8 years before taking over. And she was funny. She said, you know, someone told me the Georgia Tech match was my first win as the head coach. She goes, and I didn't feel any different. She was like, it felt like no other win. Yeah, she's like, it's exactly the same.
That's interesting. Well, a lot of these head coaches that are promoted after spending many years with the program, I mean, for them, they're a huge part of wins, regardless of their position on the team. So I do feel like that would make sense.
Absolutely. As we see, by the way, Smetnikov, 2 straight games, so now the 6-5 lead. You do feel like for A&M, they can take this set, doubles, 4 first sets. That's such a tough obstacle to overcome if you're San Diego. So big turnaround here from Smetnikov, 4-6-5. Let's go back over to court number 1. Haven't spent a ton of time with Brandstein and Colling. Carson Brandstein all ready to break the lead on court number 1. Meanwhile, super producer Daniel Westhoff, if you're ready, we're ready to bring back the action at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. And again, we can just start up and down the line there. Head to court number 1 here in Seattle. Of course, again, Brandstein taking on Colling. I will say, and I say this affectionately, why Carson Brandstein is very enjoyable to watch as a fan. Wears the emotions on her sleeve. Like, when she's angry, you'll know it.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's definitely been cool to watch her evolve, because that hasn't changed much. Which is cool. I mean, I feel like, especially for college tennis, she's a good ambassador of the sport.
Killer. Like, exactly.
I mean, you want the emotions.
No, she's a killer. She goes for the jugular, which you respect.
Yes.
And sometimes she misses. But not there. Almost a little lazy bait and switch on that forehand slice. Meanwhile, we've got the action underway. And again, start the clock. Court number 1 here in Duke, Oklahoma. Match, I will guarantee you, goes no shorter than 2 hours. Lane Sleeth. Pretty much her only losses last year came to NCAA singles champion Peyton Stearns. Now, Sleeth has struggled, though, to start this season. I defer to you on the record.
2-3 at 1, 2-0 at 2. So she's dropped 2 matches this spring, and we're early in the spring. So I would say, again, that's probably not the spring she'd like to be having so far.
We're also indoors, which, let's be abundantly clear. The moment we move outdoors, the physicality of Lane Sleeth takes over.
Correct.
Look, Sleeth is playing someone who we mentioned she's lost 3 times at the number 1 spot. Sleeth has already this year. I'm not sure if Chloe Beck has lost 3 matches in her dual match career.
No, she hasn't.
Yeah, that's how good Chloe Beck, the senior, of course, 5-0 this season. You want to hear her dual match career record? 54-8. 54-8.
That's unbelievable.
That's pretty good.
To win 54 dual matches for your school, that's crazy.
This is something we'll bring up later. You know, Fiona Crawley's 109 through her first 2 years. 109. I'm trying to think, like, in my last 109 showers, did I win 100 of them? And I'm like, no, there's There's 10 that I like back for poor shampooing. It's unbelievable. 109. It's ridiculous.
It is. It is ridiculous. I mean, Crawley, another one who hardly loses dual matches. She just doesn't lose them.
And we won't talk about the Tar Heels too much, Duke fans, I promise. But it just feels worth noting as you see Lane Sleets come to play today. Drop shot on Chloe Beck. This is a match we have our eyes on, folks. It's a pick'em. And right now, Sleets starts out with the lead 1-love.
And again, I think this is a perfect example where the stakes are higher for Oklahoma here at this tournament. Is this the time that Sleeth kind of finds her form again like she had last season? It could be.
Very well said. Let's go over to court number 2 now, as we see Branstein, by the way, did hold for 2-love. Consolidate her lead on court number 1. Oh, actually, can we go to court number 6 in Seattle now, too, as we've got set points for Smetnikov. Meanwhile, on court number 2, it's the junior, Carmen Corley. And was one of the breakthrough stars that allowed Oklahoma to be Oklahoma last season. Corley, breakpoint chances here. She's taken on the UNC transfer, Cam Mora. No, Mora played the number 1 single spot, so it's not a rematch. But obviously Mora, part of the UNC team that beat Oklahoma in the National Indoor Finals last season. How about that volley from Carmen Corley? As we see, unfortunately, Smetnikov takes the set 7-5, so that's 4 first sets for A&M. We're going to head over now. Where to go? It's good matches everywhere. I'd head over to court number 3 over in Seattle. We'll go to court number 3. Let's just go with 3s for both, Westhoff. 3 for both. Full hockey switch here. Full hockey lineup switches again. A&M takes 4 first sets in singles. They found themselves in some trouble in some second sets. Meanwhile, court number 3, this is a doozy. Georgia Drummond, transfer over from Vanderbilt now in her second year?
Correct.
Year? Yeah, second full season?
Her second full season, her third total year.
Yeah, I think that sounds about right.
Mm-hmm.
At Duke, the lefty who's had a ton of injuries over the past 6 months has not played a ton of tennis, but we know what her best level looks like. And the lefty's going to need that best level today. She's taken on the grinder, Donna Guzman, who I've never seen make 2 unforced errors in a row.
No, Guzman just doesn't make errors. And I mean, these are both players that have missed some time in college tennis, so it will be interesting to see how they respond. Drummy coming back from a back injury. So, I mean, any time that you're coming back from an injury to play a grinder like Guzman, not easy. It's not an easy task.
Well said.
Nice backhand from Drummy there.
All now here on court number 3. Excuse me. Yeah, one all here on court number 3. Meanwhile, again, you see it in Seattle. It's a big deuce point. Elizabeth Goldsmith, the junior, an opportunity to make it a 6-3 love lead over Selma Ewing.
It's impressive. It's impressive.
Ewing needed that one, though. So she gets the break back. 6-2, 2-1. Keeps the deficit narrow, at least for now, here in set number 2. Ooh, so many different places we could turn to right now. Let's go to court 4. Let's watch Mia Kupras. Let's find out why head coach Mark Weaver is so excited about his talented freshman.
Right now, Cooper says 4-0 this spring. And, Coach Mark Weaver, very high on her, and so I'm excited to see why.
Is it the weapons? Will it be just like the energy? I agree. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I think anytime a coach is high on a player, there are 2 ways it can go, right? It can be confidence boosting, and it can kind of give you that blanket that your coach believes in you, or it could add pressure. So we'll have to see which one it does for Mia Kupras. Kupras using that depth to just really outlast that point. It's interesting. So far, just seeing a few points, Cooper seems like one of those effortful players who really just puts her body into it.
It's a great word for it. Meanwhile, again, the grind is on here on court number 3. What a fun contrast. Guzman just throwing high and heavy at Drummy. Drummy swinging away with that forehand.
Mm-hmm.
Some words of wisdom, and I believe that's to the A&M bench here, saying, hey, relax. All right, can't get too loud, can't get too rowdy. Of course, that's where these players are seated. That's not the best viewing at the Seattle Tennis Club, although it is, again, gorgeous.
Right, I have heard that is the case a little bit over there.
Meanwhile, you see the 2-1 lead for Oklahoma on court 3. Let's keep our rundown going there in Oklahoma Duke. Let's head over to court number 4 again. It's still not a ton of separation anyway right now. Still very early, but we go over court number 4. Well, here's the big piece. Emma Jackson, the sophomore, has clipped this season for Duke. Jackson, a 2-love lead here on 4. She's taken on the freshman Julia Garcia-Ruiz. Garcia-Ruiz had a great fall. She struggled a little bit in dual match play apparently, hasn't she?
Yeah, struggled slightly. And I also think, just talking about Jackson for a moment, having a season like she did last year, which wasn't perfect, but she actually clinched a few matches in big moments for the Blue Devils, and I think that will give her, that really gave her the confidence to come in this year and make an impact this spring.
Very well said. You also know what the big thing about those matches, it's indoors. Outdoors, maybe the lefty Garcia-Ruiz, who moves the ball so well. Maybe you like her a little bit more.
Right. I would agree. I think that's interesting. I think also just playing a player like Jackson, who, as you can hear on the Crack Rackets podcast, is one of the biggest hitters when she's swinging out. And so when she's got that big forehand and big serve going, that's the time. That's the time for her. So we'll have to see if she brings that today.
Meanwhile, there's the big forehand from Garcia-Ruiz. She breaks back, so we're back on serve. 1-2 here on court number 4. Let's head over to 5 again. Keeping you constant in Seattle. Keeping my eye on everything. Nothing that close to the finish line. You'd much rather be Texas A&M right now. He's got 4 first sets. And again, on serve and second sets everywhere. Right now, court number 5, again, it's the 2 sophomores for Duke. Emma Jackson on 4. Excuse me. No, Emma Jackson on 4. Ellie Coleman here on 5. And this is the question for this Duke team is, again, what do you do at these 5-6 singles positions? Because Duke's got depth, right? They've got freshman Katie Todd sitting on the bench, who former San Diego semifinalist, I want to say. They've got Brianna Schvetz, who 3 years ago was one of the 5 best players at this national indoors event for Princeton. You've got a Brizgalova, a Barankova. They've got options at the bottom of their lineup. Now, I know they're not entirely healthy right now, but it does feel worth noting that they're going Coleman here, who's up the break early at this number. Oklahoma's heart taker, Emma Staker, who just, all she does is clinch. I mean, I think the Oklahoma fans and Cracked Racquets fans know my relationship with Emma Staker.
Yes. And talking about the players on the bench one more time, they haven't lost matches. So we have players sitting on the bench. We have Brianna Shvets, we have Katie Codd, and Brankova, who haven't lost matches for the Blue Devils. Yet they're sitting on the bench. So the expectations are...
Run Bond, as opposed to this Oklahoma team with all due respect to Ivana Bond Corley. She told me to call her Bond moving forward. That's a story for another time. Outside of her, oh, come on. Sorry. Not the greatest call right beneath us. Outside of that, though, you know, like you know the Oklahoma Six. You feel like you know this group. We've seen them compete together before. Conversation here. That's the line call on court 4. Meanwhile, dead even on court 5, I suppose. 10 points apiece. These couple deuce points must have gone the way of Ellie Coleman. She's got that 2-1 break lead. Coleman serving on your near side. Brings out the serve and volley. How about it?
You know, we've seen the serve and volley this morning. Well, I guess this afternoon now, more than I thought we'd see in women's college tennis. It's just not something that I thought heading into this indoors that we'd see, but I guess with the indoor tennis, it lends itself a little bit better to rushing your opponent like that.
I agree. I think that's what it is. I also think, again, early in this event, you know, again, return positions are a little off. Everyone's a little rusty. You're trying to force some things. Serve and volley is much more appealing as a tactic on day 1 maybe than it will be on day 3 or 4.
Good point. Yep.
Although then again, when your legs are dead on day 3, maybe it becomes serve and volley exclusive.
It's also another reason to do it, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Interesting. Abigail Desyennikov pointing to her head as if to say, I'm the senior. I'm the upperclassman. I can take this freshman. She's got breakpoint chances here. With how it's looking on some of the other courts, she may need it. Oh, Mia Kupris. That was special.
I'm seeing a little bit, the more I watch Kupris, I'm seeing a little bit of that spark that Coach Weaver is talking about.
It's just athletically, it looks pretty easy. I think for both her and Smetnikov.
Yes, yes.
Which is great, by the way, because Tatiana Makarova, one of the better athletes you will see from over the years.
A&M just really has, in my opinion, some of the best athletes in the country.
Coach Weaver has a type. I mean, clearly, you see it. It's a characteristic. He might like wingspan more than I do. Like that's his trait as well.
Honestly, he might.
Yeah. That's a huge hold from Cooperus. And again, the reason I bring that up, let's go over to court number 5 and see. Actually, I'm just going to do it. I apologize. We're going to move away from Nordstrom. We'll come back to you, Oklahoma Duke. There's a lot of tennis left in this one, but A&M's at the finish line. So Westhoff, if we can go full screen Seattle, court number 5. Court number 5 in Seattle is where we're going to hop around because I think this match is about 10 minutes away. Harry, you see that scoreboard as well.
I see it. Yeah.
Meanwhile, again, Duke Oklahoma just started. We got plenty of time in that one.
The Aggies have done a really good job of being efficient with their time. I mean, in all their matches, just running through these.
Well, look, I think we can say it, and this is not meant to be disrespectful to San Diego. Haven't been here since the late 90s. Not an indoor team. Like, I think of every team you could have played here in this first round, San Diego's the one you're picking. If you're any school, you'd say, I want them. Because, again, indoors against an inexperienced group that doesn't play indoors. Like, that's the only matchup you like on the board. I don't want to play Washington Friday night. Like, I don't want to play Iowa State or Vanderbilt, even though they've never been here because of the depth on those teams.
I kind of have to agree with that.
Yeah. And it's a credit. The reason I bring that up, it's a credit to A&M who sees the opportunity, and they have been efficient so far.
Right. And really what this does in early rounds in any tournament is by running through someone early, you're saving energy for the next few matches.
And you're building confidence.
Correct. And again, as you said, I think outdoors, this would be a different match. San Diego really having the chance to step in maybe a little bit more.
So there it is. JC Goldsmith was down 2-love in the second set. 5 straight games. She's 1 game away. Making it 2-love for the Aggies. Meanwhile, let's go back over to Brandstein on 1. Brandstein 6-3, 3-2 deuce. And an opportunity to begin to separate herself. Meanwhile, again, that doubles point took about 20 minutes at the Nordstrom Tennis Center in Oklahoma. First 4 games on every set, taking about 25 minutes in this Oklahoma Duke match. Both of these teams have buckled down.
And I mean, most of these, if you look at the scoreboard, it's 3-2s.
Yeah. So again, we might not be done here till Friday. Excuse me, till Saturday here at this Nordstrom Tennis
We're not
Center.
showing Nordstrom right now, but don't worry, there will be a lot coming.
I'm going to go ahead and say from 2 o'clock to 3.
That would be
might
Nordstrom.
Be the Nordstrom hour.
It will be. It will be.
So
likely this match will be over at that time. Likely. But you never know.
And you got to give some credit to, again, San Diego's fought hard. I do think they played a really good first hour and a half. This is where A&M's now slowly begun to separate themselves. And you see it on the scoreboard. 6-3, 4-2. Here's Brandstein did get the hold. Westhoff, when you can you go split screen here in 5? Wow. First voice crack of the day. Here in court number 5, JC Goldsmith, 6-2, 5-2 up on Evans. You got to love Brandstein. She's up a set and a break, and she's still questioning the gods.
Yes. Brandstein is the kind of player that when she steps on the court, she expects to win every point.
Of course. Even though she hits the ball 130 miles per hour, it's like, you're going to miss eventually. She's
yes.
like, no.
Yes.
It's like, please. Miss.
Which, of course, in a way, don't we all wish that we had that attitude, right?
Exactly. Then we're going to get you to that Goldsmith match momentarily here. Super producer Daniel Westhoff flexing his Seattle muscles right now. Best in the business. Feels like now's a good time. So, of course, give a shout out to our friends at California Sports Surfaces. California Sports Surfaces is the official court surface of the ITA. And let me just tell you, it's like a vintage wine. Is it going to be from California or these less than quality Florida grapes? Same deal. Is this a California sports surface or is this that cruddy stuff they give us in the Midwest? California Sports Surface is the official court surface of the ITA. I know, I'm stupid. Sorry, I can't help myself sometimes, Perry.
Well, we know that you're from the Midwest, Alex. If you want to listen to more of Alex talk about the Midwest, you should listen to the Crack Rackets podcast.
Any podcast.
Any podcast.
Yeah. Every court, if you're from the Midwest, leaving the Midwest, every court is slow because you're like, we got lightning in our part of the country. And again, these players are so good. You need it to be a little grittier, a little more physical.
Yeah.
Certainly have that here. By the way, of course, who puts in that California sports surface? Our friends at Ground Rule, the preferred facility services agency of the ITA.
You know, Alex, these sponsors have really opened my eyes to what goes into a college tennis game.
No, shout out to the ITA. I don't think we've ever had this many sponsors in the past.
It's so cool.
It's a testament to the buzz growing around college tennis. It helps when you have players like Danielle Collins, Jennifer Brady making slam finals and singles. And
Diana Schneider.
Diana Schneider's another great one. Obviously, what Astra Sharma's done.
Yes.
Plenty of double success. Desiree Krawitz.
Angela Kulikov.
Keep going. Exactly. Do you want to go name for name?
Oh, let's do it. I feel like this is a game of concentration.
Exactly. Obviously, you can see it across the board, and that's why so many people are buying into this college tennis, which, of course, we here at Cracked Rackets are so flattered to be a part of this broadcast. Meanwhile, game point chances here for Evans, but remember, 6-2-5-2 Goldsmith, Brandstein 6-3-4-2. Smetnikov raced off to a quick 3-love lead in set number 2. She's got a deuce point for 4-1. Again, no first sets complete yet in that Oklahoma-Duke match. So we're doing fine.
And I mean, not only that, but we're still early in all the first sets, so.
And by the way, of course, at A.L. Gruskin, I say at P Shines, but it's not WXYZ. That's the ABC affiliate in Detroit. What is it? I'm sorry.
Is it really WXYZ?
Yeah, WXYZ.
Oh, that's
Detroit.
So much fun. Mine is WHSV Perry.
WHSV.
Yes.
Okay. WHSV.
WHSV.
PERI for the record.
Correct.
WHSV. I'll
It's
remember.
probably
that.
easier to just Google my name.
Yeah.
In the Twitter and then find it.
It's fair. It's very fair. I'm pretty sure Dalton links you to everything.
He does. So kind of him.
Yeah, he's good at that.
Yes.
That's it. That's all he's good at.
I highly doubt that.
Good hair. That's really the extent as we see again. All right. I like this. Again, Kaylee Evans has been a rock for this San Diego team. She won't go away quietly. 15-all now. Goldsmith serving for the match to make it 2-0 A&M. Brandstein, 6-3, 4-3. Stoyana up 4-1 after dropping her first set. In fact, it looks like A&M might force splits on those two courts, but credits to Jordan McBride from 3-love down. She's now down 3-2, set number 2 on 6.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, fun story about JC Goldsmith, redshirt senior, number 5 singles player. Much like her team last season, the only matches Goldsmith lost, indoors. So just something to keep an eye on. So physical, moves the ball so well around the court. For some reason, just hasn't clicked indoors for Goldsmith.
That's interesting.
Surprising.
She has pretty compact strokes, so I am surprised that she struggled indoors.
Lefty, too?
And by struggled, we mean wins most matches except for a few. That's how we describe struggling.
15-4 instead of 19-0.
Right,
Yeah.
precisely.
Funny. That's good. I like that. But again, I got to give respect to this San Diego team who, let's be clear, A&M, they're here to win a national championship this year. Indoors, outdoors. San Diego, they want to be seeded. They want to host the first 2 rounds of the NCAA tournament. It's really hard to do for a non-Power 5 school, isn't it?
It is. But I mean, if they can grab a win this weekend, they have a chance.
That's exactly it. It doesn't need to be 3 wins. It's a win.
Correct.
Singular.
Correct. And you never know. I mean, a team like San Diego could grab a surprising win on a day 3, let's say, because you just never know. I mean, if they could grab a surprising win over one of the top teams whose morale is a little bit lower. So, yeah, San Diego, they've got to stick around.
Of course. Ultimately, it will be the tennis point rankings that determine our top 16 seeds come the NCAA tournament. Is that called wide? I think it is. So it's a match point coming up on 5 if you want to go full screen, super producer Daniel Westoff. Of course, Tennis Point, title sponsor. College tennis rankings. ITA Summer Circuit, official retail partner. Kaylee Evans survives.
Great point from Evans.
That's one. By the way, you can see right there why playing JC Goldsmith outdoors. The slice, the bump lob. I'd cry.
Right. I mean, the variety indoors is tough, but even out, I mean, you see, as you said, you see this, that the ceiling just is, raises for her when she's outdoors.
In my culture, it's chutzpah. She just doesn't quite have the chutzpah on the indoors.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Kaylee Evans.
2 overheads down 2 match points. I mean,
playing to win.
Break. Playing to win. Yeah.
Perfectly said. The overheads under pressure. Goldsmith survives. 6-2-5-4 now. Kaylee Evans hanging around. We go full on court number 1. Brandstein's 3 points away. 6-3-5-3. Love 15. Now she leads Salamar Colling. Again, we're nearing the ending of some first sets over at Nordstrom. We'll get back there momentarily. Wanted to lock in on this match.
Salamar Carling 37 in the country. So,
yeah. And you see why right there.
Right.
Of course, I say this all the time. When you face someone like with the power of tennis that Brandstein's capable of playing, what's the most frustrating part about that?
It's that you feel like the match is not in your control. So in this case, I mean, I'm not speaking for Calling here, but I've played many players who I feel like the match is just not in my control because they have more power.
Sure.
And if they're putting balls in, there's not much I can do as a defensive player.
Would you find yourself pressing in those instances? Try to take the ball a little bit earlier? Try to do just things that were outside of your comfort range?
Perhaps, yes. Or just you find yourself so far behind the baseline that you can't get the ball deep anymore.
There?
Literally. Literally, as we were saying, correct.
Well, you're just a good analyst. You see what's going on there.
Oh, I've been there. That's why. I've been there on the side of having someone hit a blazing winner past me a million times.
That's good. That's good. Honesty always much appreciated. From the great Perry Shinen joining me here today. That was just, again, a little lackadaisical. Feet didn't totally move. You can understand why. So much scoreboard pressure. Westoff, give me that slow clap. It's match point Brandstein. There it is. Carson Brandstein puts A&M 2 points away from the quarterfinals. Brandstein, very impressive 3-3 win, Perry.
That was a nice embrace at the end.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're friends.
A lot of respect there. Salamar Calling heck of a competitor. And she had a
Yes.
pretty solid fall, summer on the pro circuit, but I see you're good. I raise you better. Brandstein, 3-3, 2-0 A&M. Let's go over now to court number 5. Man, Kaylee Evans, what was her record? I apologize. You mind reading that for me?
Kaylee Evans, 4-0 this spring
4-0
at the 6th spot. So, I mean, as you said, that was contested. So
Sure.
now she is playing higher in the lineup, but still, I feel like Kaylee Evans really anywhere in the singles roster is
well said.
Gonna be tough.
I don't see much of a fall for Kaylee Evans. At least I don't see her record up in front of me right
11-5 overall. So
it's a pretty good fall. 11.
Yeah.
You get double-digit wins in the fall, you have my attention.
Yeah.
So Evans just won't go away.
We see that a lot with these players that win a lot of matches in a year. The inability to go away, as you said, or kind of the refusal is a better word. The refusal to to back down.
So Evans makes it 5-all here now. Meanwhile, 7-5-5-2 for Smetnikov. 5-2 lead for Stoyana on 2. 5-2 lead for Desietnikov, as she looks like she may just force a split on 4. So good matches everywhere. Everything's been pretty competitive. I know we've been following a lot of A&M leads right now. Westhoff, we got to bring back the split screen, though. When you're ready, can you split me with Nordstrom court number 3? Nordstrom court number 3 is Donna Guzman. Has herself set point chances for the Sooners over on 3. Don't think we're going to be able to hang here Han Solo any longer. As the action's just getting too good here at Nordstrom. You see Mark Weaver clapping along for his 5th-year senior. Can't imagine there's a lot of conversations he and J.C. Goldsmith haven't had over the years.
Probably. I mean, a coach and player get so close over time. That's a great point. That's great defense. And Kaylee Evans coming through with the overhead. And I talked about this during kickoff about the importance of making a girl hit an overhead and just make them hit one more overhead, make them hit one more overhead. We saw some girls missing overheads earlier this spring, but we're not seeing that today. I've seen most of the women are making their overheads.
How much does indoors help?
It helps so much. That was the easiest answer that you've asked me all day.
I just wish people could have seen Perry's face answering that question. Like, Alex, that was the dumbest thing you're going to ask this weekend. Yes, it helps.
Oh,
Please.
The sun is not in your eyes. The wind's not blowing the ball away from your racket. It's great.
And you have those beautiful JMC lightings.
Of course.
JMC Lighting, JMC, the official outdoor lighting partner. I should have said you have our dear friends at Sports Interiors, the official lighting and ceiling liner of the ITA. Meanwhile, you see Drummy did hold 4-3-5. A couple of 5s on the board right now. Guzman serving for the set, up 5-3. Carmen Corley's going to serve for the set, up 5-2 as well. Though right now, injury timeout on court number 2 for Cam Mora. Mora getting that interesting, that right leg, her right thigh getting worked on right now. By the way, I believe the rule is the same on the women's side. Injury timeout is a point penalty.
It's a point penalty now.
Yes.
Correct.
That's mean.
I
mean, it's
agree.
right. It's mean. It's right, but it's harsh. It's the same with the let rules. It's like we're sick of the cheating.
Correct. As you said, It was a defensive mechanism to make the injury timeout 1 point penalty because that was obviously being abused by some, but by others, if you really have an injury, you should not be penalized a point, in my opinion.
There should be again, up to the discretion of the chair.
Correct, which of course leaves everything up.
It's
to
just
question.
impossible.
So it is tough. It's tough. You're in a tough position, yeah.
Which comes back to full circle here. We need our first head ITA official yell, Anthony, get over.
Yes.
Make a ruling.
Yes. We already had that once this morning.
Exactly. My God.
Georgia Stanford.
All right, Westhoff, we got to replace court 3 with court 4. Yeah, we got to replace court 3 with court 4 as we have our first set point. And it belongs to Duke, number 4 single spot. It's the big hitting sophomore. By the way, Kaylee Evans holds 4-6, 5-on-5. Can we go over to court number 6 where Smetnikov's serving for it? But we have a little bit of an Auburn, Ohio State scenario where, hey, if San Diego can play a really good 10 minutes, Desientnikov can force a split. Evans can force a split. We go to court 6 in A&M San Diego. I apologize. Thank you, producer Daniel Westhoff.
I'm impressed by Kaylee Evans' fight.
All I'm going to say, keep an eye on court 4 right now. Something pretty cool is coming off of the racket of Ellie Coleman. Excuse me, Emma Jackson. It was inevitable. At least I haven't called Maura Tar Heel yet. To hit that swinging volley, I can't emphasize enough how high the bump lob went into the air. So impressive. So it's a first set to the sophomore, Emma Jackson. 6-3, first set on the board belongs to the Blue Devils. Meanwhile, Drummy broke back for 4-5. Boy, you see a lot of 4-3s and 4-alls everywhere right now. By the way, Jason Leone says medical timeout for women is still no penalty.
Oh.
Can we talk to our league people?
Oh.
I'm going to defer to him. He nailed the prediction so earlier.
Wow. I know. Yeah. Jason did nail the prediction.
Jason, where are we going to be in half an hour? You tell me.
I know. We won't have to do our job if he just tells us.
That's what I'm saying. No, I believe him, by the way. It's much appreciated. We're saying this in jest out of love.
Absolutely.
God, they're deciding points right now on so many different courts here at Nordstrom. We're going to go over to court 1. No, not court 1. Go over to court 6. Court 6 at Nordstrom, please. Let's do double sixes, as we call this, the Perry box.
Yes. I love that.
A massive deuce point coming up here on 6. By the way, Carmen Corley serving up 5-2, 30-15. It's a 5-4 lead for Dukes. Corley back at 1. 4-all now on 5.
Wow.
Oh, Perry. It's getting good.
There's a lot going on at the moment.
How about that shot from Pisa Raven?
I know. Screaming backhand down the line.
Just a missile. And so we go over now to court number 2, where it's a set point coming up for Carmen Corley. But really, again,
wow.
It's a different Sooners team.
Yeah.
Shout out Jason Leone from the ITA rules. D1 men only, point assessed for taking medical timeout. You know what that tells me once again?
What?
Much like how the let rule started with the men. It's men are cheaters. It's just like the typical rule always. Men need the additional rule because they'll all cheat.
That's fair.
Yeah, women respect
no comment.
the game. Yeah, exactly. Men do not. Thank you, as always, Jason, my friend. Oh, how about that lob from Tamura?
So good.
It's gorgeous. It really is. By the way, I apologize. It's a match point right now for Smetnikov. No. He missed a wave. Oh my goodness. As Smetnikov gets off the court, so it's now a 3-love lead for A&M, but listen to this. Claudia Dillis-Harris, Mary Stoyana, now in a third set at number 2 singles. Abigail Desientnikov, 6-3 second set. She forces a third at 4. Kaylee Evans from 6-2, 5-2 down, 7-5 second set over JC Goldsmith. So she forces a third. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Goldsmith's actually up right now over at the number 3 singles position. She took the first set 6-2. Let's go over to court number 3 now in Seattle, please, where Selma Ewing is serving for the set to make it 4 3-setters to decide this match. This is literally the Auburn scenario. We saw this earlier. Now, again, you'd much rather beat Texas A&M because A&M right now up 3-0. They only need to win 1/3 set.
This is very reminiscent of the Auburn situation we had earlier.
But credit to San Diego.
Yes.
They freaking, I almost swore there, they freaking fought.
Yes. Yes. Well, I mean, clawing for everything. They're really clawing for everything and keeping A&M out there. And you just never know what will happen if you keep someone out there.
Really well said. Again, it's the battle of survival.
Yes.
Not losing sometimes just as valuable. So it's a 6-2 set for Carmen Corley at 2. God, it's just so close everywhere. Let's go over to 1, where right now Chloe Beck's doing her Chloe Beck thing. 2 points away from the first set is the Blue Devil. Meanwhile, you see on court number 3, Selma Ewing does take the set 6-4. So there's going to be 4 3-setters. And you know what we're going to do right now? We're going to come back to Seattle. Seattle's had its moment. Let's go full screen on 1 at Nordstrom. And we're going to have to use our split screens shortly as Donna Guzman, by the way, takes a 6-4 set for Oklahoma at 3. So it's 2 first sets Oklahoma, 1 for Duke, 5 4s for Oklahoma on courts 5 and 6 as well. Are they going to walk out of here with doubles and 4 first sets? Is this just the Georgia match? Are we just seeing replays?
I feel like it is. I feel like it is.
Difference, I suppose, here being Oklahoma took the doubles and 4. And if they take 4 first sets in singles again. You guys might hear it in the background. The sound that comes off of Emma Jackson's racket. Sweet baby rays. It sounds like an explosion.
It does. She has a beautiful forehand. Jeez.
It's gorgeous. And it's just like the form.
Yes.
The fluidity.
Well, you know, the way she uses her legs is actually pretty rare in college because by the time we get to college, we're all a little bit done with using our legs. But not Emma Jackson, and we see that paying off.
Sophomore out of LaGrange Park, Illinois. Graduated from the elite of the elite high school tennis institutions. Laurel Springs Online, of course.
As it should be.
If they had a high school team, never lose.
They had a high school team. We'd have players from all over the country, the best players from all over.
I'm just saying, it's an elite tennis institution. Needs to be said. People are talking. As you see, it's a 6-4 set for Chloe Beck. Duke needed that one. Let's go split screens now. Courts 5 and 6 here. 5 and 6, your last 2 first sets. 3 right now to Oklahoma plus doubles. And Oklahoma right now, a 5-4 lead on court 5, a 5-4 lead on court 6, though it is the Duke Blue Devils serving. And on those spots, court number 5 for Duke.
Chloe Beck is right.
And 6 is Brizgalova.
We see Beck 1 set away from her 6th consecutive win this spring.
Yeah.
And that is not unheard of for Chloe Beck. She does that a lot.
Exactly. Again, lost 6 dual matches so far, or 8, whatever it is, in her career. So again, we're going to go over now. Super producer Daniel Westoff is working it. Give him the second. Courts 5 and 6. That's where we're working towards.
That's just good tennis from Coleman and Staker.
And, of course, we're going to get that scoreboard out of your way. That court number 6 is here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. Shout out to you, super producer David Westoff, for putting that up. You see the 5-4 lead. Coleman Staker on your left. Brizgalova Pisareva on the right. Set point coming up now for Pisareva on 6. Coach Cobra just saying, keep sending the message to her player there, that court 6 right beneath our broadcast booth. One chance coming up for Coleman. Excuse me, 30 all. Ooh. Briskalova call confirmed. I don't know. I think both of these calls on these last two fairly close. All right, set points coming up. Double set point chances here for the Sooners. That would make it 5 first sets, boy. Doubles and 5 first sets. 4 first sets. Beck did take that set at number 1. It's a great forehand from Briskalova, who talked to me about her coming over from the Ivy League. What separated her from everyone else?
Well, when she came into the Ivy League, she already had a WTA ranking, which is pretty rare for players coming into the Ivies. And we saw right away she was playing outdoors. We played Penn outdoors away at Penn. And we could hear, we were walking over the bridge to get to the course, and we could hear the ball popping off the racket in practice, and we all knew we were in trouble. So, and we were.
Yeah.
But it was cool to see her play because the fluidity that she brings on the court was very different than a lot of the other players that are slightly more effortful on the court nationally. And I'm not talking about specifically within the Ivy League. I'm saying nationally.
Sure.
And we see that here too. I mean, makes it in the lineup for Duke playing 6.
And then we see again 2-point set point coming up. Great offense, it's better defense. So Sasha Pisareva, 6-4 opening set, that's 3. Now for the Sooners, 2 for the Blue Devils, 5 all on court number 5. Let's leave that on your screen, but super producer Daniel Westoff, let's go back to Seattle. Tennis Club, excuse me, we're obviously still here in Seattle. Let's go back to the Seattle Tennis Club.
A quick note about Briskalova. When she sat down, she wasn't upset. She was very composed, and her coach talked to her right away. And I like that. That's the experience. That's the college tennis experience. Like, okay, I just dropped a close first set, on to the next one.
I also do think more broadly, this Duke team is so experienced.
Yes.
They're not going to panic. And I do think, big picture, this Duke team, as we head to court 4, by the way, over at the Seattle Tennis Club, 3-love lead for A&M, but all 4 matches remaining, the 2 through 5 singles positions. All in third sets, A&M straight set wins on the corners, 1 and 6. They also take a fairly comfortable doubles point. I like this. We've a little do-si-do. We've moved Seattle Tennis Club to the left side.
I like it. It's a new look for us.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a new look for us.
Making sure you're all awake at home. And again, Alex Gruskin, Terry Shine in here if you're just joining us. 4-0 victory for Ohio State earlier today. 4-2 victory for Georgia over Stanford. That was a little bit of an upset. Right now, A&M in control. And you see on court number 2, 2-1 lead now, Mary Stoyana, the sophomore, leading fellow sophomore, Claudia de las Harris. Stoyanov dropped the first set. She's been cruising since. Meanwhile, on court number 4, where we turn to now, it is Mia Kupris taking on Abigail Desietnikov. Let's stay here as it's a deuce point coming up. Kupris, chance for 3-love. Right side of your screen, you see we're still Bryzgalova. Just dropped that first set at number 6 to Oklahoma. Ooh, let's go over to court number 5 at Nordstrom, please. Staker's got game points. Emma Staker. Opponent Hart Taker.
Have you ever said Emma Staker with that second?
No, I can't. I haven't talked to her once, and she goes, you know, I've listened. She's like, I've heard it before. She's like, you don't have to do that every time. I was like, yeah. I was like, but don't lose, because you'll make me look really bad. As you see, by the way, Kupris with that 3-love lead, so you'd still much rather be A&M than San Diego. But man, again, what's the name of college tennis? It's not the corners. It's not 1 through 6. Separating good teams from the rest is depth. San Diego has that depth. They've matched A&M 2 through 5 here today.
They really have, and I'm impressed by their depth because, again, a program that we haven't traditionally seen at indoors, but they did come in with their weapons ready.
Mm-hmm. Kupris is there. Yeah, that's nasty. That might be your tennis point shot of the day. Lock that in. Is she using a Wilson? That might be a head racket.
That's hard to tell.
Yeah. But I'm pretty sure that's a Wilson for Staker on the near side of your screen. And, of course, Wilson, the official ball, racket, and accessory brand of the ITA. There are 2 types of people, those who want to use Wilsons and liars. As I established earlier, you just have to be a little bit better to use that Wilson blade. And that's Staker at her finest. Turns defense into offense. 6-5 lead now would be a 4th first set for Oklahoma. Staker can just get herself over the finish line. So we're going to stay split screen for the moment. Where do you want to check in? You pick a court, Nordstrom. Let's jump around for a second.
I would say let's go to 2.
All right, we're headed to court number 2 then. Cam Mora. Feels like every time we're at the National Indoors, Cam Mora's playing a 3-set battle.
Right. And I like the way she plays because she not only fights, but she's also a player. Duke has a lot of players that are low to the ground when they play. And so I like to see that because just really using their legs, getting the power from the ground. Because,
so what do you mean? I was going to say, explain that for me, please.
Yeah, so basically the way that you can get power is from the ground. That's the best way. Because our legs are our biggest muscles out there. And so the more we bend our knees, the more we use our legs into loading for the ball, then the more, we can exhale and swing and have a lot of kinetic energy from that. So if you watch Cameron Mora, she usually gets pretty low to the ground. Think Agnieszka Radwanska kind of situation.
Yeah, sure. And so this is a massive deuce point, man. I just don't think you can afford to go down. I mean, they're already down 3 first sets.
Right.
Staker's serving for 4. There's the All-American. Much, much better fight from Cam Moore. She's not going anywhere. And again, in between sets or right before the ending of that first set, had that right thigh worked on. But for now, 2-1, she leads on serve here in court number 2. Let's go back to 5. Staker serving 6-5. Meanwhile, again, left side of your screen, Kupris breakpoint chances to make it 4 in a row. She does. So she has pulled away from Abigail Desietnikov. Freshman Mia Kupris 2 games away from sending A&M to a quarterfinal battle with Ohio State. By the way, you know who was celebrating most with all these 3 sets? Melissa Schaub and the Buckeyes. And we're saying, take your time.
Yes.
Work
take your
that
time.
match.
Yes.
They looked at J.C. Goldsmith 5-2 up, and they said, perfect. Yes.
This is what we like to see.
You'll never see a bigger Kaylee Evans fan right now than the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Yes. Right. Keep this match going. Yeah. Keep grinding. Yeah.
Abigail
Wear them down.
Desietnikov from Ohio.
True.
So, again, channeling those roots there. even if unintentionally. Meanwhile, you see Ellie Coleman, the sophomore, serving on the near side of court 2, 5-6. Serving towards Emma Staker. Oh. You know who Cooper's reminds me of?
Who?
Kelly Chen, former Duke standout.
That's so
It's
interesting.
the athleticism, the movement, the headband.
Yeah.
The forehand, just the explosion. They're sliding everywhere.
Right. I mean, Kelly Chen is unbelievable at sliding.
Yeah, it's just
unbelievable.
A freak athlete.
Yes. I like that comparison. I agree.
Every so often, I try to turn the brain back on. Meanwhile, I'm a staker 2 points away. Just every so often. I don't want
to. Alex, your brain is always on. I've never met someone whose brain is more on.
Burden and a blessing. It's not true. It's actually just permanently off. And that's the real truth.
Your brain being off is more impressive than most people's being on. So, okay.
Westhoff, cut that clip. Yeah, there it is. And I appreciate you saying that. Obviously, appreciate the support we get from our friends at the USTA as well. Look, there's more tennis to be played, skills to hone, and fun to be had. Go to USTA.com. Become a USTA member today. How about that touch from Ellie Coleman? Meanwhile, Mia Kupras, of course, 4-1 lead as she's broken by Desiatnikov. I'd say let's go over court number 5 in Seattle, but of course we're keeping an eye on 4 as it's the closest to the finish line. For what it's worth, 2-all in the third on 2. Evans up 2-1 right now for San Diego at 5. 4-1 Kupras, 2-1 on serve at 3. Yeah, no, Westhoff, good call by you. Westhoff saying, should we go to 5? I agree. No, we can stay. Cooper's back out on court. Of course, Desiatnikov serving on the near side of your screen. That's gorgeous. It's not going to get better than that out of Ellie Coleman, is it?
No. Meanwhile, Desiatnikov, huge backhand down the line there.
Huge. And now she plays freely, right? You're down 4-1.
You have nothing to lose here. As I said, 4-1, the score of death in college tennis, that means nothing. You're up 4-1 is the same as being down 4-1 a lot of the time. Because then when you're down 4-1, you play to get back up, so... Meanwhile, Coleman Staker starting the tiebreak here. So if you were Staker, I mean, what would you do in this moment? Coleman takes the first point, but I feel like OU up 1.
Steady.
Right? Nothing spectacular.
Well, the key is try not to scoreboard look, which is really hard to do here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center where Duke is playing Oklahoma, because there's massive scoreboards right above the center 2 courts. But look, Donna Guzman's down 3-love in the second. Like, yes, you have 3 first sets in the bag, But that's one 3-set turnaround away from seeing that lead evaporate. You see Cam Mora making a move on 2.
Correct.
There's just got to be urgency. It's got to be now for Staker. You're playing this first set breaker like you have the opportunity to clinch the match.
Right.
Meanwhile, again, Kupras right now, 4-2 lead here on court number 4. Credit to Destiny Etnikov for just making things frisky, and the longer she can hang around Perry. It's 2-all on 3 in the third, 3-2 on 2. Obviously, the 4-2 lead here for A&M on 4, but it's San Diego with a 3-2 break lead on 5. You can just stay around, just hang around, to your point.
Right, giving her teammates a chance.
Yeah, you can see the frustration slowly starting to add up. That's how you speak English, Perry.
That is correct.
Did you hear that enunciation? I worked on it there.
That is correct. But I mean, I do think there's also something a little bit different about playing at the Seattle Tennis Center because you have your teammates on your court. So as you can see, the Aggies are on the court, and you see a little bit with San Diego. It looks like there might be a player on the court. So everything feels a lot closer. I feel like it could add some pressure slightly to have them there.
I mean, all the credit in the world, by the way, here to Allie Coleman, who is doing exactly what her Duke team requires, because on the flip side, we've talked about it from the Staker perspective. If you're Coleman, you get the set, it's a new match. 3 first sets apiece, you play them even in the first sets of tennis. We know the first sets, ultimately, how little they mean. Go check out that San Diego match.
Right. I mean, Coleman just really playing goalie this tiebreaker, just working.
Really well said. You're right. That's literally what she has done. Staker's just gotten a little too, I don't want to say eager.
It's probably a byproduct of nerves, right?
Yeah, that's a little overzealous, maybe.
Correct.
Guts from Staker.
I mean, overhead down the line in the service box? What?
Nuts. By the way, 5-2 Kupras you see here. Obviously, change of ends. We stuck through. She wouldn't miss anything. Mia Kupras closing in. She's 3 points away now. You see the change of ends here. If we get a match point, we'll go full screen. Or you know what? It's honestly a cross for Kupras. This is so silly, but it's a cross between Kelly Chen. What about Karolina Mukova?
Yeah?
It's the forehands I see for both of them. How explosive they are.
That's interesting. That's not
Steady
wrong.
the base, the ability to move forward.
Yeah.
Again, at A.L. Gruskin, at Cracked Rackets, at P Shines, a.k.a. WHSD, SV.
Oh, you were so close.
Fiddlesticks, WHSV Perry. It's match point Kupras. Let's go full screen on 4. I know it's 5-2 Coleman. I apologize, but match points trump the set points. Texas A&M lost a heartbreaking 4-3 match. Came down to a third set breaker at the number 6 position. It was Hannah Villa-Moeller for Cal sending the Bears over the top. Can A&M prevent that here this time? Not yet.
Not yet.
Gutsy. Why not if you're Destiny Etnikov?
Right. I like the way that she's played down. I almost wish that we've seen her play this way, you know, throughout the match.
Sure.
But I do like when her back is against the wall, she's stepping up.
Yeah.
I mean, like that. Wow.
Ball goes wide. Call confirmed. So Mia Kupris sending A&M to the quarterfinals. Kupris 6'3", 3'6", 6'2". It'll be Aggies versus Ohio State tomorrow, Perry. It's a good win for A&M, is it not, as we go back to court 5?
I would say Texas A&M and Ohio State, two teams that had similar matches today with playing opponents that were just very scrappy and didn't go away, and they had to stay out, you know, perhaps a few minutes longer than they intended, but yeah, 4-0 on both scoreboards for them. So we're excited for that one tomorrow.
Yeah, 2-4-0 Seattle Tennis Club matchups. By the way, that means we're probably off to a 3:05 start. 3:00. Oh, no. 3:30. This is the built-in half hour that they give, right? So not before 3:30. I'm getting a head. Yep, I appreciate it. Confirmed. Over here to my right. Massive thank you. So let's be honest. Head honcho this week. Can we call you the head honcho, Justin? Head honcho this week? Yeah, our head honcho this week confirming. Justin Cerny, massive thank you to him, the entire ITA team.
Absolutely.
See head coach Audra Cohen, who every match I watch, I accuse her at least once. I'll send her a text and say, this is the moment when you wanted to take your player's racket and say, just give it to me. I'll do it from here.
It must not be easy having had such an incredible career.
NCAA singles champion.
Yes.
University of Miami. Stand out for both Miami and Northwestern, of course, during her college career. She transferred before it was cool.
She did transfer before it was cool, and also after being the Big Ten Player of the Year her freshman year. The 3 overheads. That time it was 3.
Gorgeous stuff. This is the big high five from head coach Audra Cohen. Just wants her team always fight. And again, if you're just joining us, Oklahoma doubles 3 first sets. Duke took first sets. Chloe Back, of course, at the #1 spot. Emma Jackson at 4.
And just to put this into context, how long this first set has lasted, there are basically 5 or 6 games on the board in most of the other matches.
Yeah, in
the second
2,
set.
yeah.
In set 2, correct.
And yeah, I think this set's been over an hour, yeah?
Right.
Because what, doubles was done by 1:15?
Yeah, this has been over an hour.
It's a mistaker for you. Not only is she the heart taker, she's the free time taker.
I was about to say it, but then you did.
Well, she's the mistaker free time taker. If you think you're going to mistaker.
If you think that you're going to have free time, she will take it.
Mistaker, good luck making your dinner reservation taker. Yeah. In the best way, by the way. It's a great push forward from Coleman. I really like the effort here from Coleman. I really like the energy we've seen.
I like the match they are. They're very well matched.
Yeah, it's a good battle.
Set point for Coleman here. Nope, didn't get it.
To play on 7-0. Can't say I'm surprised by the way that we're about 2 hours into this match, maybe a little less, and there's still no clear-cut separation.
Oh, 100%. Just like the Stanford-Georgia match this morning, I don't see there being a clear-cut separation until the very end of this match.
Absolutely. Until someone does put that 4 on the board.
Correct. And again, credit to Oklahoma for really bringing it this match.
No, the energy. They're just bad. This is the Oklahoma we saw last year.
Yep.
And by the way, their losses, I know NC State's not here, but that was NC State with Diana Schneider. Michigan's here. Ohio State's a quarterfinalist.
Emma Staker, give me a break.
Breaker. That's
Breaker.
How that, you gotta end it on the rhyme. You'll get there. That's okay.
I'll get there. I'll get there. I'm still working on it.
Staker thrilling in the breaker.
There it is.
Yeah. They're gonna reset the scoreboard here. It's I believe 8-7 Staker.
Well, that was to tie it at 7.
Yeah, no. I think that scoreboard was incorrect. I think that was the 7-all point. Now it's 8-7 Staker.
Gotcha. That is true. They're serving from outside.
Dare I say right now, it's Emma Staker, momentum taker. Felt like Duke was making a push. Certainly, again, leads for the Blue Devils on courts 4, court 1. Close everywhere else. They would have loved this third first set. But once again, it's the Oklahoma Sooners and sophomore Emma Staker. 7-6 first set on 5. Is that a balloon pop? Or again, if you're Duke, do you not even feel that at this point, given how tight things are everywhere else? And by the way, speaking of which, let's go over to court number 2 now.
I feel like it's still neck and neck. I don't feel like that made much of a difference because we're seeing on all of the courts right now in the second set, basically all of them, it's either 3-2 or 3-all. So, I mean, we have one at 4-3, so we don't really. I don't see a clear difference right now.
It's actually fascinating. This reminds me a lot of the Michigan match Oklahoma played earlier this season, where Oklahoma actually was in the Duke position. They dropped a bunch of first matches, and yet it was 3-all, 4-all, second sets on every court, and all of a sudden Michigan pulled away. And I think if you're Duke, that's the issue here now, is you've just dug yourself a serious deficit.
Yeah.
4 first sets, you're 3 bad minutes here, there, everywhere. From now, you're down a set and a break on 4 courts. It's just that I agree with you. It's still very tight. But of course, my concern there is just, again, now there's no more margin for error for Duke. Now it's all got to go perfectly.
Right. I mean, and one comment about this setup here at Nordstrom is that the number 1 and 2 singles spots, they have a lot on them.
Yeah.
They always do, but here they're in the middle of both of the matches, so you're really controlling the energy of each blanket courts.
And that's why here, I think this Oklahoma team has been so scrappy on this even side. Carmen Corley, from an energy perspective, it's kind of giving Cam more of the business.
Yeah. Yeah.
The positivity.
Correct.
Meanwhile, Moore just feels like she's on the brink of frustration. And that pass will certainly help.
Right.
Again, Moore is too good of a fighter, too experienced. Never count Cam Moore out of a match. This is a massive deuce point, though.
And of course, energy doesn't win necessarily singles matches as much as they win doubles matches, but I still feel like in this case, the energy that we've seen from Corley has really, it's maintained her momentum. It's
well
kept
said.
her at the set.
No, completely agree. And so this is a massive deuce point. By the way, Mora was up 3-1. She's been up a break this whole second set. Another one.
Mm-hmm.
Needed that. So now 4-3 Blue Devil lead here. Second set, court number 2. Let's go spend some more time on court number 4. Haven't spent a ton of time there. That's a really fun contrast of styles. It's a lefty freshman, Julia Garcia-Ruiz, taking on the big hitting sophomore, Emma Jackson. The noises coming off of that court have been stellar.
It is. It's amazing. I mean, if you're playing Emma Jackson, the only thing I can think of right now, I mean, at least for Garcia Ruiz, is no more forehands. If you can avoid it, no more forehands.
Well said. That one sail on her? I think it did.
Yeah.
Just a hair long. All right, we finally see our first scoreboard with separation. Interesting. All of a sudden, Sasha Pisareva, 6-4-4-1 lead on Brezgalova.
Brezgalova also doing a good job of fighting here. Just Pisareva has the slight edge.
Won all the big points.
Correct. Mm-hmm. And again, we see Jackson really just doing her best to get towards that finish line.
Mm-hmm.
With the way that Jackson's playing, though, I say put her anywhere in the 3 through 6 in the lineup, and you have quite a bet.
For sure. And honestly, if you're Duke, you just kind of need this.
Mm-hmm.
Just something to rally around. Again, another match we haven't checked in much on, court number 3, where Georgia Drummond is taking on Donna Guzman. Right now, it's a 6-4-4-3 lead. Drummond was up an early break there in that second set. It's evaporated. Duke, you just need something to sink your teeth into.
Right. And again, the Drummy-Guzman matchup, tough for Drummy, especially if Duke doesn't have the momentum. Because Guzman's just not going to miss from the baseline. Guzman's also fast, you know,
yeah.
Not going to let any balls pass her by either.
No, I've never seen her make 2 unforced errors consecutively.
Yeah. Wow. Big serve from Garcia Ruiz down the middle.
It's nice, isn't it? The lefty. She's got weapons.
It's nice.
I love her energy, too.
Mm-hmm.
He gets after it. Meanwhile, worth noting who's sitting right now around watching all the action. It's our next matchup here at Nordstrom. I see the Vanderbilt staff. I see the Iowa State staff. Someone from Vanderbilt's writing an essay right in front of us.
I was just about to say Vanderbilt doing their homework, putting the student and student athlete.
Literally.
Oh, right.
I'm pretty sure that's a 5,000 word something.
It is. I mean, the font is small, so I can't really tell from here, but...
Dissertation on the importance of the doubles point mathematically.
I thought you were going to say the importance of double spacing.
That works.
That was something that I loved doing in college. To double space all your essays.
Meanwhile, there's a massive breakpoint chance here. Again, Emma Jackson just looking to give something for this Duke team to rally around. Meanwhile, Cam Mora serving for the set now, 5-3 up. This is the Duke push.
This is the Duke push. I agree. And Alex, you talked about how matches are in, did you say 3 or 4 sections?
Yeah, it depends.
Because I feel like we're in section 3 out of 4 right now.
Yeah, it feels like a 4-act play.
Yes, a 4-act play, yes.
Yeah.
We're in the 3rd act.
Yeah, so you have doubles, you have the first set of singles, you have whenever the losing team makes their push, and then you have the finisher.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's 4 acts.
I agree.
Because the losing team's always going to make a push. Just how long does it last? How successful is it?
Right.
All right, this is a big deuce point. And let me ask you this: playing the left, did you go deuce or outside of here?
Always deuce, I would say. I would say that, especially indoors. Look, if the lefty serve curves out wide on the outside, then you're screwed because you're into the side.
Sure, curtain.
The curtain, correct.
Yeah.
That is what it's called.
Yeah, it's like, I got you.
That is what the blue is called.
Team effort here. No,
Yes.
I also like, it's a little easier to get this return to her backhand, right?
Right. Mm-hmm. And let her beat you with it down the tee like she just tried to. Right. They're less likely to make that than they are out wide.
Good comp on you. You want to stay away from that Emma Jackson forehand.
That is not the way to play Duke's point against Emma Jackson. Oh,
lethal. 5-4 now. Duke's 1 game away here. Meanwhile, let's go over to court number 2. Court number 2. Oh, wait. We have split screen again. Stupid Alex. We have split screen available. Westoff, can you give me court 2 right now, and we'll work the split screen as soon as they're back on 4. Throw that up on the board for us. Yeah, meanwhile, Donna Guzman is actually serving for the match on 3. So it could very quickly be 3-0. I'm trying to think. 3-1 there if Coleman gets off the board. It could actually be 3-2 pretty quickly as Chloe Beck 6-4-4-2 lead on Lane Sleeth right now. So now that stake her first set's starting to look that much more prevalent.
yes.
I like prevalent has the word relevant in it, essentially. It
Yeah.
doesn't, and it's just like, yeah, well, they're the same thing.
No, that's fair. That's
Yeah.
fair. I respect that. I mean, all you have to do is take away the P and then it's the word.
Yeah, they're in the RE family.
They are.
Yeah. That's how you know we've reached the afternoon session, folks. About 6 hours into our broadcast here.
We start breaking down the word prevalent.
Yeah. You want to do the Latin?
Please.
I'll make the joke. I said Tim Russell might be listening. He'd appreciate a good Latin session.
Of course.
And so we go split screen now. First point goes to Jackson, and the camera froze on us there. Meanwhile, how about this break point coming up here for Carmen Corley as she looks to extend set number 2. But look, the pathway is now very clear for Oklahoma. Protect your lead on 3. Protect your lead on 6. Protect your lead on 2.
That's it. That's all you need.
They are a good 20 minutes away. Although Staker, by the way, 7-6-2 love up over on court 5.
And then you're also seeing, right, as you said with 5, I think that could be a quick set as well.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, let's go. Well, you see the 30 love here on court number 4. As we make that court number 3. That's why you're on top of the game, super producer Daniel Westoff. I don't even need to tell him. But give me that slow clap. Match point Blue Devils on 4. There it is. Sophomore Emma Jackson stays hot.
Rips. That was a rip.
Yeah.
I mean, she's been ripping that forehand all day today.
Absolutely ripped indeed. So it's a 3-4 win. Or 4-3 win, excuse me. No, 3-4 for Emma Jackson. She takes it on court number 4. Westoff, can we make court 4 court 6? Court 4 court 6. Sasha Pizareva gain points to make it 6-4, 5-2. As again, the pathway for Oklahoma becomes more and more clear. We see what time it is. It's the witching hour. It's go time. Of course, why do we know that? Because we have Rolexes. Rolex is the official timepiece of the ITA. Shout out to our friends at JMC Lighting. If we were outdoors, we know we'd be lit up by JMC, the official outdoor lighting partner of the ITA. And then, of course, shout out to our dear friends at California Sports Surfaces, official court surface of the ITA. I'd say these purple and greens look California-y.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down for that.
Yeah, I wouldn't know any better.
I also feel like California gives the vibe of different colors work. So these are different colors for a tennis court, and it works.
Well, Perry, that was an elite argument. I can't argue. That was perfect. I got nothing to add. So we can move back to the tennis. As we see, Drummy does get the break back, so she will now serve 6-4, 4-5 down. I mean, but right here you see it. There's Oklahoma's pathways to points 2 and 3. Staker, a 7-5, 7-6-2 love lead, on 5. I mean, they're both so close, but we got to go. Westhoff, can you go full screen to 2 and then take me back to this split screen? Let's go full screen to 2, as right now Camora, again, just trying to keep Duke alive. Maybe she steals the second set. Drummy gets hot. Anything starts to happen.
The cards have to really align at this point for
sure.
the Blue Devils, but yeah, never say never.
No, and Chloe Beck's really close as well. So again, super producer Daniel Westhoff, if you can get us over to court number 2. Court 2 in lieu of court 3, I guess. Here we go. It's too good from Carmen Corley.
Yeah.
And that's the sort of aggressive indoor tennis we saw from Corley throughout the course of last season's national indoors.
Again, just Corley, kind of the Energizer Bunny of this team, and we've seen that all throughout this match.
And Westhoff, we're going to need to work the split screens again, so let's go courts 2. Oh my God, I mean, everywhere's close. Courts 2 and 3. 2 and 3, please. So just add 3 to the mix here. Oh, I forgot we had triple box. Oh, super producer Danny Westhoff, you've done it again. As you can see, Mora here closing in on set points, hoping to get her shot at them 2 points away. Meanwhile, Pisareva's a game away. Guzman's a game away. On court number 1, Chloe Beck, for what it's worth, also a game away. Oh, and that's a little shooter's roll.
Yes, little neck court action there.
Exactly. And so it does set up the set points. Again, Oklahoma can win without her, Carmen Corley, but Duke really needs this from Cam Mora.
Yes. Now, again, Alex, you were talking about earlier the power of not losing, and we're seeing that with Mora here. She just needs to, right now, not lose.
Absolutely. I just sends a little message to Priskolova on 6, just stay alive. That overhead's too good. It's the overheads from match point.
Yes. How many overheads have we seen today on match point?
The theme.
It is the theme.
Now all you think to yourself is maybe do it, I don't know, first set, like 2-all. Try moving forward, see what happens.
No, they like to wait.
Yeah, exactly. Why do you know what you can do later?
But yeah, we're not seeing that many missed overheads today. I'm very impressed.
Meanwhile, again, set point number 2 coming up for Cam Mora. Ooh, we might have a match point situation coming up on 3. Set goes to Mora. Can we go split screen 3 and 6, Westhoff? Fastest humanly. Oh.
I mean,
this guy.
Mind reader.
He's been coordinating with Jason Leone. They're ahead of us.
Yes, they are.
Harry's sending him secret texts. We've got match points here on courts 3 and 6, Westhoff. Give me that slow clap of slow claps. So it's 2-1 now. All right, 40-30, we'll go full on court number 3. 2-1 is Sasha Pisareva, the senior. 4-2 over the transfer, Brizgalova. Coach Jamie Ashworth. You're looking at the scoreboard, 2-1 down, but match points down on court number 3, 7-6, 2-1 down on 5. Donna Guzman makes it 3-1 Sooners, 4-4 win for the sophomore. No signs of that ACL injury from a year ago, Perry.
No. And I mean, all of a sudden, we're just seeing Oklahoma just pull away on the scoreboard. But it's something that has been a long time coming. As we said, Duke would have had to put together a lot to start to take a lead in this match. But I don't know. Now it will be, can Duke pull what we saw from Auburn earlier today? Can they just hang around a little bit? I mean, even if they end up losing, can they make Oklahoma hit a few more balls?
Similar to Stanford, Georgia as well. Similar to A&M. Unfortunately, they're just in the San Diego position where they're the ones trailing now. They've gotten the third set from Mora. Court 5 is where we're looking. Can we go to court 1, Westhoff? We've got a match point, Chloe Beck. Match point, Chloe Beck on 1. Oh, here we are on 1. Duh. You know what it was? I saw Sleeth. And shout out to the Oklahoma fans. If you know, you know. They call Sleeth Staker the Blondes. That's what they do in practice.
Yes, you told me. Yes, in practice.
Exactly. And so I saw one of the blondes, and I just assumed it was Staker. That's on me, folks. Chloe Beck and a Chloe Beck. And you see the fist pump from new assistant coach Danny Leitner. Chloe Beck, 6'4", 6'2", 3-2 now. And a reminder, when these two teams faced off last year, Oklahoma went to Durham on a kickoff weekend. Earned a pretty comfortable at the time. I believe it was a 4-1 victory. 4-2. I know it was 4-3, obviously, in last year's NCAA semifinals. But now let's go split screen 2 and 5. It's all we've got left. Third set underway on court 2. Actually, this does feel a little Georgia-ish, right? It was 3-2 there. Georgia was down. They took a first set, although I guess that's the difference is Georgia doesn't have a first set.
Right.
Oklahoma's in the Georgia position, I should say.
It's interesting. You wonder if the cadence of these matches is similar because it's a first round and the girls are kind of just getting back into it, or if it's because it truly is them playing at the highest level and this is just how it's all played out.
By the way, Staker, it's a much-needed hold for 3-1 again. Emma Staker has been in this position about 7 million times. And who clinched Oklahoma's 4-3 victory?
Emma Staker.
In the semifinals, it was Emma Staker. Meanwhile, again, coming up at 3:30 over at the Seattle Tennis Club. Michigan going to take on Virginia. That's a fun one.
That's a frisky first round.
Yeah, of course. We have the most biased pro-Michigan commentator to my right. I've never heard of the Wolverines, but...
Oh, sure. Sure, Alex.
What's this, Michigan?
How do you pronounce it?
Yeah, exactly. Staker, again, just going to ask every question of Ellie Coleman. It's been a very well-rounded match. Two players who are comfortable moving forward, comfortable playing defense. The question is now, with the scoreboard pressure being what it is, who's going to be more comfortable being the aggressor, right? That's the question.
That's a great point. Exactly. I have nothing to add, Alex. That was perfect.
6 hours in. I'm finally loose.
It's going to be vital for Moore to really get a good start in this third set.
You hear a pin drop right now. Very tense moments. Early break point chances here for Corley. Ay, what was that first serve? Tough. You can feel the nerves there for Cam Moore. It's like you can just feel the tension building.
Yes.
It's an early 1-love break lead for Carmen Corley. Meanwhile, Staker Coleman just doing battle. I got nothing from a tactical perspective on that match on court 5. It's who's going to execute better. Like, they are both very well-rounded, Perry.
Well, it's just a good matchup. I mean, that's what we said in the first set, the 7-6 set. There wasn't necessarily one thing that went right or wrong for either player. They were just playing good tennis. It was just solid. I do feel like now momentum it is the word of the day, and it's the word of college tennis in a lot of ways. And so we're seeing Emma Staker really start to try to break away in this match. Ellie Coleman saying not yet. Meanwhile, at 2 singles, we have Carmen Corley leading the first game in the third set, but Cam Moore never an easy out.
Never an easy. I just feel like breaks. I feel the breaks coming on court number 2.
That's fair. I could feel that.
Game point coming up here for Coleman. And the rally's got to start somewhere. Just a casual flick of the wrist there. Ludicrously excellent. So there it is. Coleman holds still on the stake for second break lead over on court number 5. Of course, now feels like a good time to give a massive shout out to some of our sponsors here this weekend. A shout out to our friends at the USTA. There's more tennis to play, skills to hone, fun to be had. Learn more by going to USTA.com to become a USTA member today. You still a USTA member, P?
I'm sure I am. I mean, I can't say I have my USTA card still, but I'm probably a member. Maybe a member for life?
Yeah, I'm like 997432, whatever, like the freaking number.
I used to know my USTA member. Of course I did.
Yeah, there was a time. Now I don't.
That is a great memory. Oh gosh, I do not know mine anymore, but yeah.
There's a few numbers you remember, right? Like 879258822 was my student ID for Michigan, which you have to put on the exams,
that's unbelievable. Right? Are you kidding me? You remember
8 digits. Come on.
No, that's crazy.
What, you look at your ID card?
No, I would always swipe. My ID card was just a swipe. I didn't put it in.
Yeah, see, that's what you did in your we were analog. We had to fill out the Scantron. I was not that much older than you. Yeah.
I was going to say I was an English major. We never really did the Scantron situation.
That's hilarious.
I avoided that at all costs.
Yeah, that's why. The heck of a volley from Carmen Corley gives herself 3 chances to consolidate. Meanwhile, good question from Nathan Stinson, who was wondering what happened to last year's superstar freshman, and she's a Chanta for this Oklahoma team. Chanta went pro. That's why you lost her at the end of the year. Had a really good run. with her team. I forget what the name of the cup is. I can remember my student ID, but I can't remember the name of I think it's not the Asian Games, but Pan American, maybe, or not Pan American, Pan Asian Games, maybe what it was. She went represented Thailand. Yeah.
I believe it was Pan Asian. She went to go represent Thailand.
And she wins, and then they're like, just stay.
Right,
and
because
let's go win.
Right, and OU's plan at the NCAAs and have her exactly.
Yeah. And then she just decided to turn pro this offseason, Nate. So that's why you lost her. Now, again, you brought in Garcia Ruiz, and you bring back everyone else. And if Carmen Corley's going to play this aggressive, Chanta who?
Well, in a way, yes. I mean...
And let's go split, by the way, if you can. Super perfect, yes.
Yes. No, I mean, again, respect the decision for Chanta to go pro. And she had the record to prove it in college and was ready to take the next step. And I think at the same time, obviously it is a loss to OU, but yeah.
The other big thing as well is also, did the federation say, we'll support you, but you got to go now? Some players financially, if your federation's willing to support you, you got to go.
Of course. And that's totally understandable.
Same thing, Priska Negroho, who was, of course, the freshman last year for NC State, was so good. And yet now she's top 300 in the world in singles and doubles. And again, her federation said, it's time. We'll support you, but you got to go. Being good at tennis, burden and a blessing. One I didn't have to deal with.
Well, not me at that level, for sure. To have a federation support you is a lot of pressure, but also a privilege. So,
absolutely.
Again, OU needs one of these two matches. Duke needs both.
Also, you like, ooh. No, call confirmed. Next line there, 4-15 all. By the way, winner of this match, of course, going to take on Georgia in tomorrow's quarterfinal. Blue bloods everywhere.
It really is at this point, it is. I mean, whoever wins this match taking on Georgia, it will be blue bloods.
Absolutely. By the way, loser of this match, what's your consolation prize? Stanford.
Give me a break. That is not a consolation prize.
Horrible. That's horrible.
That's the consolation punishment.
Yeah, that's just horrifying. And I believe that's the 9 a.m. match tomorrow, if memory serves me correct. We'll check the draw. It is indeed that 9 a.m. match here. There's a massive opportunity. Obviously, Coleman making her move now. 3 all on 5.
Still an uphill battle, but Coleman doing a good job of just staying in there.
Well, here's the big thing for Oklahoma now. If you're a mistaker, you can go through the second half of the second set feeling a little less pressure. You've got Corley out on court.
Right.
You're up a set. You drop this. It's not the end of the world.
It's not.
So she can just afford to play with a little more freedom.
I mean, meanwhile, I just love the way Corley has played this third set. I mean, obsessed. She's literally stepped in and taken away all the time from Mora. Mora's not doing much wrong here, just getting rushed a little bit.
For sure.
Yeah, just like that. We have a deuce point on court 2.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it's a match point here for Corley, but Cam needs it.
Oh, yeah.
You just wonder how comfortable, how able will she be? Double break 3 love down. That's a gift.
Yeah, that is cool.
Absolute gift.
Corley was playing at the level that she really should have led 3-love in that set.
Well said, and so again, it's 1-2, as my coach would say, buckle my shoe. 1-2 up a break. Carmen Corley at that number 2 single spot. So full court here, and of course, after earning the break back for 3-all, Ellie Coleman finds herself in a bit of a deficit.
We're seeing on the bottom of your screen Chloe Beck coming in at 5 in the country. She won her match earlier today for Duke. She's one of those 2 victories on the board.
The other was Jackson, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's break point chances here for Emma Staker again. Staker clinched 10 matches for the Sooners last season. 10 matches. She went 31-10 overall in singles. I'm trying to think. She clinched 10 matches.
I mean, that's GOAT status.
Well, I'm just trying to think in total, how many matches did the team win? Like, at most 30, right? She clinched a third of their matches.
Yeah.
32.
32.
That's just selfish. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
It's selfish.
Let someone else have some fun, Emma. And there it is. That's the break. 4-3 now. So Staker closing in on the finish line. We go back here to the Nordstrom Tennis Center. 15-love break lead for Carmen Corley, who's everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with the angles.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen that all match.
The aggression, too.
Yes. Because Corley, now seeing her in person, she doesn't have the height that Mora does, but she's able to take that ball early and get those angles and just really rush her.
For what it's worth, you look for each of these players last season. Carmen Corley, again, the 4th year from Albuquerque, New Mexico. All NCAA tournament first team, all Big 12 first team, all National Indoors tournament team, went 20-12 overall in singles, 9-7 at the number 2 spot. Of course, Mora played that number 1 spot for the Tar Heels. Yanks that one wide. That's a frustrating miss. You can see the frustration adding up in the bottom of Cam Mora.
Well, it's tough. A lot is on Mora at this moment because she really not only has to bring the positivity, but has to bring the results. I mean, Duke down 3-2 in this match. Now we see Emma Staker 2 games away from sending OU to the quarterfinals.
Gift for gift. Game point missed return by Corley, followed up by a game point missed return by Mora. 3-1 Corley up a break here. As we stay split screen again, coming up 3:30. Harry Shinans, University of Michigan. Just kidding, folks, but
LOL.
Yeah. We'll explain that joke as we get to the match.
Yes.
Yeah. It'll get some runway this weekend.
Yes.
This Wolverine's going to take on last year's National Indoor and NCAA quarterfinalists and rising, dare I say, blue blood in the University of Virginia.
Yes.
Head coach Sarah O'Leary.
Sarah O'Leary spent time at Davidson before this.
All-American at UNC.
Yep. Both coaches at Virginia actually come from UNC, where they had standout careers. So Gina Malaguti as well.
You call her Gina or Peachy?
Peachy.
Yeah.
I was just trying to be formal.
Shout out to you for knowing the full name. I would have just gone with Gina or Peachy. 30-15 opportunity here for Staker coming up. She's 6 good points away from an 11th clinch of her career. 11. It's the Oklahoma record.
To win 11 matches in your college career is impressive.
Yeah, let alone clinch 11.
11 clinches.
And it is fascinating. We get a question here as we see the 30 all coming up from Nathan Stinson again. Clearly a big Boomer Sooner guy. Wants to know, why has this team struggled so much in singles this season compared to last? I know we talked about it earlier, but you want to take a stab at this one, Perry?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think that's a super insightful question to notice that. And I would say that I feel like OU, at least even seeing today in the way that they have slightly struggled in singles, it was what I thought before. I was like, how can they bring this energy into singles for the next 2 hours? Now, Alex, you would know because you were there last year when they were able to do that from doubles to singles. But this year, I'm seeing them struggle to bring that energy, to bring that level of tennis that they brought in doubles. I mean, this is a different Oklahoma team than the one that came out 2 hours ago.
No, this Oklahoma team is playing with such better intention than they did against Michigan. It was so aimless early in the season. It just feels like this team has a purpose once again here today. Everyone knows their role, knows the energy they're supposed to sustain. You know, again, it helps to have someone like Donna Guzman playing as well as she did at 3, the veteran Pisareva at 6. You feel good about her always. Of course, it does feel worth mentioning now in the building, the 2-time defending NCAA champs, Texas, walking in now. Like, talk about composure.
The air has shifted.
Yeah, exactly. No, and you can feel it now.
Yeah, but I mean, Nathan also asks, is it just a rotation thing, like playing bad matchups? I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I just think everyone's playing better. I don't know how else to say it. Like, they played bad in January.
Yeah.
Coach Cohen would be the first to say it. Like, we did not have it. And 2 4-0 wins, they dominated kickoff weekend. Minnesota, Texas Tech, those matches were under an hour and a half.
And it was showing how they were really able to bounce back from that tough start to the season. And it was a statement. I mean, as you said earlier during kickoff, that was a statement from Oklahoma, the team that came in to this spring as 4 in the country. So this is a team that they know what they're doing.
By the way, you know who's cheering their brains out right now? Michigan, Ohio State, and NC State, who are like, oh my God, our win's going to look great.
Yes, of course.
They're thrilled to see Oklahoma run the table.
Oh, of course.
Point coming up on court number 2. Serve coming up for Mora. Double fault earlier. The same spot. Yeah, sprayed long. Once again, Cam Mora. She's going to ask the chair umpire. Chair umpire's going to confirm that was indeed just long. So now it's 4-1 Oklahoma. They can feel it.
Yep. And when I said that Oklahoma wasn't the same Oklahoma as 2 hours ago, I mean, they're not a bad Oklahoma. And also, I feel like the singles will only improve as the season goes on. If they're able to get confidence from wins like this, from wins like kickoff, yeah, I feel like they're definitely a contender this year.
Cole, I mentioned the experience. For the record, the gap here on court number 5, Staker, the 30-plus wins or 30 victories in singles last season. Ellie Coleman, for her career, 21-9.
Yes.
But these are both sophomores. Sure, they've been around the block with one another. Not an unfamiliar name. But that's great aggression. And we've seen this consistently. Credit to each and every one of these players. Coleman continuing to be the aggressor. Go down swinging. Why not? So game point chances here to ask the question. The travel well, don't they? Could be 6 Sooner fans in the crowd, and Coach Cohen will have them screaming.
Yes.
Coleman had the overheads.
Right. Meanwhile, in court 2, Corley up 4-1, 15 love. So now it's just a race to the finish line for OU.
It really does feel like when, not if.
Mm-hmm.
Volley. You have my attention, Ellie Coleman.
I
It's been a great match.
know. It really has.
Either or here on 5. But again, Staker 1 hold away from sending Oklahoma back to the indoor quarterfinals. It really is a race to the finish line.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, just to address this quickly, why is Florida not participating, Rice Crim? ITA kickoff weekend, they lost A&M 4-2. 15 regions, 4 schools per region. 15 schools have the chance to qualify for this event. Florida had that opportunity, they just fell short. And it speaks to blue blood versus new blood. Oklahoma, the new blood, the new kids on the block. Duke, the bluest of the blue, 2009 NCAA champions. Let's go back, by the way, to 5. West off full split screen, please, as court 5's back. Don't want to miss any of that game. You see Ellie Coleman running back. It'll be sophomore Emma Staker.
I like Ellie Coleman's energy even at this point in the match. I like it. I like to see it.
I like the fist pump when she held as well.
It's what a coach would want to see. I mean, you can't ask anything more of your player.
Always the big 4 words. Make them earn it.
Yep. Herman Corley, ever so close. Up 4-1, 40 love now. Meanwhile, Emma Staker takes the first point at number 5 singles. Nice overhead there at Nat. Yeah,
Really
that's so good.
It's a race now, isn't it?
It's a good race to be having for OU. Let's see who can make the quarterfinals of indoors first.
Well, it's also a race to see again. Can they finish before the 3:30s get underway? Obviously a little bit behind here, but 3:30 coming up. Seattle Tennis Club.
Believe it or not, we've actually made up time in a way.
Sort of.
Sort of, in a way. Kind of.
We're about a half hour behind here at Nordstrom.
Right. For tennis, that's not a lot.
Not bad at all. Yeah, I'm all in on Ellie Coleman.
Way to approach.
I love the mentality. Even if she loses today, make Staker do something crazy.
I agree.
Corley's 3 points away now. Meanwhile, Staker 2 points away.
It is literally a race.
Yeah, it's go time.
Oh, is that out?
Just wide.
Wow.
That's right on our sideline. Just wide by the thinnest of margins.
Ellie Coleman.
Keep swinging, man.
Yep.
It's not over till it's over, right?
Yep.
look there at the scoreboard. Cordley's 2 points away, but Emma Staker, match point. We go full on 5. Full on 5. Match points. Overhead goes long for the second consecutive season. Oklahoma's going back to the quarterfinals. 4-2 win for Oklahoma. They knock out Duke again, and once again, who delivers the clinch carry? It's Emma Staker, the match taker.
There it is, Alex. You said it. Couldn't say it any better. And now I don't even know if you all can hear through our headphones, but Oklahoma is making so much noise right now. The energy is just there. As you said, they're back.
This is what they do best, of course. Oklahoma clinching the victory. So that'll do it. Again, 12 o'clock matches in the books. Now we're about 4 minutes away from the start of play at the Seattle Tennis Club. But in the meantime, we're going to take a quick break. We will be back, though, as Round of 16 day continues here in Seattle. You're watching our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2023 ITA Division I National Women's Team Indoor Championships.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too.
Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out. Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Introducing A-Peak Tennis and A-Peak Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that A-Peak does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate A-Peak's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use A-Peak, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate A-Peak's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun, for health, for life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
Go to the net, it's easier.
All right, tennis fans, quick update for all of you on our schedule. Our match here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center going to start at 4 p.m. Pacific time, 7 p.m. Eastern. That matchup between Iowa State and Vanderbilt coming up next here at Nordstrom. Again, 30 minutes away from the start of that. Meanwhile, over at the Seattle Tennis Club, Michigan versus the University of Virginia. You know, here at Crack Rackets, we want to bring that match to all of you fans. Unfortunately, we're having some technical difficulties right now at the Seattle Tennis Club. This is what happens, of course, when you try to display so much fantastic tennis. So many people run to the cameras, becomes a little bit difficult on the tech side. So we're working through some things over at Seattle Tennis Club. As such, we're going to take a break here on our Crack Racket stream. We will be back either 4 o'clock for the start of the match here at Nordstrom, or as soon as those cameras are back up and active over at the Seattle Tennis Club. With that said, of course, don't go anywhere. Be sure to stick around. Maybe now's the time. Run to the restroom, grab that snack, maybe hit the showers. Now will be your only window over the next 3 days as the action continues to rock and roll here. Just wanted to offer all of you that schedule update. Again, 4 p.m. Pacific time start here at Nordstrom. We'll get you to the Seattle Tennis Center as soon as those cameras are back up and active. With all of that said, for the excellent Perry Shinen, I'm Alex Gruskin. You're continuing to watch our Crack Rackets coverage of the 2023 ITA Division I National Women's Team Indoor Championships.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too.
Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out! Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Introducing A-Peak Tennis and A-Peak Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that APEAK does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate APEAK's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use APEAK, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate APEAK's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun. For health. For life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
Go to the net, it's easier.
So at Oklahoma State, we've always prided ourselves on having one of the premier tennis facilities in the country. One of the aspects that wasn't living up to that was our indoor lighting, and so we partnered with Sports Interiors, who had the reputation of being the best in the business, and they were the easiest for us to work with. Dan and his group came in from day one and gave us a plan that would allow us to have the best lighting. And with us hosting the 2020 NCAA National Championships, that's what we wanted. We wanted to showcase our tennis facility as being one of the best in the country and being a venue that would allow us to host the best championship possible.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too.
Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out. Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Introducing APEAK Tennis and APEAK Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that APEAK does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate APEAK's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use APEAK, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate APEAK's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun. For health. For life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
Go to the net, it's easier.
So at Oklahoma State, we've always prided ourselves on having one of the premier tennis facilities in the country. One of the aspects that wasn't living up to that was our indoor lighting, and so we partnered with Sports Interiors, who had the reputation of being the best in the business, and they were the easiest for us to work with. Dan and his group came in from day one and gave us a plan that would allow us to have the best lighting. And with us hosting the 2020 NCAA National Championships, that's what we wanted. We wanted to showcase our tennis facility as being one of the best in the country and being a venue that would allow us to host the best championship possible.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too.
Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out! Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Introducing APEAK Tennis and APEAK Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that APEAK does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate APEAK's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use APEAK, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate APEAK's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun. For health. For life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
Go to the net, it's easier.
So at Oklahoma State, we've always prided ourselves on having one of the premier tennis facilities in the country. One of the aspects that wasn't living up to that was our indoor lighting, and so we partnered with Sports Interiors, who had the reputation of being the best in the business, and they were the easiest for us to work with. Dan and his group came in from day one and gave us a plan that would allow us to have the best lighting. And with us hosting the 2020 NCAA National Championships, that's what we wanted.
Welcome back in, everyone, to our continued coverage here of the 2023 ITA Division I Women's National Team Indoor Championships. Alex Gruskin joined by Perry Scheinen, as I will be all weekend. It's our third batch of round of 16 matches here on day number 1, and we pick things up at the Seattle Tennis Club midway through the doubles action. Cameras back up and running, and look, this is the one bright spot for the University of Michigan. It's the number 2 team in the country. Jaden Brown, Kari Miller taking on Julia Adams. Adams playing with, blanking on my scoreboard. With who? Collard?
Yeah, Melody Collard.
Yeah, Melody
yes.
Collard. Yeah, there it is. So Collard. Serving down break points here. Oh, wait a second.
No, Collard and Adams up 3-1, I believe.
Not according to the tennis ticker. Aha. Okay. Nope, we found our solution here. So the tennis ticker, what they have wrong is this number 3 court is that's the score we see right now on court 3. That's actually the score on court 1. So they flipped those, I think.
I see. Okay.
So you're right. It is 3-1, but it's a deuce point here.
I see.
Tennis ticker scoreboard's incorrect right now. Aha. But it has me questioning everything. As we see, no, it's not deuce here. If that was a deuce point, the scoreboard's a little bit behind. Huh. All right, we're flying a little blind right now. We'll get there. All right. Kari Miller finds it down the line again. Okay, so that's a break of some sort. Now, what's the score?
Now, what is the score?
It's the million-dollar question. We'll see. Is it 5-1 now? Is it 5-1?
What does the ticker have for you, Alex?
It says 5-1 for me now.
It does? Okay. Then maybe this scoreboard here that you all are seeing is not updated yet.
Yes. Give it a second, though. It's closer, though. 4-1, 15-40 is in the realm of possibility.
I agree, because maybe that was that last point.
So we're going to assume then that this is correct. So again.
It now says 5-1.
Yeah.
Okay, I believe that was correct. And now they're serving at 15 love.
Okay, or love 15.
Love 15, correct. Okay, so now I believe Miller and Brown are up 5-1, 15 all. If I'm right.
That's what I like to hear. Meanwhile, Subash and Annabelle Shu. Westup, can we go split screen with court number 2? Again, I know we're still working on getting our scoreboards correct. But right now, a couple of lopsided sets and then a battle on serve. We'll start with the lopsided sets, obviously. 5-1 lead here. Are they still number 2 in the country? This duo, Brown and Miller?
Yes, they are
They
still.
didn't drop, right?
Correct.
Still number 2 in the country.
I misspoke. They're number 3.
How
number
dare
3.
you.
I know. They're not number 2. They're number 3.
As we move to the split screen here.
Miller and Brown both hitting a 3-1 mark on the spring.
Unbelievable hands there at the net. Not sure if that's Collard or Adams. Going to work on that in a moment for you, but quick hands nevertheless. Still 5-1, 30 all. Meanwhile, how about this? Set points here. Annabelle Shu serving on the near side. Superstar freshman partnered with Natasha Subash. Shu's a freshman, right?
Yes, and that is one heck of a team was what I was going to say.
It's a crazy duo, and that's a bagel.
There we go.
It's never too late on a Friday to enjoy an Asiago with cream cheese. And that one, maybe even some lox on it.
Is Asiago your bagel of choice?
Do I have taste buds? Yes.
Okay,
If that's the question you're asking me. No, I'd say everything bagel. I'm a man. Throw it all together.
I feel like you are an everything bagel.
Yeah,
that's definitely a personality bagel.
Exactly. And so, by the way, that's a quick 6-0. Heck of a start there for UVA. Now, of course, we get over to number 3, which I think we might have some time with, so I'm not going to introduce that quite yet. For now, it's match points on 1. Jane Brown serving here. That's why they're 3 in the country. Brown, Miller, respond. Make our life easy. Let's go right to court number 3.
I mean, there we go, and we have the clincher right here for us.
So it comes down here. Now I got to figure out who's who. I believe that's Chervinsky at the net. Ziodato, the taller, longer of the two. In fact, I believe that is Ziodato serving now on the near side of your screen. 3-all in this match. Serving. Sarah Ziodato coming over from Baylor, the junior out of Italy. She's partnered with sophomore Elaine Chervinsky. They're taking on a couple of veterans. How about this? The seniors for the Wolverines. Andrea Serdon out of New Jersey. She's partnered here with Nicole Hammond, senior out of Centerville, Virginia. Serdon on the deuce side on that far side of your court. Hammond on the ad. I'm pretty sure this is a new doubles duo. It's typically been Mary Kelly.
Is correct. Correct.
Who knows Michigan better, me or you, Liz?
We'll have to see. You might have the upper hand because you went to Michigan.
Meanwhile, for what it's worth, again, 3-all, 15-all, Serdon, Hammond have not played a ton of matches together this year. Also needs to be mentioned for both of us. I attended the University of Michigan, for what it's worth. Perry, younger sister Bailey, freshman on this University of Michigan team. We defer to you. Who's more biased?
I'm not sure because I'm a big fan of my sister, but I have to say, you did go to Michigan, so I'm going to give you the bias win.
Who says we first, me or you?
Okay, you said we before
100%
me.
me. Yeah, it's 100%
we.
I did
Listen to the Crack Rackets podcast to hear Alex say we every time he talks to Ronnie.
I did it like 12 minutes, and I was like, first one.
I know, he said
slipped. Yeah, exactly. It's all right. As we see, by the way, Wolverines breaking here. 4-4-3. I've never heard of this Michigan team before, but certainly a strong start for the Wolverines. Back-to-back wins over Oklahoma State. They did it at home. They did it on the road. They've gotten a win over Oklahoma, who's obviously a quarterfinalist here as well. It's an ideal start for this University of Michigan. I can't remember, maybe 2016, the last time this University of Michigan team felt like a legitimate top 10 powerhouse.
I mean, they're a contender this year. And what's great for the Big Ten is that it's Michigan and Ohio State.
Yes.
I mean, that's great for the
and
Big
Wisconsin.
Ten. And Wisconsin.
Every interview I did with these coaches, everyone's talking Wisconsin. I'm just saying they're on the rise, dare I say.
Wow, love the word choice.
Yeah, exactly. As we see 4-3 here, by the way, your final set. Michigan takes a quick decision at number 1. Virginia responds with that quick decision at 2. I have to say, this Virginia team, though, they're a frisky group. And it's the first year in the post-Navarro era.
Yes.
Emma Navarro, of course, top 200 player in the world, has been NCAA singles champion at that number 1 spot past 2 years for the Hoos. That's Hammond serving on the near side of your screen. For what it's worth, Nicole Hammond used to playing a lot of singles, right?
Yes. Well, Nicole Hammond is mostly a singles player for the Wolverines, has played the 6th spot a number of times this year.
She went 14-17 in doubles last year. I just think it's worth noting. And so thus it's fascinating. See Coach Ronnie. It's not as though Andrea and Mary Kelly hadn't been having success at that 3 spot, right? They've been pretty solid, but
right.
To see Hammond with the call up. Very, very fascinating. Of course, again, a shout out to our dear friends at Wilson. Wilson, the official ball, racket, and accessory brand of the ITA. Right, and the Wolverines consolidate. 15 opening here for the seniors, Hammond and Serdon. It's a good serve.
Yep.
And this Michigan team loves to play the I formation on the ad side.
And I was going to say, I love seeing Serdana at net because she's so good at just popping up and just grabbing those easy volleys at net.
Now, Ronnie and Taryn will try to ensure it's a first forehand for whomever the server is.
Yes.
Or whatever it is you want to call Lily Jones's two-handed stuff.
I would say she does not have a weakness, so both are her forehand.
That's brilliant, big hitting. Andrea Serdon takes over the net. Michigan 1 game away from the doubles point. Flip side here. Look, Elaine Travinsky played a lot of good matches last year, high up in the singles and doubles lineup. Travinsky as a freshman, 22-9 in doubles, 18-15 in singles, was named as an alternate for the NCAA singles championship. Her and Natasha Subash finished the year 56 in the country.
She's currently 101.
Yeah, sounds about right. The weapons are real.
She's 3-0 this spring, so yet to drop a singles match.
What are her and Ziodato?
She and Ziodato, they are not ranked currently in doubles, but they're 3-0 on the spring. So
interesting. And again, this Virginia team relatively untested. Good wins over South Carolina. I'm blanking on who the first one was at kickoff. It was also 4-1 for what it's worth. Whew. Don went to play big.
Their kickoff wins were Washington State and William and Mary.
Washington State, that's who it was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Washington State, then South Carolina.
Clear dynamic here. I mean, Michigan, the aggressor. You see this Virginia team a little bit more comfortable playing big from the baseline to set up the rest of their net opportunities. And you see both coaches, Sarah O'Leary, of course, joined by her, as you mentioned, longtime assistant, Gina Suarez-Malaguti, also known as Peachy. That's a great poach. That's classic. That's much, much better from Ziodato.
Well, I also feel like with their height at the net, they
exactly.
could really be utilizing that a little bit more. Like
Perfectly said. Perfectly said. You got the wingspan. Use it. As, by the way, action now officially underway here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center, Vanderbilt, Iowa State getting underway. We're going to stick around here through the end of this game. Maybe through the end of this. No, because there could be a break. So much better. And honestly, I'd be scared if I'm Michigan. Ziodato's hot now.
It's interesting how streaky they have been, at least since we started watching here.
Mm-hmm.
UVA team seems to have a lot of potential, a high ceiling out there. So let's see if they can utilize it.
Absolutely. Very well said. So it's 5-4 now. Here overall, you see these are your current doubles rankings. Chervinsky, Subash no longer playing together for this Virginia team. We saw Brown and Miller a little bit earlier. Of course, we'll see Crawley, Tangillig play Brodus, Chen. Actually, they'll be at 2. Brodus and Chen will be at 1. Both those teams playing later tonight, 6:30. The match of matches. UNC, 3-time defending national indoor champs. They're taking on Pepperdine.
Crazy matchup. Crazy first-round matchup.
Freaking battle. Right now, again, action happening all over here in Seattle. If you're just joining us, Alex Gruskin, Perry Scheinen. Winners today so far, Ohio State going to face Texas A&M in the quarterfinals. You also have an Oklahoma-Georgia matchup on the horizon. Little let court luck, right?
I mean, never hurts in dubs. It takes a lot of hands to be able to react in the moment to a let cord when you're at net. That's very tough.
It's happened so fast. Very well said. Well, if at first you don't succeed, try again.
I mean, today is the 2 overhead day.
Yeah.
No one can finish it on the first overhead, but they're actually finishing the points on the second overhead.
Well, that was just a swinging volley. That wasn't even over the head.
True.
That was the forehand swingers. We see Michigan again, 2 points away, 3 points away is how you do math there. Meanwhile, early action on all 3 courts here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. So again, ain't over till it's over. A lesson we've learned so long. We're going to wait till the end of this game. After this game, win or lose, we're going to incorporate in our action at Nordstrom.
You can really feel the freshness, the energy of a new match here.
Exactly. Everything's
very enticing here.
Yeah, everything is energetic right now.
Yes.
It's nice after 2 battles to start the day. Ooh, I formation here. Interesting. Oh, it drops. No way. Just inside the line. I thought Stravinsky had it right to let that sail.
Wow.
$30 point. It's an abbreviated I formation. And it works. Oh, no.
Wait, is that still... No.
Oh, no. Hit the ceiling. Hit the ceiling. I was going to say, first of all, great freaking hands by Sarah Ziodato.
Yes.
Just to...
She did not even flinch.
Yeah, it was ready.
Yeah.
Super impressive, but it sets up match points for the doubles point now for Michigan. 2 of them. Back in that abbreviated I. Middle solves the riddle. Serdan Hammond, 6-4, Michigan, 1-0 lead at the Seattle Tennis Club. That is an efficient doubles point for the Wolverines, Perry.
I mean, really, we've seen Michigan do this a few different times. We saw this kind of during kickoff against Oklahoma State, just grabbing that doubles clincher and doing it very well.
Very well said indeed. So again, it's now a 1-0 lead for Michigan here at the Seattle Tennis Club. Wolverines struggled so much at doubles last season. I feel like now they just take it as a celebration, as a thing of joy. It's a little extra bonus for the Wolverines to take that 1-0 lead. But with that said, we now head back over to the Nordstrom Tennis Center, where again we have our first 3 double sets currently on court at this number 1 spot. Now the cameras you see, of course, PlaySite cameras. PlaySite, an official live streaming partner of the ITA. Here at the number 1 spot. The quickest. Okay, it's not 4-0. That's incorrect. Looking at the scoreboard, I believe it's 1-all. So we'll work on getting this scoreboard right. That's obviously a play site issue here. Okay, things completed now. That's beautiful. We see them following at home. Here it's veteran duo now for this Vanderbilt team. Holly Staff. Staff, the junior now, partnered with Anna Ross, the senior. For this duo, they're taking on Tassapor Nakolo, the senior. Seniors partnered on a Sopa Pete Tiram. Sopa Pete Tiram, sophomore out of Bangkok, Thailand.
And that Iowa State duo is 2-0 at the 1 and 2 spots, so they've combined for 4-0 this spring.
course, this Iowa State team, 2 fascinating victories during the kickoff weekend, 4 threes on each occasion, 4-3 over UCLA, 4-3 over Miami. They found 2 distinctly different pathways to 4 in those 2 matches. I believe every player got at least 1 win over the course of that kickoff weekend.
Which was interesting, too, because we did not expect Iowa State to make it through kickoff. And not only did they, but they did, using a variety of players out there and a variety of weapons.
Of course, a huge moment for this program. Iowa State reaches a new career program high in the rankings just about every season that they play.
They're currently 14 in the country,
which I believe is a program high.
It is.
Also, their first top 10 victory in program history came over Miami at the kickoff weekend. That's a testament to Boomer Saya. Of course, their assistant, Kenna, just the entire Iowa State program, the enthusiasm they had. We saw their dance circle prior to the start of this event. I'll tell you what, if you're that confident to rock the dance circle at your first national indoors, I'm in.
Well, I loved how, listen to the Cracked Interviews podcast where you can hear head coach Boomer Saya talking about
the pride
and just the future of the team. I mean, he seems to just be so high on the girls, and for a reason. I mean, they've proven themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And listening to and speaking with so many coaches, they point to Boomer as one of the rising stars in women's college tennis. Just his enthusiasm, the kindness, the humility, all the above.
Mm-hmm. And I liked how he also talked about college tennis as a whole. I mean, he seems to have that perspective of the impact of college tennis and really where it's going in the future.
And, of course, big news here for Coach Saya, as he was the former volunteer assistant for Vanderbilt back in 2016.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately for him, it has been a few years, so they're none of the same players, but...
Yeah, it's been a little bit. Meanwhile, Deuce Point coming up here. Again, this duo, Ross and Staff, I believe qualified for the NCAA tournament last year.
They did. Mm-hmm.
I remember hanging out with Haley Carter, former NCAA stud herself, now the assistant at Vandy.
Yes. And it's really interesting. We're seeing these players that stood out in college now stick around and become assistant coaches, become volunteer assistants, and not just during their master's degrees, but as full-time jobs. And it's very cool. We're seeing Kelly Chen, Duke standout. She's at Furman as the volunteer assistant, as the assistant coach there at Furman. Just something special for her to get a different perspective on the game after having such an impact at Duke, leading the Blue Devils at #1 singles. We're seeing Bridget Stamel and Marcella Cruz here for Vanderbilt at the 2 spot. Marcella Cruz, also a player that I grew up with. Cruz from the East Coast, and had the privilege of losing her multiple times throughout my junior career, which was a good time. But Cruz actually a really good clay court player in juniors. And we've seen that because she has that huge topspin forehand and that kick serve that you're going to see that works so well in doubles because it gives your doubles partner time to move.
Privilege of losing to her many times?
Oh, it was a privilege. Yes.
Trying to think, who did I lose to ever that it was a privilege? You know Peter Tarwood? I think he was a couple of years older than you.
Wait, Pete Tarwood played at Brown.
Yeah, right? And
no,
I know.
No, he was a senior when I was a freshman.
Yeah, I should have beaten him at the closed. I didn't. And we walked off the court, and his mom was like, "You won that match?" And he was like, "Yeah, I decided to." And I was like, "Yeah, he decided to." Yeah.
No way. Claim to fame. Let's go.
Exactly. But even that wasn't a privilege. Daniel Westhoff says his was to lose to Eric Quigley. That would be a privilege.
Okay, that's a
winningest
privilege.
Players in college tennis history.
Yes. No, Pete Tarwood, lovely guy.
Mm-hmm. That wasn't even a privilege, though, to lose that one. That one hurt. And no privileges.
I guess it depends on your perspective.
Yeah. Three-one lead here for Iowa State. This duo will be taking partnered with,
Partnered with Nang.
Yes, right. That is indeed Shini Yong. Nung. the freshman out of China, the only freshman on this Iowa State roster.
This duo is 1-0 so far in the spring, so still young on the record books, but doing a good job here, taking an early lead, up 3-1.
In fact, you look across the board right now. Iowa State up breaks on 1 and 2. And by the way, the singles getting ready over at the Seattle Tennis Club. We'll get you back there momentarily. Little split screen action. In fact, you messaged me, super producer Daniel Westoff. I see their scores are out on court. You tell me when you're ready to work the split. We'll start to do that. 3-1 lead here again for this Iowa State duo. And I'll tell you what, you mentioned it earlier. If you haven't watched freshman Bridget Stammel, get ready to hear that name. It's interesting, as I watch this ISU Iowa State team, I don't see any prevailing themes yet in their doubles. I'm looking for tactics across courts. Is there a unified aggression? I mean, that's just good, clean living.
I have not seen that either. It's interesting because they don't have the physicality, the size, at least that we've seen in the other matches today. So my eye is not immediately drawn to them in their game style, but I think they're smart. I think they have really good serve placement. I've seen that across the board. I guess that's the only thing I have seen across the board is serve placement. Like first serve, high percentage, giving the net player a chance to attack.
Well said. As we go over to court number 1, where again Iowa State's got their other lead right now. 3-1. We jump here as well. Let's introduce our split screen. Let's go over to court number 1 at the Seattle Tennis Club as well. Just double ones on the board right now. Called 6 the Perry corner. We'll call 1 the Blumberg corner.
That's fair.
Shout
That's
out to
fair.
Will
Shout out
Blumberg.
to Will.
Yes, of course. Never ventures too far past that number 1 spot.
No.
So you see that split screen right now at the number 1 singles position. Boy, is that a battle. I know it's been a while. Well, actually, it's what it. No, they did make that switch. So again, interesting. No Adams in the lineup today for this University of Virginia team. Adams was listed at the number 1 spot.
That's wild. She was.
Hold. Must be an injury sustained in doubles. Must be, right?
Do you think?
Or something funky.
That is funky because she just played.
Yeah, because I talked to Coach O'Leary yesterday about Julie Adams at the number 1 spot, and Coach O'Leary seemed pretty confident in Adams there, but instead it's Natasha Subash, who, by the way,
not a bad.
She's been at the number
1.
2 spot for the past 2 years. Of course she has been. When Emma Navarro comes to town, not much you can do. But I was at the 2020 indoors with Subash, one of the 5 best players at the event. And
totally.
It's 3 years later. She's a senior now. Has seen just about everything college tennis can throw at you. Of course, she's taken on a fellow upperclassman in the junior, Jaden Brown, one of your breakout players of this 2023 season. What do you like about that Subash-Brown matchup?
Well, I am just going to piggyback off what you said about Subash 3 years later being as dominant. I think she's also one of the most underappreciated players in college tennis, playing under Emma Navarro for all these years and doing a great job anchoring down that 2 spot. Today, she has a chance to play 1. We're not sure what happened to Julia Adams, but just the chance to play at this level and to show really her versatility at this 1 spot. And I would say this is a good matchup between Brown and Subash. Something that I also see about Subash is just her aggressiveness from the baseline. So I think this is going to be a first strike match. Whoever is able to step in first is going to win most of the points. Both girls can defend, but I would say that both girls would rather step in. Natasha and Jaden going to be looking for big forehands on this match, so I would definitely watch for that.
Very, very well said. All right. Again, seeing all these matches unfold right now. You see on court number 1, Ross and staff looking to work their way back. Lucy, former top 50 doubles player in the world, NCAA superstar. While at UNC, Haley Carter, sitting pretty firm on this number 1 doubles spot. Boy, Iowa State right now is opening up some serious windows here. How about that lob? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous from Jaden Brown. She sustains this level we've seen from her since the start of the fall in Brown now. Gets the break for a 2-love lead. That's on court number 1 at the Seattle Tennis Club. Meanwhile, again, all Iowa State right now. Got break points for 4-1 at the number 1 spot. Break points for 5-1 at the number 2 spot. A 3-2 lead on court 3 as well. Man, you were wondering, right? I mean, you, meaning the plural you, College Tennis Nation. We were all wondering, how would Vanderbilt respond? First national indoor since 2019 versus an Iowa State team who's walking in here with nothing to lose. So far, it's been all Cyclones.
It has. And I mean, you said it. You hit it right on the head. Nothing to lose. And I do feel like we're seeing a little bit more tentativeness from this Vanderbilt team, and that could be secondary to Iowa State's aggressiveness. It's hard to tell from here exactly how important it was that Iowa State came out swinging. Was it more of a domino effect that we're seeing Vanderbilt make a few errors, be a little bit more tentative now? I mean, I like the way Iowa State's playing.
Well said. Let's go to court number 2 now. Court number 2 in this Iowa State doubles match with Vanderbilt. Again, Vanderbilt so far this season. Look overall at the schedule, relatively untested. It still is early. 4 matches played, wins over NC State, Furman, Louisville, and Northwestern. First, you look at the flip side, Iowa State entering today's match 6-1 overall. Their 1 loss coming on the road. Dropped a match to Auburn prior to the kickoff weekend. Meanwhile, Jaden Brown, have yourself a start. The 2-love, 30-love lead. Again, we apologize if those cameras get a little bit jumpy at the Seattle Tennis Club. They're having some Wi-Fi issues over there. Shout out, though, of course, as always, to our friends at Track Tennis, one of the official live streaming partners of the ITA. Of course, a massive thank you to our friends at the USTA, as you see on screen now. Simply put, there's more tennis to play, skills to hone, fun to be had. Learn more by going to USTA.com and becoming a USTA member to see how you can continue to improve your own tennis game. All right, so it's 3-love Jaden Brown on court number 1. Let's go over to court number 2 now, over at the Seattle Tennis Club. No, here they come. Cruz and Stammel making a move on 2.
Now with Vanderbilt just really having this history of dominant doubles, so it'll be interesting to see if they can bounce back. Marcela Cruz had a great run with Christina Rosca. I lost to them as well. They won a non-ITA affiliated but a USTA National Open Indoor event in December, I believe, of 2019. Marcela Cruz grew up training at the National Tennis Center in New York, which is not a bad place to train. playing on the courts where some of the greatest have ever played.
So you see at the changeover here, Kari Miller 2-1 lead on serve. How fun is that contrast of styles, Miller versus Chervinsky?
That's interesting. It's going to be really interesting. I mean, Miller just, when Miller's playing lights out, I feel like Chervinsky won't be able to keep up, but also Miller has to be playing lights out.
Yes, as we change courts right now, Vanderbilt making a bit of a push on court number 2. From 4-1 down, now back on serve our Cruz and Stammel 3-4. Meanwhile, we go back to court number 1 where it is all the duo of Nakolo, Supapi Purum.
Ghost of Garolitis, love that name, says Danielle Collins went to Virginia. Yes, she did. And of course has become the most, I would say, the most successful former college player of our modern day era on the women's side.
Also went to the University of Florida, year 1.
Correct.
For what it's worth. So shout out to you, Gerolitis, learning something new every day. Meanwhile, again, we're moving around the board as you see we're now on court 3 over at the Seattle Tennis Club where Julia Fliegner, sophomore, out of Clarkston, Michigan, taking on the aforementioned junior Ziodato.
Also an interesting matchup, I think, Fliegner Ziodato.
Especially indoors.
Right. These Michigan girls want to come in, and it's going to be up to UVA to get the ball deep enough to not allow that to happen.
Yeah, they'll look to play big in the first moment.
Right.
Of course, Julia Fliegner always happy to pull that trigger down the line, get to the net.
We've seen all spring Fliegner's down the line, so just come in clutch.
Yeah, no, she's Julia. Max is Fliegner. Let's just be clear.
Yes.
Max Fliegner, an original producer here at Cracked Racquets, one of my oldest friends.
Dartmouth tennis grad.
Yeah, shout out to the Ivy League.
Shout out to the Ivies.
It's a 5-1 lead here on court number 1. Credit to Vanderbilt. They got punched in the mouth the first 10 minutes. They've actually narrowed the gaps everywhere. They're up 4-3 at that number 3 spot. On serve at 2. Again, they were down quick breaks at 1 and 2 to start this match. Deuce point coming up here on 3. Deuce point goes the way of Fliegner. So Julia Fliegner nods things up to a piece now here on court number 3. Let's go over to court number 4. You want to battle with freshmen at the Seattle Tennis Club? You've got it. As you see, by the way, 5-2 court 1 at Nordstrom. Let's go over to court number 3 at Nordstrom if we can. Super producer Danny Westoff at number 3 doubles position. Bring the Vanderbilt to Iowa State match. Meanwhile, again, switching courts, Virginia, Michigan, battle of the freshmen. It's Lily Jones, 2 hands on both wings for the Wolverine freshman. She's taking on Annabelle Hsu. I won't lie, it's my first match getting to watch Hsu. I'm very excited. Blue chip recruit.
Out of Canada.
A lot of people have been talking about her. The tennis she's capable of playing. Gonna find out today, certainly. Meanwhile, as you see, Celia Belmore in her first season of eligibility for this team. Partnered with Nessa Lee, the junior. Taking on the duo. Sophia Bezos. Miska Kalachokova. Good line. Good test.
I would still say that wasn't a bad one to go for.
That's break point number 1 fought off. Again, I'm keeping my eyes on courts 1 and 2 as as Iowa State actually nearing the finish line at each spot. Meanwhile, again, another break point chance coming here for Iowa State.
Iowa State's come out firing, and they've stayed really solid.
They've been so great. Like, it's just in the right way. I was wrong. I see the game style now. It's the aggression. It's someone's always moving at the net. Now, they like to play 1 up, 1 back, but someone always is moving at the net.
I agree, and I think they feel like they're taking less risk, I guess, because they do have that one girl, like, usually anchored at the baseline.
Mm-hmm.
But I do like the movement at net. I like the serve placement. I'm still liking that a lot from this Iowa State team. Again, an interesting matchup between Lily Jones and Annabelle Hsu, because Annabelle, a freshman like Jones, has had a lot of success this spring. So I wonder if there will be any added pressure to freshmen playing against one another that are both highly touted recruits and really highly touted players this spring.
Very well said, as we see right now. Hsu with a deuce point here and a break point chance. Goes wide off the racket of Lily Jones, so Hsu does get the break for 3-2. First blood to the Hoos on court number 4. Meanwhile, can we go over to court number 3, West off court number 3, court number 2 in that Iowa State Vanderbilt match. Court 2 in the Iowa State Vanderbilt match. How about that poach? So soft are the hands there.
So good.
From the freshman. And Yi Nong.
Again, Kajira and Nong going for their second victory this spring, second victory in a row together. Two points away. Looks like she doubled that one, so now we're at 30 all. Again, I feel like by tomorrow, all these double faults will mostly be gone. Just getting a few nerves out day 1.
No doubt about that as we see that changeover over on 4. Meanwhile, let's go over to court 5 in this Michigan-Vanderbilt match. And how about this? If you're Virginia, you like some of the movement happening at the bottom of the lineup. You look at the number 5 spot, Heba Sheikh. Was so good for the Hoos last season. Her first year on the job. Second year on the job. Sheikh the junior. Her and Emma Navarro, the number 3 seeds, NCAA doubles tournament. She went 25-12 last year. Did Sheikh in singles. Sheikh Angala Masatorito. This number 5 spot.
This year, Sheikh is 5-0 and ranked 80 in the country. So Keeping up the dominance at her spot.
And by the way, there's the doubles point. Excuse me, we go quickly over to one. Quick one. Can we make it in time? There's a match point. I may have beaten you, but you see Iowa State takes it 6-3 at 2. Can we get there in time? We see it just for the celebration. Iowa State, 6-2 decision at the number 1 spot. That's a definitive doubles point going the way of the Cyclones. They were aggressive. They played loose. They played like a team who has absolutely nothing to lose. And Perry, I think that's the most dangerous thing possible when you look at this field.
Well, right. It is those underdogs. It's those new bloods, as you say, that are playing with nothing to lose. I mean, especially indoors. That's the thing, is indoors, everything gets faster. So if you're the one stepping in, it's going to look good for you for the most part.
Super impressive stuff there. As we see again, Iowa State with the 1-love lead. Let's now move full screen here, as you see again. 3-2 Heba Sheikh. Junior taking on Gala Mesachirito. Gala also junior out of Greece. Tell you what, as long as I've seen Gala Mesachirito play, she's had that left knee brace heavily taped always, and you know that's a health issue the Wolverines are constantly monitoring.
Mesachirito also ranked 98 in the country.
She's really good.
This season, she's really good. Yeah.
Doesn't lose a ton of matches. I want to say she lost like 5 last year, and in fact, 13-6, excuse me, in dual match play.
10-3 this fall.
Went 14-0 as a freshman. That one I remember.
Yeah. And again, Michigan has climbed up to number 12 in the country this year. So
the highest it's been in a while.
Wolverines are making a push.
And keep a shake here with the early break lead. Still 15-30 now for Mesachirito. For what it's worth, Brown, Miller, 4-1 break leads at the number 1 and 2 spots. That said, Virginia's opened up breaks at 4, 5, and 6. Got ourselves an old-fashioned slugfest. I think this one's got 4. Have we had a 4-3 yet today? We have not.
We have not had a 4-3.
Couple 4-2s.
I felt like this morning the Stanford Georgia was seconds away from being a 4-3. I mean, it was basically a 4-3 that looked like a 4-2. Mesachirito trying to really keep the scoreboard pressure on Sheikh here. Head coach Ronnie Bernstein on the right of Mesachirito in the white. Ghost of Garolitis is back, asking if Ronnie was a serve and volley player in her pro days. Alex, have you discussed that with Ronnie?
The answer is yes. It was the 80s. That's what they all were doing.
Fair enough.
Of course, former NCAA doubles champion.
At Miami. She's actually in the Miami Hall of Fame.
Found that out about 4 months ago. I was like, you had another last name? It was Rice? You're that, Ronnie? She's like, yeah. How do you think I got the job? I was like, oh, okay. Checks out. A couple of excellent ex-players here. Across the board, all 4 of these coaches. Good ball in their day. Meanwhile, Heba Sheikh keeping the pressure on. She balls her way to a 4-2 lead. 4-2 lead. How about this? 4-2 leads for Virginia. 4 break leads on courts 4 through 6. Michigan has now opened up break leads on all of the top 3 courts. So again, right now, very, very even in the early stages. Let's go to court number 6, introduce our final match here. Get back to that Gala match. I thought that had been the game point. I apologize. That one's on me. I switched too soon. We'll get back to it in a second, but Melody Collard steps into the lineup here today, given the absence. Again, no Julia Adams. The transfer from Furman listed at number 1. Number 1 in this University of Virginia lineup.
Interesting.
Pulled from the lineup. Collard's in. And you ask yourself, What happened in the doubles? What did we miss?
What did we miss? Julie Adams is number 60 in the country right now, 3-2 in the
Damn
spring.
good,
so
too.
I mean,
At 1, 2, 3, it doesn't matter. She can play. So again, keep our eye on that as Melody Collard subs in. Collard, the sophomore out of Canada as well. Pretty solid last year. She's the number 3 ITA newcomer. Finished the fall 11-4. In doubles. Didn't get a ton of singles action throughout the course of the year. But again, that's probably a testament to the strength of this Virginia lineup last season. Collard, a former top 20 junior in the world. So you feel pretty good about her future. Of course, she's taking on a senior, though, who's won just about everything she's played this year. Andrea Serdon.
Yeah. Serdon just so competitive out there and really solid. I mean, talk about solid strokes. I mean, from the baseline, just more down there. She's a lock with the baseline game.
Yeah. Moves the ball really well, too, in Serdon for what it's worth. 14-3 between the fall, start of the spring here this year for the Wolverines. Way low there. So Collard, 4-2 lead now. She consolidates. It is 4-2 across the board. Let's go back to court number 2. Kari Miller now serving for the opening set. 5-1 lead for the Michigan junior. She's been a top 50 player in the country since she walked into the college tennis world, right?
Yeah, and I mean, Kari Miller, just someone that you hear her name and you just respect. Just comes with respect, and that's something that she's shown at Michigan. I mean, as you said, ever since she got to campus.
Very well said. Very well said. Just a grinder. Gonna make you work. Gonna spread that ball to the outer third.
3-0 this year, 68 in the country. We saw her win a clutch match against Oklahoma State to send the Wolverines here in Seattle.
All right, so the 2 camera down for the moment. Figuring out what's there. Chervinsky serving. A couple break point chances. Let's go to 1. Jaden Brown's closing in as well. 5-2 lead for the Wolverine junior.
Again, Jaden Brown, 36 in the country. Not too shabby.
There we go. We're back. 5-2, 15-40. She's got 3 set points. Meanwhile, Fligner's up 5-2. Miller's up 5-2. I like the symmetry. That's the word that comes to mind. It's just, this is going to be easy to remember the scores. Virginia winning down low. After that, Michigan's got the first set of the singles portion. Jaden Brown continuing her aggression, Perry. 6-2 set for the Wolverines here on 1. Let's go to 3. Fligner. I mean, again, we've got changeovers pretty much everywhere right now. It's a very clean moment of the match scoreboard-wise.
It is.
Actually, now it's probably the time to work back into the split screen.
Yeah, let's do it.
Bring back in our battles over at Vanderbilt and Iowa State.
I mean, we do have on the scoreboard Michigan really starting to just get some distance in these first sets. Now, not sure what that means for them long term, but first set wise, as you like to say, the second act in a college tennis match.
Second act first 2 acts belong to Michigan.
Correct.
They've won the first hour, no doubt.
Correct.
But that's only 1 hour. You know, this Virginia team's not going anywhere. We go split screen now after the screaming winner. Off the racket of Julia Fligner for love 15.
Virginia ranks 7 in the country, so.
Yeah. But Michigan's what, 11?
Yeah, Michigan is 12, so.
Yeah, not a ton of separation.
Yeah. You have Iowa State's Thassaporn Naklo.
She's against Celia Bellamore.
Yep. Naklo ranked 42 in the country and 4-2 at the one spot this spring.
That's Bellamore. She's got to be up there too, right?
Mm-hmm. Belmore 34. 34 in the country. Yep, 3-1 at the one spot.
Checks out.
Mm-hmm. To see these top 40 players, I mean, Alex, do you think if you didn't know the ranking, you would still know that they were top?
It's a good question. I give up.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because we're midway through the 3. My brain's just a little broken right now. And again, across the board right now, Kari Miller's got set points.
Yeah.
Miller's got some set, getting close to it. I mean, if this is game 2 in Naklo, what are we in store for, Perry?
I mean, really? The level of tennis is already so high.
I can't believe it. I really can't.
And also, if these are the length of the points, we will be here for a while.
No, it's supposed to have Washington playing the night match tonight against Texas, and it's going to get bumping here in Nordstrom. We're going to have fans everywhere. They're going to get to catch about an hour of this one. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a late start. Of course, coming up next at the Seattle Tennis Club, maybe your match of the day.
I mean, really?
The best for last.
Yes.
North Carolina taking on Pepperdine. By the way, 3 first sets very quickly go the way of the Wolverines. 6-2 on 1, 6-2 on 2. From 2-1 a breakdown, 6-2 set to Julia Fleetner over Sarah Zigadato at 3. So that's 3 for the Wolverines now. I guess let's go over to court number 5 over at the Seattle Tennis Club. Actually, you know what? We're going to get back to the Seattle Tennis Club. Let's go through and introduce all of our matchups here.
Okay.
If we can at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. So let's go full screen Nordstrom for a moment. Again, we'll stick here for this game. We've introduced these two. Thassaporn Naklo. That's Celia Bellamore. Naklo the game point first. Goes awry.
Again, with Naklo and Belmore, we're seeing just good ball striking. I think with both of them, they're rhythm players from what I've seen so far. And so this might be about, especially indoors, who's in rhythm.
You think the Iowa State coaching staff has the best names in tennis?
Yes.
Boomer and Kilgo?
Absolutely.
Come on now.
I mean, Kilgo's first name being Kenna. Yeah. That's so cool.
I'm in. All right, deuce point coming up now here. Excuse me. Will Naklo be able to serve herself out of this jam?
I guess the answer is yes.
I guess the answer is yes, indeed. 1-1 here on court number 1. Let's have a court number 2. Again, I want to introduce everything to you all. Let Perry chime in her thoughts on this match here. We've got Ross versus Obi.
That's an interesting one.
Anna Ross, senior, Charleston, South Carolina.
Anna Ross just really a staple for Vanderbilt, I feel like, since she stepped on campus. And seeing her in this position, just really having the chance to kind of stop this Iowa State team that so far is just rolling. I mean, they rolled in doubles, and now early on, I guess we're still first 3 games, so we'll really have to see how Ross is coming out there today. But Ross, again, a player that I feel like she's a big forehand player, and so we're gonna see her. Well, not with that forehand slice, but usually try to find a forehand out there.
Ross 14-0 at the #1 singles spot last year. 14-14 overall.
Okay.
And so, again, now down to that #2 spot, and that's a testament to Belmore, not a criticism of what we have here in Ross. But yeah, All-American in doubles. Obviously, that aggressive game style. Something she's most known for.
Kajir Dur is 53 in the country, and listen to this, 6-0.
Yeah.
So far this spring. So.
Obi can play.
Obi can play.
She's just sneaky good. And again, 5 returners in this Iowa State singles starting lineup. They're only working in 1 freshman this year. And that freshman, by the way, not in the singles lineup either. So all of the singles players for Iowa State, at least a little experience last year. Obi, no exception. 2-1 lead. We're on serve here on court #2. Let's go over to court #3. Again, want to introduce everything to you here at Nordstrom. Then we'll get back to our split screen. Michigan 3 first sets plus doubles over at the Seattle Tennis Club. Virginia looking to slow things down before things get too far carried away. But we go over to court #3 now again here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. Down on court #3. Holly Staff, the other half of the Ross Staff duo. Staff, the junior, Manchester, England, All-American last season in doubles.
Holly Staff is 3-0 this year, 85 in the country. So these are all girls that have gotten rankings, a lot of them, through not losing a match so far. So we're really seeing this weekend will hand a lot of these players their first match.
Yeah. The rankings, I say this lovingly, and the ITA staff is right near us, so I hope they don't jump on me. Rankings don't mean anything until after the indoors.
Yeah.
Nothing. Yeah. But of course here, for Iowa State, taking on Holly Staff, it's Supapit Hiram. From the sophomore out of Thailand. Again, another one of those players who just got so many reps, and just about every player on the Iowa State roster, somewhere between 17-5 and 14-9 last year. Everyone running about 2/3 or a little more, somewhere between 60-70% of their matches. Again, this is an Iowa State team that did reach the NCAA tournament last year. Felt really good about their kickoff region, but unfortunately had a bunch of positive COVID tests, and so just weren't able to compete at this event last year. That's what makes this run that much more special.
Correct. And as you said, Iowa State's really been building up to this moment over the past few seasons. And so this has been a long time coming for the Cyclones. Holly Staff seeing if she can grab onto a chance to get on the scoreboard here early on this #3 singles match. And she does. That just goes wide, and so Holly Staff getting on the board here for Vanderbilt.
Yeah, and it's still very early from an energy perspective. It's so funny how big a rush that doubles is, and then it's just calm for an hour. There's just again, silence that sets in on the grounds as we move over to court #4 now. And here's the freshman that we've been talking about for this Vanderbilt team. It's Bridget Stammel. Freshman, of course, out of Dallas, Texas. Stammel 15-3 during the fall, 18-4 overall to date in singles. Certainly at an experience disadvantage. She's taken on the junior, Miska Kadlikova. Again, another one of those players, won about 2/3 of her matches last season. Nothing extraordinary, nothing too bad the other way either, just steadiness.
Stammel number 27 in the ITA standings.
And the serving marker's wrong here. Vanderbilt in the black tops.
Someone like Stammel I really heard her name coming up in juniors, and someone that she was always very dominant in her class.
I also think it needs to be said, if Vanderbilt is going to mount a comeback here today, you feel like this is one. Kadlikova hasn't been great. She's lost twice this year, I want to say, something like that.
Yeah, early.
Which, again, it's very early in the season, but this is a spot where Stammel's been a strength. Kadlikova has been fine. You feel like, again, a comeback today starts with Stammel.
Right.
Who fights off break point number 1 with great aggression.
Now, again, even though there is a lull in energy right now, this is kind of the time for the players that are going to make a mark on the singles court today. Now is the time. I mean, take advantage. Take advantage of the lull that comes after the energy rush of doubles. So it looks like a deuce point here at 4 singles. So wow, that was a second serve ace from Stammel, the freshman.
She can play.
She can play.
I love how solid this ground are too. Whew. Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, she missed the gimme.
Oh my gosh. That is not an easy shot, though. That backhand cross passing shot. Oh, it's so easy to get tight on that.
Absolutely did all this hard work, but what a point from Kadlikova.
Kadlikova doing a great job of just hanging in that.
That was hanging in.
Yeah.
And I am starting to look across some courts. I do think this Vanderbilt team is going to be more traditionally indoor aggressive. What do I mean by that? I think they're going to be the ones seeking to get to the net more frequently.
I see that. Mm-hmm.
I think this Iowa State team, they're going to be rip us off the court. We dare you. It's going to take you 3 hours, but if you can hit through us, congratulations. But good luck on that.
That's real. Sometimes some of the best teams really. I haven't seen Iowa State flex their weapons. It's not like that.
So again, 2-2 now here on court number 4. We'll come back to this one. Let's go over to 5 as we continue to try to introduce everyone. Meanwhile, for what it's worth, over at the Seattle Tennis Club, 3 first sets to Michigan, 3 first sets to Virginia. Michigan taking 1, 2, and 3. Virginia taking sets at 4, 5, 6. Michigan's up breaks on courts 2 and 3 already as well. So we're going to get back there momentarily as we introduce everything here, much as we did over there. Of course, here on court number 5 at this Nordstrom Tennis Center, Anessa Lee, junior out of San Marino, California.
A lot of good players coming out of San Marino these days. A lot of good juniors.
She's taking on the junior out of Venezuela, Sofia Cabezas. Cabezas currently trailing 2-3. It is Lee with the early lead here on 5. We'll come back to this one a little bit later. Let's go check in on 6, where it is all Vanderbilt Commodores, and they needed this one here at this number 6 position. For the Commodores, it's Amy Stevens. By the way, Stevens, the one, if you were joining us earlier, Perry and I mentioned there was a Vanderbilt player cranking out a 10,000-word essay of some sorts. I'm fairly certain it was Amy Stevens.
That was probably Amy Stevens, yes.
Stevens. Now on court number 6, she's like, I gotta finish this paper. We're a business trip here today, but
yes,
credit to her, the 4-love lead here. That scoreboard needs to reset. It's about to here. Yeah, new game coming up. 4-love lead. As of course you look here, Stevens taking on sophomore Fujisawa, Japan, Chia Kazuka.
Oh, yeah, right.
And so we see here. How about that from Kazuka? Not bad. Not too bad. And for what it's worth, this match is again right below my side of the broadcast booth. We're 4 games in. 3 have gone to deciding points.
What do you think about Stevens in the way that she is stepping in? Because you were talking about Vanderbilt playing that kind of aggressive style, more traditionally indoor tennis. I feel like Stevens is kind of the epitome of that so far.
Perfectly said. You just see the weapons. Although credit to Kazuka, who has not done a poor job staying on her front foot as well. But yes, you're right. Stevens has swung fairly freely. And by the way, I think we got to go back to the split screen now. Somehow, some way. Might be our most straight. Have you ever seen a 4-3 with 6 straight set finishes?
No, that doesn't happen.
It's rare. Exactly. Very rare, but that's the pace we're on right now here over at the Seattle Tennis Center, which just guarantees we're in for some funkiness.
Yeah.
Something's got to blink here. And so let's go split screen. I believe Court 2 is still out at the Seattle Tennis Club. Super producer Dana Westhoff will let us know otherwise. But
Court 2 might be back, actually. I believe I might have seen.
Interesting. So let's go Courts 1 and 6 then. Courts 1 and 6. And as we bring you that split screen, I want to talk to you all. Actually, I want to let Perry tell you all about World Tennis Number.
Oh, I'd love to, Alex. Well, the World Tennis Number is the exclusive official rating of the ITA and college tennis. So the ITF World Tennis Number provides a global rating standard for tennis players using a 40-to-1 scale, with 40 being a beginner and 1 being an elite professional. So this scale, it's for all players, regardless of age, gender, or ability. And players will have a separate ITF World Tennis Number for singles and doubles play. Now listen to this, 152 countries have agreed to be part of the WTN rating system. It now has 1.4 million player profiles. Ooh. That's million.
Yeah,
with an M. With an M. On worldtennisnumber.com. So all college tennis players are assigned one of these numbers. The ITA will share college match results with the ITF. So you can find WTNs for college players on the ITA's wearecollegetennis.com website. And after all, the World Tennis Number, we're seeing it. It's going to blow up in college tennis and beyond. So
yeah, I like it.
New partnership. Here we go.
Thank you very much. You heard it here first. World Tennis Number on the rise, not just here, of course, but as part of USTA as well. USTA is switching to that. And, of course, USTA official sponsor of these ITA National Indoor Championships. Simply put, there's more tennis to play, skills to hone, and fun to be had. Go to USTA.com to become a USTA member today. As we see the 4-1 lead here on court number 6. Still home stretch of these opening first sets. Actually, I see a lot of 4s on the board. A lot of 4-1, 4-2s. Interesting. Meanwhile, if you're Iowa State, you probably like where you're sitting right now.
I would definitely rather be Iowa State right now.
I would agree. As we see, by the way, court number 6 here over at, we're on the corners. Can we go to court number 1, Westhoff? Court number 1 at the Seattle Tennis Club, where Jaden Brown chances to really extend that lead on Natasha Subash. Meanwhile, actually, let's just go ones across. Yeah? Reset here?
Yeah,
start at the top. Let's go ones across here. Start at the top as Westhoff does that. Just a reminder, if you want to improve your own tennis game, check out U.S. Sports Camps. U.S. Sports Camps provide opportunities for coaches and their assistants to make great supplemental income and create jobs. You know what's really nice in life, Perry? Supplemental income. And you can never complain.
I love that.
A little bit of extra
That sounds good to sports broadcasters. We love that.
You want to know how I'm paying for our late night dinner tonight? Supplemental income in that cash, Perry. That cash makes all the difference. Of course, you can get that by bringing a U.S. Sports Camp to your campus today. U.S. Sports Camp handles the administrative portion of running camp. So coaches, they can focus on the fun. They can focus on the tennis. Learn more by clicking on the link to the U.S. Sports Camps, which you can find on the We Are College Tennis ITA website. We're getting good at that.
I mean, Alex, you're a pro.
Shout out. Well,
if anyone ever wants an ad read, just hit up Alex.
Yeah, It's funny because
The best ad reader in the world.
Well, you say that, but then my dad chimes in. Mom, I'm gonna be way better. He's like, you don't have the voice. Yeah, 'cause my dad's got this deep voice and listens to and he listens to a lot of radio. He's like, oh,
Thank you have the voice.
oh, I have the cadence better than you ever could.
Yeah.
See, Jaden.
But we do love parental feedback.
Yeah.
Of course. It has to be part of life.
I mean, if it's not approved by Dr. Gruskin, I just don't do it.
Right.
So shout out to the Madre.
Of course.
As we see Jaden Brown, she's in cruise control. And this aggression, this confidence, I can't believe it. 6'2", 4'1" on Natasha Subash. Natasha Subash, Perry?
We were just talking about this, how she is the bluest of the blue bloods, and to be up like this against her says a lot. It's a statement.
Well, freaking said. Meanwhile, if Court 2's back, super producer Daniel West, can you take us to Court 2 at the Seattle Tennis Center? Because Kari Miller has a chance, is now up 6-2, 4-0 for the Wolverines at 2. And these are the upperclassmen leaders. Talk to head coach Ronnie Bernstein for even 5 minutes. And she'll eventually work her way to talking about how impressed she is by these two in particular. Jaden Brown, Kari Miller. It takes you back as a Michigan fan to the days of Amina Bektis, Ronit Yurovsky at that number 1 spot, or Bektis and Bollinger at that number 1 spot. Now I'm just aging myself.
No, it's a great point. I mean, Bektis playing pro now. I mean, she's out there and she's doing pretty well, and I feel like
it's the culture.
Really, it's the culture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When your two best players buy in the way that Jaden and Kari have and work the way Jaden and Kari have, and that's not to diminish what this Virginia team has accomplished, but do you want to know why Michigan is where they are? It's because their best players have fully bought it. And you just can't fake that.
Totally, and I mean, this is really these top 2 spots are battles between 2 upperclassmen players. I mean, Subash, Brown, Shabrinsky, Miller, these are names that we've heard at the top of college tennis for years now.
Mm-hmm. Very, very well said. I'll tell you what, though, the match to watch is at 3. I don't think Ziadato's done just yet. I think there might be a second act.
That's interesting.
Fleegner match.
Fleegner's been doing a great job of closing her matches, though, this season. So
it's very, very true. Sophomore had a massive fall.
Mm-hmm.
Kari Miller serving and volleying, Perry. If she's going to serve and volley,
that's insane. That is insane. Because she's an aggressive baseliner. Like
aggressive baseliner. She's a grind.
She's
like in my life.
Yeah, she is a grind. I guess you're right. Yeah.
I mean, the serve and volley.
I don't know though. I feel like her down the lines have.
Yeah.
At least her down lines to me make her an aggressive baseliner. But I guess without them, yeah.
No, it's fair. Although you see here, Travinsky capitalizing on a couple unforced errors, has 3 breakpoint chances. Ziadato's got a couple breakpoint chances at 3. And their breaks all over the place right now in these second sets. So too soon to read into anything. Meanwhile, how about this? Tasapor Naklo, 2 points away from making it 2 first sets here for Iowa State. By the way, Obi, a 6-1 first set over Ross on 2. Is it Ross or Staff? I think it's Ross on 2.
I believe it was Ross.
All right, Kari Miller does get broken. Stravinsky 4-1 now. Ooh, can we quickly go over to 3 at the Seattle Tennis Center as we got the deuce point set point coming up on 1 if you want to flash that graphic, Westoff. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Tasapor Naklo. Little net cord luck. 6-1 set for the Cyclones on court number 1. Let's go over to court number 6.
You know, for the most part, just a quick note about swinging. If when you're swinging out, the let cords fall in your favor, and that's just how it works.
And by the way, do you see this? Ziadato now, 3-2 break lead over on court number 3. This match ain't over at the Seattle Tennis Center. You know the Virginia push is coming at some point. Meanwhile, let's go back to court number... No, let's stay on 3, actually, yeah?
Yeah.
Ziadato,
yeah.
Fleegner, check this out a little longer.
I was going to say, Alex, you've called it. If hand up splitting sets, you called it, and I said no.
And it's going to happen eventually as we get there. Meanwhile, over at Iowa State here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center, 5-2 lead on 6. A couple first sets in the books. They both belong to Iowa State. I mean, again, everything's in the vomit zone.
Well said. Again, Amy Stevens from Vanderbilt, one of the only players to have really a defining lead over an IU player. And
I know we're sticking through 2 changeovers here, but these are your 2 most significant right now. Julia Fliegner down a break 3-2, up a set. Meanwhile, again, for Vanderbilt, they're just looking for anything. And right now, Stevens is up 5-2. Freshman Bridget Stammel up 5-2 at 4. Vanessa Lee, game point chances for 5-3. She's there. She's there again. Why not?
Oh my gosh. That's a point that's worth 3 points. I mean, give me a break.
So now it's 5-all on court 6 accordingly. Now instead we'll have 15, but boy, again, Kazuka fighting to stay alive here in the first set. Taking on Amy Stevens. Of course, beautiful scene here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. Shout out to our friends at Sports Interiors, the official lighting and ceiling liner. Don't forget about that ceiling line.
With the overheads, it's important.
It's very important. Go listen to our cracked interviews. How many of these head coaches raved about the ceiling lines? Over and over again, Alex. The Nordstrom ceiling line by Sports Interior, just exceptional.
Right.
Those California sports surfaces, just the official court surface of the ITA. They know, you should too. Ooh. Westhoff, we're going to need to go to court 5 over at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. Court 5, please. I know, again, Kazuka serving here. Stay alive in the set, but Vanderbilt's even closer in a couple of places. And we'll go to court 5 first as Vanessa Lee's 2 points away. Did you see an underhand serve on 5?
What?
Sure.
Why not? I mean, if you're down, why not try something new?
Yeah.
I support that.
Ooh, can we quickly go to 4 at Nordstrom? Can we quickly go to 4? Bridget Stammel's got a set point. Freshman. It's been a bright spot all year for these Vanderbilt Commodores. We'll see if we can catch it in time. We do indeed. So Stammel, the set point here on 4. 2 of them.
And there we go. Ace down the tee. Stammel takes the first set 6-2. I mean, for a freshman to have that well-developed of a serve coming in, we're seeing the next generation come in with these well-developed serves. So it doesn't fully surprise me, but it is really nice to see.
And Westhoff, can we go to court number 2 over at the Seattle Tennis Club? We've got our first singles match near the finish line. Kari Miller, 6-2, 5-1, 30-15. 2 points away. We're making it a 2-love Michigan lead.
So again, we have Brown and Miller. Brown up 6-2, 5-2. Miller up 6-2, 5-1. It could be 3-0 Michigan in about 2 seconds. However, Michigan does trail on the other courts, so it's going to be a close one.
So 6-2 set to Stammel, by the way, with that ACT on 4. Let's go back over to Stevens on... Oh, excuse me. I mean, let's go back over to court 6, not Stevens. No, it is Stevens on 6. There we go. Stevens, Staff, Ross. All in the same family as we go again. Back over to 6 at Nordstrom.
We're seeing Miller just a little bit trigger happy there on the point before. Yep, that's the way she has to play.
High and heavy.
High and heavy, exactly.
It's Kari Miller to a tee. Fights off a break point chance. Now it's a deuce point match point on 2.
Yep. Good wheels.
Sure, the little scoop.
Yep, from Shabrinsky. Good wheels.
Go again. Kari Miller still leads, but Shabrinsky now 6-2, 5-2. Let's go over to court number 1 at the Seattle Tennis Center. Jaden Brown, 6-2, 5-2 herself. She's 3 points away. Meanwhile, again, right now this is Stevens trying to serve for the set. Kazuka hit a ridiculous down the line passing shot to set this 15-30 lead. Wow, how about that pass?
It's interesting. We kind of just saw the same point flipped.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, they were, she was like, I see.
I see.
Can I try that? Yeah.
Me next.
Exactly. I'm going to borrow that real quick. And so right now, again, first sets belong to Iowa State on courts 1 and 2. Stammel, the freshman, continues to roll for the Commodores at 4. A huge moment for Vanderbilt as they're nursing multiple 5-game leads. Can they get over this finish line? Meanwhile, how about this? Match points, Jaden Brown. Speaking of the finish line, she's there.
Yeah. I mean, again, Michigan with a chance to go up 3-love if things fall into place correctly in the next few minutes. Correctly for the Wolverines. And there we go. Wow, Jaden Brown just dominant for Michigan. There we go. That's 2 for the Wolverines and 2 more left, whereas UVA dug themselves into a hole a little bit here. They have to come back with 4 now to win this match, but the Cavaliers are winning on a number of courts, so this is not out of the question. This might come down to a 4-3 match. Alex, this might be our first 4-3 match of the day in Michigan.
It really might be. As we see, we head back over to court number 2. Kari Miller still just 1 game, 3 points away. Meanwhile, again, it's a set point opportunity here for Stevens.
Kazuka playing a bit too tough that point.
That was a ridiculous point.
Yeah.
She has brought it.
No, she has. And I mean, I think all this coming to net, what we're seeing is really Stevens and Kazuka trying to take advantage of these indoor settings. This would be a vastly different match if we saw these two play outdoors because they both again, don't seem to have the physicality to really rush the net like they are, but they're both doing it and successfully. I mean, whoever is coming to the net is often winning the point. Not always, but often.
We see the deciding point coming up on court 6. Set point here. And a massive serve +1 combination. It's a first set to Stevens, 6-3.
That was a good close 6-3 though.
That was really well done. And so that's the third first set. And so now we go over to court 3, our final first set here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. It's a set point chance for Iowa State. So Iowa State, much like Michigan, Virginia, set points here on court 3 at Nordstrom for the opportunity to sweep first sets at the top 3 positions. How about
Wow. Holy snap.
It's a top 3 sweep.
That's interesting because, again, we're just seeing these guys in cross-court rallies. We're seeing these all day. Again, I just feel like instinctively that's coming from the girls maybe being a little bit tight on their forehands, wanting to go with the safer backhand. For a lot of us, backhand is just the more solid shot, especially indoors.
Kari Miller throws her hands into the air. Another match point gone. Elaine Travinsky fights it off, so 6-2, 5-3. Meanwhile, Westhoff, you might just go split screen. We'll get back to the action as all 6 first sets. Let's go full screen if we can, Seattle Tennis Club. Let's go full screen there. Split screen courts 2 and 3, because right now Sarah Ziodato is 2 points away from forcing a split. And if she forces a split on 3, as well as Gala Mesa Chirito, who's a game away from forcing a split, now it's a brand new ball game. And by the way, Michigan up breaks where they dropped sets on courts 4 and 5, dropped first sets. Ziodato 2 points away from forcing a third on 3. Again, if you're asking me who would I rather be right now, the answer is pretty clearly Michigan, isn't it?
Yeah. Virginia can't come back and make this a 4-3 match. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is Michigan has all the momentum in the world right now. And especially if there's 3 on that scoreboard for Michigan, it's going to change things. Yeah. That's too good for Miller. Playing smart, just really rushing Shabransky there.
And again, we'll go split screen here, courts 2 and 3 at the Seattle Tennis Club, as it is a set point coming up. Overruled? I think that's an overrule.
Yeah.
Just given the body language.
I think that was.
Again, I've known Julia since she was 5. She's never been good at hiding her dissatisfaction. That first look was, I'm about to punch you in the face. And then it was a roar.
Right.
Typically that's associated with an overrule. And so now it's a deuce point, set point coming up.
Especially on a big point like this,
exactly.
I think that is what happened.
Meanwhile, 5-1 Mesa Chirito, so it looks like we could have a couple of 3-set matches right now. All right, Kari Miller. 3-love Michigan. As Miller, 6'2", 6'3". Meanwhile, Fligner breaks back, 4-4-5, holds for 4-5, so she's still alive. Let's go over quickly, full screen court 5. Full screen court 5. Galamesa Chorito can really give Michigan, I don't want to say a stranglehold because Virginia's in too good of positions on 2 other places.
Right.
But if Gala wins this set, Michigan's in control.
Correct. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think that Michigan has been opening this door for a while now throughout this match.
Sure.
So this will kind of just be the final straw.
Very well said. It's a great serve, though. And so Galamesa Chorito will have to serve for the set. She's up 5-2. Let's go back to the split screen. Although for what it's worth, Melody Collard, 6-3, 4-2 lead. So there is some good news. If you're a Virginia fan, Annabelle Shue did get the break back. So she's up 6-4, 3-4 on serve in the second on freshman Lily Jones. But we bring back the split screen. Let's go to court number 2, where it is all Obi. Sophomore out of Tokyo, Japan. Obi Kajirder. Ooh, Westhoff, we're at that Seattle Tennis Club over on court number 2. Can we make that court 2 in Nordstrom? Excuse me, that split screen court 2 Nordstrom. Thank you. That's on me, folks. I apologize. Sometimes I forget how to speak English when we're 3 + 5.5 is 8.5 hours into a day.
Yeah. Go.
I had to count that math on my fingers for those of you curious at home, and to do 3, 5.
Oh, tennis broadcasters are finger counters. I'm a finger counter.
100%.
That's the way to go. Can't go wrong.
So here, Massachusetts again serving to force a third. Michigan up 3-love overall now after wins in doubles. Jaden Brown, Kari Miller. So, of course, if he wasn't doing 7 million things at once, I promise you, super producer Daniel Westhoff will make that 3-0 Michigan in a moment as he tries to pull up the split screen. Now feels like a good time to tell all of you. But again, Tennis Point is the official title sponsor of the ITA Tennis Point Collegiate Tennis Rankings, the ITA Tennis Point Summer Circuit, and the official retail partner of the ITA. Also, our supporting partners of our Cracked Rackets Mini Break podcast. As we see, the split screen is back. Obi. I don't know what Obi does particularly well. She's just good at tennis.
I feel like when you watch her again, she's kind of a classic Iowa State player where you're looking at her and you're saying, okay, I don't necessarily know what's super amazing about this, but she's not making errors and she's attacking short balls. So
it's well said. It's just like you win.
Playing high percentage tennis, you know.
Very, very well said. So again, you see the split screen action here. Ooh, big note. Sarah Zidotto did hold, so 6-4. She forces a third. That's massive. It keeps Virginia alive. But Massachusetts got set points here on your screen. Meanwhile, it is all Obi. 6-1, 5-0 lead. Where to head to now? How about we go over... Where haven't we spent a lot of time? Let's go over to court number 5 at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. Meanwhile, Massachusetts forces the set 6-2. You see that scoreboard update. Again, updating things here for both of these sides. We're headed towards changeovers. Let's go to court number 6 over at the Seattle Tennis Center. We have not spent much, if any, time on a winning position for Melody Collard. And again, the sophomore, a highly touted top 20 junior in the world, did not play a ton last season. If you're Team Collard, you love this opportunity. You're making the most of it. She's come to play here today with the lead over senior Andrea Serdon, 6-3, 4-3.
Absolutely. I mean, Serdon, as you said earlier, does not drop that many matches in general. So Collard is doing something right. And I also find it's interesting when a player comes in who is a highly touted recruit, doesn't play a lot their first year. Sometimes you see them kind of sink down. Not with Collard. She's risen up. She's playing in the lineup, making an impact here at the 6 single spot.
Meanwhile, again, Obi's 3 points away from making this a commanding 2-love lead for Iowa State. What a good day at the office. So of course she doubles. Ross loves that forehand slice, doesn't she?
She does. You know, with that really Western grip, sometimes it gives way to that forehand slice. I know that from experience. Forehand was always a bit too Western.
That slice goes wide, so now it's 2 points away. Obi on the 2-point lead.
Meanwhile, Andrea Serdon, huge point there. Great defense from Serdon. Collard just finishes it with an overhead, but
Collard, by the way, breakpoint chances here to give herself an opportunity to serve for the match. And again, Annabelle Hsu right now, 6-4-4, all 2 points away from breaking Lily Jones. She does that. She'll serve for the match. We are 5 good Virginia minutes away from 3-2 with 2 3-setters to decide things.
Yeah.
At the Seattle Tennis Club. By the way, all but ensuring the delay to our start of Pepperdine UNC, our night match over there. The match just about everyone's been waiting for today, us included.
Yes.
But we'll be patient.
Right, of course. No rush. And here at Nordstrom, we also have Texas-Washington coming up. A good one. Washington playing at home, getting the automatic bid from hosting this event.
And just like that, the break is handed over by Andrea Serdon. And so Melody Collard going to serve for the match now on court number 6. We're going to stay there, of course. 6-1, 6-0 win for Obi. It's 2-love Iowa State. It's the witching hour. Let's head over to court number 1 now, where Celia Bell Moore 5-1 lead after she dropped the first. Back with buddy Max Fligner, older brother of Julia Fligner and former Dartmouth tennis player, as established earlier. He calls it the curse of 6-1. Says he's never seen someone win a first set 6-1 and go on to win the match in straights.
That's interesting.
Yeah, he's wrong.
I think that has occurred, but still.
Yeah, he was always terrified of it.
But I do understand in general, right, terrified of having the momentum, because when you're down, you play better usually, and that's just how it is, and that's why this sport is so darn tough. It's because it's such a mental game. When you're down and you want to come back, I mean, what you're willing to do out there, play each point with urgency. That's the kind of tennis that these coaches are trying to get these players to really perform on the court, and I feel like now after you win a first set 6-1, it isn't easy to keep it going.
So, again, Celia Bell Moore 3 points away from forcing the split. Lily Jones from 15-30 down does hold for 5-4. Again, keeping Michigan's pathway, multiple pathways, open. But right now, it's all Melody Collard. And again, for a player who could have very easily hit the portal this offseason, right? You don't play a ton as a freshman. Yeah, she got to play doubles, but Melody Collard didn't come to school to be a double specialist. No. She came to get the reps in. And shout out to her. didn't transfer, stays the course. Now an opportunity to start this rally here for UVA. Are you team transfer portal?
I'm of many thoughts about the transfer portal. I guess that's for a different day, but
Sure.
No, I am team transfer portal if it helps the athlete. That's for sure.
Fair.
That's for sure. And if it helps the athlete escape a situation or find a new place that's a happier home for her or him, yeah, I'm all for it. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it's on the coach. Like, yeah, God forbid you have to be held to the same standard of excellence that all these players are held to for their spots each and every year. You want to keep me, be good.
It's really well said. I know you've asked multiple times on the Cracked Interviews podcast if the coaches feel like they're almost recruiting their current players.
And the answer is yes.
Yes.
To a T.
Yes.
Constantly. Again, you're forced to be better. Everyone is.
Right. Which is, again, Alex Gruskin. Great question.
Yeah.
Great question.
Thank you. You know, you do enough pods, you're bound to get lucky every once in a while. Meanwhile, Celia Bell Moore, set point chances here.
Again, a screaming backhand down the line there on court one. We've really seen the backhand down the line, I feel like, has been the shot of today. I don't know what you think, but I think the backhand down the line has won matches for these girls all day.
I think we need a match point banner on our screen as right now, Melody Collider. I know that it's getting a little glitchy over on that left side. Again, they're having some camera issues over at the STC. There will not be a shutout today. Melody Collard, straight set winner, 6-3, 6-3. Meanwhile, we're going the distance on court one. So again, it's that witching hour here. Next hour, we'll find out who's moving to the quarterfinals. Iowa State, Vanderbilt, Michigan, or Virginia in that Michigan match. Let's go over to court number 4. Michigan, Virginia. Annabelle Shue looked on the precipice of earning the victory. She now finds herself on the precipice of a third set. Lily Jones, the freshman, 2 hands on both wings. She swung away. And now she's 2 points away from forcing a third. Meanwhile, we've got a third set already on court number 1. Where do you want to head at, Nordstrom?
Let's go to 5.
All right, we're headed to court number 5. Vanessa Lee taking on Sophia Cabezas.
An important moment really here. I mean, to be up early in the second set after taking the first set 6-4, this is a time when players, in general, the sport just gives itself to that lull moment. And, yeah, you can't afford that, especially in this situation. Iowa State up 2 love, so.
By the way, court 5, if we can, super producer Daniel Westhoff, Seattle Tennis Club. Court 5 for both. Yeah, get these court switches up for you momentarily. As you see now, that is Shue right there on court. Meanwhile, you see Vanessa Lee, there she is.
So Vanessa Lee really trying to keep Vanderbilt in this match. Up 40-15 now, 2-1 in the second after taking the first 6-4.
So it looks like Shue did manage to hold. Apologies again. We know we're having some camera issues here right now. Sadly, nothing we can do about that.
Oh my gosh.
Slice City.
What?
Vanessa Lee with a tricky one.
Love that little slapper.
It's the job done for a 3-1. Ooh, let's go over to court number 4 at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. Court 4, please. As again, we are Jump City, USA at the Seattle Tennis Club. So what I'm going to ask you to do, super producer Danny Westhoff, let's just go full screen over at Nordstrom. I apologize, Michigan, Virginia fans. I know you're looking for the ending to that match. As soon as those cameras are fluid, we'll get you back there. Unfortunately, just a little leaky. Glitch perspective for now, though. Again, we're on the precipice of a couple 3-set battles. We've already got a third set coming up on court 1 over at Iowa State. We've got third sets on courts 3 and 5 over at the Seattle Tennis Club. We had to do a third set here on 4.
Looks like it.
It does look like it indeed. 6-2. Yep, that's perfect.
Kadlikova only 2 points away now from making this a third set battle.
Kadlikova, of course. A reminder, the junior out of Slovakia. I'm saying that out loud so frequently so it'll stick in my head.
Okay, I like that.
It's the Gladwell theory. Do anything 1,000 times.
Are you a Gladwell fan?
I like how he talks. I think he's smart.
That's fair.
I wouldn't say I'm a fan. I don't think he's as smart as he thinks he is.
Just to reiterate the ball striking that's going on here at Nordstrom, just
crazy.
Really, really solid, good tennis all around.
Stammel.
Yeah. Turning on that backhand cross.
She just has weapons.
She does, yeah.
You know who that forehand looks like? Annette Kontaveit. It's just
yes.
like the load back,
oh
the
my
take
gosh,
back,
100%.
how she holds.
They look similar too, yeah. That's really funny.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I stand by the take.
Wow, once you see it, you can't unsee it.
It's the Babs, too. The Silver Babolat.
Yes.
Silver Babolat, no Wilson, of course. Wilson.
I like how you call Babolat Babs.
Yeah. What am I going to call it by its full name?
Of course not. That's not cool.
As we see Stammel here, chances to get at least one of the breaks back. And I won't lie, as we see the long game point go the way of Stammel. 5-2 lead, though, still here. I mean, you're asking who would you rather be? Let's go over to court number 5 here at Nordstrom.
Oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting question.
It's a 2-0 lead for Iowa State. Third set underway on court 1. Iowa State took a first set on 3. It's Vanderbilt with first sets on 3 of the courts remaining, 4, 5, and 6. Neither team with that clear of a pathway right
I don't know
now.
who I'd rather be. I don't know. I guess Iowa State is there too on the scoreboard.
That's exactly it. I agree with you. Simply because at this point, I'll take the 2. And
Yeah.
we'll figure out the rest later.
Yeah, that's kind of, and I feel like that's how the coaches are thinking right now too.
For sure.
This is the kind of match where I feel like there were 2 that finished early, or 1 match that finished early, and then the other singles matches, it's going to be a few hours.
No doubt. And by the way, for what it's worth, Annabelle Shu now serving for the match. 6-4, 6-5. Virginia, sophomore, up at 4. Ziadato up a break, 2-1. Virginia junior up at 3. Mesachirito, though, the junior for the Wolverines, has earned so many victories since walking on campus. She's got a 2-1 break lead at 5. Of course, again, camera's a little too finicky right now at the STC Seattle Tennis Club, so we're going to stay here at Nordstrom, but if it gets to a point where we got to go back, of course, we will go back.
And again, we're talking about Lily Jones, a player that is 3-0 this spring, but 16-3 in the fall.
Ridiculous.
It's ridiculous for a freshman, ranked top 50 in the country, and so this would be a huge win for Shu.
Mm-hmm. It'd be the legitimizer. We all thought she might be that good. This would be like, no. It's cute what Lily Jones has done, but there's a reason I was the highest ranked newcomer in that top 5 conversation.
Great point. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Stoff. We actually, well, while we're staying one side, can we go split screen 4 and 5? Split screen 4 and 5 here. As Stamo again finds herself in some trouble. 2-5 love 30 down in that second set. Meanwhile, we're 2 points away for Annabelle Shu, Westhoff. If you think court 4 at the Seattle Tennis Center is good enough, get it ready for us. Ooh.
Again, Anessa Lee just doing her best to put one on the scoreboard here for Vanderbilt. They need that. They need that scoreboard pressure, a little bit at least.
Just need something.
Something, right.
Of course, it's worth noting this Vanderbilt team went on the road to NC State, won multiple 3-set matches. I believe 3 3-set matches in singles, and dropped the doubles on their way to a 4-3 win. So it's not as though they're unaccustomed to adversity.
Correct. I mean, unlike a Stanford, I feel like Vanderbilt has gone through it a little bit this spring, and so they put themselves in a position to come out on top in situations like this, as you said.
Match point, Annabelle Shu. Meanwhile, Fligner breaks back for 2-all. Ugh. We might just have to throw that camera on.
It's a nail biter. Yeah. I know.
Boomer Saya doing something he vowed he wouldn't, and he tried to keep his team from doing. Boomer Saya doing a lot of scoreboard watching right now. The head coach taking a long look. 5-minute look at that scoreboard. He's looking for his pathways as well. Fascinating.
Yes.
Meanwhile, we work the split screen here. We're going to stay at Nordstrom. Set points again for Kadlikova. Meanwhile, 3-2, Annabelle Shu, 4 and 5. So Michigan now needs one of the 2 3-set matches remaining. Virginia needs them both. It's 2-all in the third at 3. Fligner versus Ziodato. 2-1 deuce point, Mesachirito versus Shake. Yeah, every so often I know my 2 programs. Virginia, Michigan. This one screamed 4-3. Just screamed it.
Yes. Before they even stepped on the court, it screamed 4-3.
100%.
Again, now that doubles point might end up coming in clutch for the Wolverines. It's very interesting. We're seeing those doubles points. They're so important this weekend. I mean, more important than ever.
I just don't know how anyone's going to find 4 singles wins against anyone.
Correct.
As we see the set point coming up on 4. Forehand so exaggerated for Kadlikova. And yet it gets her that second set. So now 2 3-set battles underway. Courts 1 and 4 here in Vanderbilt, Iowa State. The Cyclones, the 2-love lead. Let's make court 4 court number 6, please. Court 4 becomes court 6. Alex Gruskin, Perry Shinen here. 2-0 Iowa State. They took the doubles point in fairly decisive fashion. And then on court number 2 for the Cyclones, a decisive win. Ange, Obi, Kajirder. Sophomore out of Japan.
So Annabelle Shu does beat Lily Jones 4 and 5 at 4 singles. UVA now trails Michigan 3-2.
Again, if any of those matches get too close to the finish line, and by the way, Shake gets the break back for 2-all. Fligner now up 3-2. Just get ready for the seesaw. Back and forth and back and forth. This is a massive moment here for Iowa State on court number 6, and Vanderbilt, really. Stevens
right
with the break back again. Does she want to fight this set? Or do we want to just send everything the distance? We've already got a third setter on 4, third setter on 1.
That is the question right at this point.
Yeah. How much do you want to fight?
Right.
Football sail.
Stevens just staying patient.
Yeah.
I like the way she's playing. She's playing like Vanderbilt is down 2 love. That's how she's playing, with urgency and not going for too much, just really setting big targets.
Similarly with an SLE. She's just been so within herself today.
Yes, completely agree.
Everything's in rhythm.
So important indoors to be in rhythm. So important.
And you can see the legs. Kabai's is sort of given up on her right now, and SLE is 1 game away from putting a point on the board for these Vanderbilt Commodores. 6-4, 5-2 on 5. You know what match we have not watched much of? Let's go to court 3 at Nordstrom. Make court 5, court 3. As soon as Lee gets back on court, I'll send us back there. Let's just check in on that number 3 battle. Holly Staff currently trailing as for Iowa State. It's the sophomore out of Thailand, Anna Supapit Kuram. 6-4-3 all. Now a game point chance here to extend her lead.
I mean, Supapit Kuram she could be the one for Iowa State today. It would just be vital if she gets this match.
Sweet volley from Stevens.
I mean, you talked about the Vanderbilt players playing within themselves. That felt like if that's within yourself, you're pretty good. It's impressive.
Speaking of within oneself, again, 6-4, 5-2 lead. Right now on court 5, Celia Belmore, also a 3-1 lead in the third on 1. Third sets. Court 4, potentially court 6 as well. I don't know who I'd rather be. I really don't.
I don't know. We might have 2 4-3 matches on our hands right now.
Absolutely, as we see Holly Staff is making a push. 4-3 lead now for Staff on court number 3. Let's make 3-5. As again, right now, Vanderbilt serving for the match there. Here we go. 5-2 lead now on court 6 for Iowa State as they look to force another 3-set match. Where to go? Where to go? Blestoff, can I get an update from you on the camera situation over at... Just send me a little direct message. No go on the cameras. Ooh.
Maybe we go to 1 here?
No, we'll go, yeah. I like that. Let's make court 6, court 1 for now. Good call by you. We'll have to keep you updated manually. Right now, Heba Sheikh, 2 breakpoint chances to make it a 4-2 break lead for Virginia on court number 5. That matchup between her, Gala Mascherito, has just been a back-and-forth seesaw. Meanwhile, Julia Fliegner, 3-2 lead on serve. She's taking on the junior Sarah Ziadato. I don't know who I'd rather be in either of these matches at this point.
I don't know.
This is 4-3 territory, folks. This is what we've been waiting for all day.
All day, yes.
Literally, Nordstrom was, the Seattle Tennis Center was about an hour ahead of Nordstrom. From the majority of the day, we've caught up.
Mm-hmm.
Now the drama's where it needs to be.
And of course, the trick is to play like there is no drama, even though there is so much drama.
Yeah, good luck. To your point. Meanwhile,
Wow.
Celia Belmore.
I like her tennis. I like it because it's high, low risk, low risk, high reward is what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Big targets.
The forehand's a little loopy for my taste. It's just a little too extreme.
I mean, for the one spot, yes, I agree with you for the one spot. I think Belmore, even at a 2 or 3, would be ideal.
Mm-hmm. As we see, by the way, Tobias. Break point chances as she looks to stick around in the second set. Tobias breaks, not done yet on 5. Meanwhile, Celia Belmore, 4-1 lead. Vanderbilt has made their push. So 5-3 now there. Can we make court 1, court 6, please? Court 1, court 6. As at that number 6 spot. Izuka trying to force a third set. Meanwhile, again, gotta go manual. For those of you wondering, where is that Michigan-Virginia match? Unfortunately, camera's currently down at the Seattle Tennis Center. This is what happens when so many people want to watch college tennis.
I know.
We overrun the server, folks. This is great.
We wish we could bring that to you. This Michigan UVA match also a great one. Sarah Ziodata and Julia Fliegner, 3-all in the third. Eva Sheikh, Galamasa Chirito. Sheikh leads 4-2 in the third set. So we have 2 third sets to decide this one, Virginia versus Michigan. Virginia, the 7th ranked team in the country. Michigan comes in at number 12. Back here to Nordstrom now. Cyclones lead 2-love, but Commodore is trying to get 1 on the board. They do have a path to 1 here with Anessa Lee, 3 points away from doing so. And now Anessa Lee, 2 points away. Lee really just surviving Cabezas today and doing a good job of really putting a lot of shape on that ball, especially her forehand. We're seeing a lot of shape over the net, meaning that she's giving herself some room for error every ball that she hits. And there it is, match point for Lee. Triple match point for Lee over Sophia Cabezas of Iowa State. Second serve now in Lee with the chance to attack, to put 1 on the Vanderbilt scoreboard. Finally, after a few hours, we have the chance for Vanderbilt to get 1 on the scoreboard. It's just brutal. College tennis can be brutal. There it is. Anessa Lee. 6'4", 6'3", over Sevilla Cabezas. Now Iowa State leads 2-1. So Westhoff, let's make court 5, court 1 here at Nordstrom. We're seeing Celia Belmore almost at the finish line as well for Vanderbilt. There it is, Celia Belmore. Up 5-1, 1 game away from making this match tied at 2. And this is how it goes here. Momentum shifts are just real and they happen. And now we're almost here, tied at 2. Wow. Celia Belmore. What I like about Belmore is her variety as well, just really hitting a lot of different types of shots today. Showing Naklo some slice, high spinny. We're seeing it all from Belmore. She even came in on the game before. Yeah, just really mixing it up. Meanwhile, Tasapor Naklo, the 42nd ranked player this year, 4-2 at the number 1 spot. Yeah, Belmore. Now 2 points away.
Meanwhile, been watching that scoreboard. 5-2 Heba Shake now. 5-2 Heba Shake.
Oh my gosh, 5-2.
So it looks like it might just be 3-all. Meanwhile, Julia Fligner 4-3 up on serve. Third set against Sarah Ziodato. Unfortunately, and the reason I bring that up, Caleb Getz, Jason Leone, Lyon, however we want to describe your last name, we'll get there. Right now, camera's down at the Seattle Tennis Club. That's why we're not showing the match. As soon as we can get back there, we of course will. Meanwhile, do you think Vandy might be the favorite with their experience over rising newcomer Iowa State? I have no favorite.
I have no favorite.
Yeah.
I don't.
I think this match is
I think it would be unfair to not favor Iowa State with just the performance that they've showed solely today,
sure.
but also the spring.
Also, again, it's what come down to 4 potentially 3-set matches. With this set point coming up here on 6.
Mm-hmm.
Already 3 3-setters underway. No, already 4 3-setters
Well, 4
underway.
3-setters, yep. And there we go. We're tied at 2. Here at
Belmore, can we go full screen quickly on 6 here, Westhoff? As quick as you can. No, we don't need to. Ball goes long. All right. So right now it's 2-all overall on the scoreboard. We 3 3-setters left. Let's go to court. Can we go? You know what we get to do? Triple box.
Oh, yes.
I'm so excited. Let's go. Again, our 3 remaining matches, Westhoff. Go 3 in the center. 4 and 6 can be your little guys. But 3, 4, 6. Those are our 3 matches left. It's 2 apiece. Iowa State's up 3-love at 4. Third set's just getting underway at 3 at 6. If you are a University of Washington fan, drink that extra beer. Take that extra time to do a little more pre-gaming. You got probably an hour till the start of this Washington match.
At least an hour.
Yeah.
At least
well,
an
man,
hour.
I was like plus 30 minutes. So you got at least an hour. So
right.
That third Corona on your shelf, drink it. Oh, only 2 shots left in the 5th? Take them.
There's nothing like pre-gaming college tennis.
It's well said. Yeah, I mean, If you're of age, I agree.
Of course,
Yeah,
of course.
And drink responsibly. But yeah, for sure. I'm pretty sure the only reason I have this job is because Coach Steinberg really liked me as a tipsy fan. Yeah, that was like the foundation of our relationship.
Right, you never know how you're going to build connections.
Exactly.
Of course.
Shout out Miles Shallett. He knows what he did. As we see third sets underway again. 3-0 Iowa State on 4 is the only scoreboard we see right now. Meanwhile, oh my God, it's 5-3. Fligner's up at the third on 3. 5-3. Shake is up, but Messerito is cruising.
Oh my gosh.
Igor, if you hear me, Igor, our dear friend at Trek Tennis, the man. He actually is the man. Do what you can, my friend. We're praying for you.
Yeah.
But how about this? How about super producer Daniel Westoff?
I mean,
is
there a way to retweet this triple box?
Yeah, exactly. Someone screenshot this and say, Westoff, you're the man.
Right.
First to do it, we'll send you a Crack Rackets dampener. Just text Dalton. Oh, man. And again, for those of you curious, it's Iowa State in the gray tops. Vanderbilt in the black. Can't say enough how impressed I've been more than anything else. And there's been a lot of impressive performances today, but how impressed I've been with Miska Kadlachova. 4 singles player for Iowa State. She is grinding.
And again, watching her in person, even just this point, just a smooth mover.
She slides better than anyone I've seen today.
Yes.
And we haven't seen Brodus yet. We haven't seen Ken Gillig, like the biggest of the big guns.
Yes. In terms of the sliders as well.
Yeah, exactly. Or like Lisa Czar, who's going to be on ice skates.
Of course.
But like, you're in the conversation right now, Kadlachova.
You're in the sliding conversation.
Yeah, exactly, which is where you want to be. Meanwhile, how about this? Super Pete Curum, the early lead, 1-love on court number 3. Meanwhile, yes, team match point. No, it's not. Jason Leone, where do you see team match point for Michigan? Unless you're there in person, I see 15-all, 5-3, 15-all. It's a match point for Virginia's Heba Shake on court number 5, 5-3 deuce. But there's a chance Jason's a little ahead of us.
I mean, maybe. Today he has been, so.
Can you text Bailey?
I know.
Can we get the live FaceTime?
Oh my gosh, that'd be incredible.
Isn't this why we have siblings for moments like this?
Oh my gosh, yes.
What do you use yours for? I use mine for college tennis exclusively.
Let's actually give her a text and see if she has a phone on her. Usually the teams do no phones during matches, but let's see.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, whoa. Okay, Will McDevitt clarifies. He flipped 5 and 3. Okay.
Oh.
So we are correct. Messerito
okay.
From 5-2 down back to 5-4 on serve. Meanwhile, okay, now he is correct. Match points, 3 of them.
Wow.
Up for Julia Fligner.
Oh my gosh.
Jason, we forgive you. You've been a beast all day. You have nothing to apologize about.
No, not at all.
Because, again, he's a Nostradamus. It is match points. Fleeker now a triple team. Exactly. And then we'll focus back in on here. I know we're distracted right now. We'd be split screen if we could.
Instead, we're verbally split screen.
Exactly. First match point fought off by Ziodato.
Julia Fleekner with the chance to send this team to the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, here at Nordstrom, we are tied at 2.
Indeed. 4-love lead right now.
Westhoff, I know you're doing a million things if you get a chance. Maybe
7 million.
Make it 2-all in the corner there for Vanderbilt. Awesome. Again, it still kind of feels like the pressure's on Vanderbilt, even though we're tied at 2 here.
It's well said.
Holy staff.
Oh my goodness! If you're a Michigan fan, it's a deuce point.
Oh, it's a deuce point. Oh my gosh!
Points. Credit to Ziodato. Meanwhile, yeah, I don't mean to get us distracted. There's very good tennis going on in front of us right now, and again, Alex Gruskin shining here. It's hour number 9, 10, 10th hour of broadcasting.
Let's go.
You're a beast.
Let's go. You're the beast, Alex, for making this all happen. Alex doing incredible work at Crack Rackets.
That's very kind. Ziodato breaks back for 4-5.
Oh gosh.
We have ourselves a match. That's the good stuff, folks. And again, right now we're watching everything here. You see the 4-0 lead on court 4. First game, set number 3 on 6 goes to Iowa State. So Iowa State right now has won all 6 games that have been played so far here in these third sets. All right, so we got changeovers everywhere. Yeah, super producer Daniel Westhoff, can we make a little rotation switch 3 and 4? Let's do a little do-si-do. Switch to the left, and here we go. Meanwhile, Mesachirito, 4-5, 30 all. Heba Sheikh, 2 points away again from the match. Michigan had 3 match points if you're just joining us. Julia Fliegner, 5-3 up.
Right. Hungry Chickens comments and more tennis ensues.
Yeah,
Agreed.
That wouldn't have it any other way.
Yes.
Would not have it any other way. As we go 3 wide here again. The switch up has been made. 4-1 here again. Kadlichova. Junior out of Slovakia. See a lot of Slovakians in college tennis.
I mean, that's a whole other conversation, how college tennis has become an international sport. Really giving a lot of these players a chance to have the best of both worlds, right? To play at such a high level of tennis, build up your game if you want to go pro, but then also get a fantastic education at the same time. Stammel played a great point. I mean, that's a great point.
I mean, Stammel.
As you said about Kadlikova, the athleticism.
Did we watch the same first set where Stammel had her on a string?
Literally.
To quote the great Ariana Grande, she was going side to side. Like, it was. It was.
Hour 10, let's go.
There it is. That's how I know you're new. That you haven't heard that one before.
I have not.
Okay, that's a staple.
Quote Ariana Grande, I can do that.
Yes.
I'm on board.
I think that's the one quote I have. So Sammy, that's all I got. So I defer to you here. It's a handoff.
Okay, I will accept.
No, but did we watch the same first set?
Yeah.
From Stammel?
Yeah.
This is, again, freshman versus upperclassmen.
It's showing the experience from Kadlikova. Absolutely.
She just didn't go away.
Yeah.
And that's this Iowa State team matchup. They just don't go away.
Yeah.
That's so nice. I mean, it's just all
it is.
Mesachirito holds for 5 all. Again, 2-all overall, as you can see top right of your screen. Iowa State, first time at these National Indoor Championships. Vanderbilt back for the first time since 2019. You can feel that right now.
Yeah, you can feel it for both teams. The stakes just feel very high here at Nordstrom.
Very, very much. Meanwhile, oh no. 3 more match points for Julia Fligner. So again,
all right, we have the Wolverines holding their breath. We're holding our breath here at Nordstrom. Is anyone breathing?
It's match points, what, 4, 5, and 6?
Yeah.
Julia Fligner, 6-2, 4-6, 6-4. Wolverines through to the quarterfinals.
With a 4-2 win, wasn't even 4-3.
That's a heck of a win for Coach Ronnie Bernstein and these Wolverines.
Michigan's ranking is certainly going to go up after that one, taking down number 7 ranked Virginia.
Yeah. Coming up next there, match of the day. UNC versus Pepperdine for the big bucks. Michigan will play the winner. And that's crazy that the losers, I mean, I said that again, like, you know, tomorrow Duke-Stanford's a backdraw match. It might be more significant than the front draw match between Oklahoma and Georgia.
Well, because that's the thing, right? If we're looking later in the season, who has historically had the most success, who needs it more? Exactly.
Meanwhile, this is huge for Stanwell. Oh, and she gets the net cord.
You're
kidding.
Oh my gosh.
That's a push. That's a full-on. I mean, that's a Vandy push. Mark that.
Yes, yes. Alex just made a check mark in the air, by the way, for those of you who didn't see.
I marked it. That was the super producer, Daniel Westhoff, who, of course, knows what time it is. It's Rolex time. Rolex, the official timepiece of the ITA. Always grateful to have many sponsors supporting college tennis. Of course, you see these cameras here. Flawless performance today from our friends at PlaySlight or PlaySight. Typically, you don't add an L into things. Yeah, they take out the L. They only show victories. PlaySight. It's the live streaming partner of the ITA.
Meanwhile, Stammel making a push back into this match. We saw the let court down 4-1 to make it 4-2. Now she's up 30-love.
I mean, that's what we saw in the first set.
Yeah.
Is her patient and saying, that's cute. Like, I'm happy you're grinding, but I have the weapons.
Right.
And bring my guns to the court. And just, Stammel's got the big guns.
Yeah. I like what we're seeing from Stammel here.
So we'll go split screen, by the way, for a moment. Let's go split screen. Got a great question from Jason Lone, who asked, are they using far side officials now on these singles courts? The answer is yes. They are using far sideline officials. You're not always going to be able to see them on your screen. You see them here pronounced on 3 and 6. And I believe they have one on the near side on 4 as well. Excuse me. And so 2-all, 4-3, break lead for Iowa State. Other than that, look pretty even everywhere else. I ask you this, Perry. Who would you rather be right now?
Oh, that's the question of the night, isn't it?
That is the
Huh. Oh gosh.
Staff with some break points.
You know what? I'm gonna switch over. Haven't been with Vandy all night. Now I'm with Vandy. What about you?
I think I'd rather be Iowa State.
We switched because earlier you were like Vandy. Okay.
I think they've just been down for too long.
Yeah.
I do wonder like how much they have left. Again, they need what? I mean, both these teams need 2 out of 3. Right now, Iowa State up 4-3 on 4, although if you're asking me who I trust down the home stretch, I'm actually taking Stammel on 4. I just like her weapons. I just think she's going to go down swinging.
That's fair. Well, I agree that she'll go down swinging. The question is, will she come out on top here?
Fair counter. That's a good question. That is the question, of course.
I mean, but I would say the match of all these matches to watch is definitely that Stammel Kadlikova. Just because the pure athleticism from Kadlikova to try to keep up with Stammel. It's really interesting to watch kind of that cat and mouse game going on here. So we have Kadlikova up 4-3 in the third set against Bridget Stammel, the freshman. Supapitch Kiram down 3-1 against Holly Staff. So we do see some Vanderbilt players really they're trying to hang on here. Amy Stevens down 2-1 in the third.
And to that point, that's an excellent point. They have locked in on Bridget Stammel. All the veterans right now are with their freshmen saying, we are carrying you through this. Just follow us.
I like that. That's exactly what's going on. Yeah.
So Iowa State doesn't need that. They're self-sustained. Everyone's bringing that energy, right?
Yes.
It's interesting to see this Vanderbilt bench say, no. We've got veterans everywhere else. We're watching you, Stammel. I just feel like they feel like that's the match.
I agree, and you can see it on their faces right now. I mean, we're looking right at it, yeah.
Holly Staff's going to do Holly Staff things.
Right.
She's right now game point chances for 4-1, as you see top left of your screen on court 3.
Kadlikova really just establishing herself this third set. Surviving the onslaught that is Bridget Stammel. And we have Holly Stammel.
Oh, you're kidding me. Where did that throwing come from? And you brought it up. You actually framed it perfectly. I do think Stammel's been better at the tennis. Kadlikova's just outcompeted her. And it's not to say that Stammel's competed poorly.
No.
But Kadlikova's just, she's everywhere. With her energy, with her presence, her intensity, everywhere.
Yes.
Now all of a sudden, game point chances.
Yeah.
By the way, the amount of scoreboard watching from this Iowa State coaching staff, and I'm not saying Vanderbilt's not doing it too, I just don't have a direct line of sight to them. I think it's every point now. It's delightful.
Well, I do think it is everyone. I mean, I'm seeing the girls on both sides do it, but I think that's funny. If there is a time to scoreboard watch, the time is now.
Probably fair.
If you are a scoreboard watcher, this is your moment to shine. I also think for this Iowa State team, again, just remembering how high these stakes are for this team that has not traditionally been in this position. As you said, Vandy is back in here for the first time since 2019, but still, Iowa State just making historic runs in the program.
Very, very well said. Meanwhile, so it's 5-3 now. Kadlikova's 1 game away. Holly Staff's 2 games away. That leaves the grind on 6, which has been exactly that. And credit to these 2 6s, 2 of the stronger 6s you'll see in the country. And Stevens sophomore out of Australia. Taking on the senior from Japan, Chia Kazuka.
Now the fans here today, Alex, they're locked in. Look at them. Just locked in. Again, Nordstrom Tennis Center, great place to play. Not only Nordstrom, but also the USTA. A lot of these girls coming up through the USTA. USTA, there is more tennis to play, skills to hone, and fun to be had. Go to USTA.com to become a USTA member. And of course, USTA junior tennis tournaments for most of us American players. So shout out to the USTA for that. And of course, we couldn't play this match without tennis balls. Wilson, the official ball, racket, and accessory brand of the ITA.
Very well said. Also working on the USTA, massive supporters of the ITA and all things college tennis.
Also hosting USTA Pro Circuit events that a lot of college players are playing in and making runs. So again, pathway to the pros. Here we go.
Very, very well said. All right. Stammel here, game point chances to at least ask the question of Kadlikova. See if she's able to do it. Meanwhile, Stevens has come back, gotten that break back for 2-all in the third. And again, with everything looking as it looks, that court 6 matchup, something to keep in the bottom of your eye. We do the changeover on 4. We'll go back there in a moment. And Kadlikova will serve for the matchup 5-4 in the third. If you're just joining us, no 4-3 decisions yet today, but plenty of drama.
Yeah.
As right now, your winners so far on the day, Oklahoma knocking out Duke. Sooners back to the quarterfinals where they will face Georgia with a 4-2 victory over Stanford earlier today. You also, of course, in the top half of the draw, Ohio State. 4-0 winners over Auburn. They'll take on A&M. A&M got pushed, but ultimately a 4-0 win over San Diego. Now, of course, you have Michigan advancing. They await the winner of UNC Pepperdine, winner of this one. Going to take on the winner of our nightcap, Washington, Texas. So that's where things stand here on day number 1. Alex Gruskin, Perry shining here. 10 hours later, she's still shining directly to my right.
Holding on, Alex.
Good.
Kind of like Vanderbilt is right now.
Yes. It's good. It's good.
I feel emotionally connected to
Yeah,
them.
you're ready. This is good. We're having ourselves a day here, folks. Shout out, of course, as always, to our super producer, Daniel Westoff, back in Indianapolis, making all of this possible. And again, if you're just joining us, Stammel, freshman, 15-3 in the fall. Looking to keep her team alive, but man, the junior Kadlikova has just been relentless. And again, if you're just joining us, Iowa State fairly comfortable cruising through doubles. Each team is, by the way, then split the first sets in singles. Iowa State takes them at 1, 2, and 3. Ultimately got a victory at the number 2 spot out of Obi. Meanwhile, for Vanderbilt, they've actually flipped matches, took the match at number 1 singles, 1-6, 6-1, 6-1 for Celia Belmore, curse of 6-1.
Yes.
Proof it exists.
Yes.
Meanwhile, in SLE, 4-3 win at the 5 spot. And that's how we got where we are.
Now we're seeing Kadlikova up 5-4 in the third. 3 points away.
Now 2 points, yeah.
Now 2 points, yep. From adding another one to the Iowa State. Not Indiana, Iowa State scoreboard.
I agree with you, hungry as chicken. Stammel's going to be pretty good in the next 1 to 2 years. We said earlier, the comparison, you watch her forehand, it screams Annette Kontaveit. Let us know if you agree or disagree.
I personally agree. Never heard a better comparison in my life.
Yep. It's beautiful swing
Yeah.
volley.
Yeah.
It's textbook. Meanwhile, you see 3-2. So Stevens has sort of flipped things at that number 6 spot. Meanwhile, Holly Staff is 2 points away, 5-1, 30-15. We might get Westhoff. Can we go split screen 3 and 4? We'll get back to 6. We'll have plenty of time with it, as a matter of fact.
Holly Staff. Holly Staff is very creative. That's something that I've seen all match here. I like the creativity. I like the digging deep, the grinding, but just using all of her weapons, using what she has. Setting up match point here for Vanderbilt.
14 and 13 overall as a sophomore last year. This would be right up there with the biggest wins she's earned on campus for the Commodores.
Absolutely.
And for the first time today, it's a Vanderbilt lead. 3-2 after Holly Staff. 4-6, 6-3, 6-1. So they dropped the first sets on courts 1, 2, and 3. And yet it's Vanderbilt taking spots, 2 out of the top 3 spots. Once again, these 3-set victories. We saw it against NC State. That's the sign of a callous team. Meanwhile, Kadlikova, she's got match points on 4.
Iowa State winning the first 2 acts of this match, but might not win the last 2. Vanderbilt now up 3-2. Kadlikova match point. And we're going to have our first 4-3 match of the day here at Nordstrom
Let's do it. It's go time. Let's head over to court number 6. It's 3 all money ball. Wouldn't have it any other way. Alex Gruskin here. Perry, the superstar. To my right, of course, she's shining, as always. 3 all overall. Vanderbilt wins all the odd side matches. 1, 3, 5, it's theirs. Look for this Iowa State team. They take courts 2 and 4. And now it becomes a battle of energy, by the way. You are going to hear the benches. You're going to hear it all, folks. Now, points here for Kazuka. It's a huge hold. 3-all. Let's roll.
Here we go.
Again, a reminder, this Iowa State team, 2-4-3 victory is to get to these national indoors. Wins over UCLA and Miami.
Again, Miami, their highest ranked win in program history.
Versus Vanderbilt team, 4-3 over NC State. You know what we didn't see there? Didn't see an overhead.
That is true. And you know, Stevens getting rewarded for her aggressiveness, although, as you said, didn't go for the overhead.
15 love here. Again, you're going to hear some noise in the background on our mics. It's just loud in here in general. Texas, Washington, warm-ups underway. Stevens behave. Ridiculous aggression there. Again, Stevens, the sophomore out of Australia. (22-13) in singles play last year. Played primarily at the 5 and 6 spot. She clinched the final 2 matches of last year's regular season. Stevens wins over Mississippi State, Ole Miss, and she clinched the team's round of 32 win against Ohio State last year. There was no one Vanderbilt would want in this position more than Amy Stevens.
It's true.
And I believe that sailed long.
Shia Kazuka. Wow.
We're going to shut up and watch, but folks, this is what it's all about. Oh my God, from 30 love up, it's now break point chances.
And the overhead. I think I cursed it earlier by saying that we haven't seen that many girls with miss overheads, because that was a good lob, though. She hit that deep.
It's outstanding tennis. This match has no business being a 6 singles.
No.
This Iowa State team, top left corner, you see the spirit fingers. They're trying to get in Stevens' head here.
Team this year. It's just chemistry.
Oh, she had it. Give us a deuce point. Should this just be the match point? Winner take all? Let's do it.
I mean, as you say, deuce point, match point. It could be.
Oh my God, we stay on serve. Whew. So, Alex Gruskin, Harry Shine in here. Again, to recap how we got to this point. Iowa State takes the doubles point. They get a straight set win, 1-0 at the number 2 singles position, and then a 3-set thriller goes the way of the junior Kadlikova at the number 4 spot. For Vanderbilt, they've been trailing for about the entirety of this match. Drop the doubles point fairly quickly, only take 3 first sets, drop all 3 first sets at the top 3 singles positions, and yet, again, you look overall for this Vanderbilt team, 3-set win from Belmore at the number 1 spot. They get a 3-set win from Staff at the number 3 spot, a straight set win at the number 5 spot from Anessa Lee, who, by the way, isn't going to get any shine, but like cruised. Like she was the only person who won comfortably here today on any court. Oh, other than Obi, I guess, on 2.
Well, true.
Yeah. And so now we go back here to court number 6 where we're on serve 4-3. And it's our 6th match of the day, 2 to go. Boy, the contrast in coaching is fascinating, isn't it, Perry? You see Boomer Esiason got something to say after every point to his player. Meanwhile, I don't see a lead. I don't see Haley Carter. I mean, I see them on the sideline.
I see them, right. But they're not vocal right now.
Yeah, they're trusting Amy Stevens, who, again, has been here before. She clinched 3 victories to end last season. Ole Miss, Mississippi State, NCAA round of 32 against Ohio State. It's chaos.
It is. I mean, this is the Iowa State fight.
Yeah. This is what they brought in. Look, some scholars are arguing they're trying to build something very similar to what we see out of Oklahoma, out of Auburn, where energy is that defining feature of the program. Credit to Boomer Esiason. Right now it is.
Yes. Kazuka just clutch right now.
It's laughable. I mean, the tennis is that good right now.
It is. I mean, both girls making really good decisions.
You like that choice? Why not? 40 love. If you're feeling it, I think that's what Boomer's saying is, hey, you do whatever you're comfortable doing.
Right.
That means pull trigger, big on the line early, do it.
Right.
Meanwhile, you do see Aliki Subanos there hiding right by that net. All right, that sprays wide.
That was a little too much to go for in that moment. That might have been nerves, really.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Oh my gosh. Stevens into the full split there.
That's your tennis point shot of the day so far, given the context. Again, she hung that first volley.
Unbelievable.
And so instead, it's 4-all. By the way, we have an official start time, 7 o'clock. Pepperdine, UNC, Seattle Tennis Club. Working on the cameras now. As soon as we know something, you'll know something.
Amy Stevens just going for a little bit too much there on the opening point of this game.
He was almost there. I mean, the credit to Kazuka, right? Suddenly she became the aggressor.
Yeah. Well, two things happened. Kazuka became the aggressor and Stevens lost confidence in her forehand there. So she's not hitting her forehand anymore. And so you can't do that at this level, which is not easy. It's not easy because it's heartbreaking for Stevens, who has been hitting her forehand this whole match leading up to now. Didn't quite get up there. Oh, forehand slice. Yikes.
So here it is. 4 break-point chances in their first ITA National Indoors. Let's see what the Cyclones are made of.
Great overhead from Stevens to stay in her.
And look what she's doing. Yeah. Down break points, excuse me, hit that overhead. No way.
Wow. Has the cadence of this third set really switched?
The errors pile up,
Uh-huh.
don't they, for Stevens?
I feel like, and tell me if you disagree, but I feel like the first thing that happened was Kazuka stepped up, and then Stevens lost confidence in her forehand, and now we're here.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. And again, Alex Gruskin, Perry Shine in here. 7 o'clock start at the Seattle Tennis Club. North Carolina taking on Pepperdine. Of course, coming up after this, it's our nightcap. Washington Huskies. They're on their home courts. Can they give us a little magic? They'll take on two-time defending champs. Two-time defending NCAA champs, excuse me, the Texas Longhorns.
Longhorns, who we saw warming up earlier, and not to preview that match while we're in this one.
Yeah.
They look pretty scary out there.
That was actually yesterday we saw Texas warming up.
Oh,
it's
it
all
was
blended together
2 days
now.
ago, just yesterday.
My answer is yes.
Okay.
Either way, to that question.
Correct.
So, yeah, exactly. Well said. And so now 5-4 here for Iowa State. And it's Kazuka, 47-9 last year. One of the best seasons in Iowa State history. A chance for history for this Cyclone program. Serving for the match. It's 1.
3 points away. Iowa State making history, making this tournament. Now it would be, of course, a historic run if they win this match.
All right, net court ace, or net court helps on 1, double fault on 2. We say tennis is balance. I'm nervous.
Of course I'm nervous.
Man. We're not even playing.
I know.
What's wrong with us?
I know.
What happens when we get to Sunday?
Alex, no, I'll be too nervous. I'll have to default.
Okay. Now it's Kazuka's turn to get just a little tough.
Right. A little nerves here. The momentum shifts are almost magnified now at this point in the match.
Expect anything different, Perry?
No.
Break points back for Amy Stevens. Well, it's the first serve she made since the first point. Nevertheless, you see the excitement. Actually, you can't see it. We can see it. It's a leaping Amy Stevens. She reinvigorates.
Leaping right behind where the camera is.
Exactly. And she starts giving Vanderbilt all sorts of enthusiasm. They have come back to life, have the Commodores. 5-all, we play on.
Kazuka just starting to get a little too tentative out here. Ugh, it's so hard. It's so hard to watch. Ugh. Slice just going a little wide. It's hard to slice when someone's coming into the net.
And by the way, who's having success? The player pushing forward.
Yes. Even in these tight moments, that's true.
Even a nervous volley. It just asks the question. Hit something on the run.
Or just hit something with less time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. Stevens' forehand has just gone ever so slightly off. Oh, you're kidding me.
No way.
And look at Boomer. He knows what his player just accomplished. Guts.
Boomer's ready to play too. I love it.
This senior. Giving it her all. Breakpoint chances again. Oh, it's called good. And Chea Kazuka. The senior breaks right back. 6-5. Let's try this again. Iowa State will serve for the match.
Meanwhile, Chea Kazuka quickly getting treated.
Quickly. You can she's constantly playing with her fingers.
Yes. You can tell it looks like a Theragun type of equipment that they're putting on her arms right now. I get that it's probably for cramping.
Say it again. What's the name?
Theragun.
Okay.
Looks like a Theragun. Yeah, they're doing her legs too. Yep. Trying to avoid full body cramps because that would be just horrible in this moment.
And you could see Kazuka's playing with her hands constantly, trying to avoid those forearm cramps.
Yes.
Some of you may not be able to see it on the video, but from our broadcast booth, it's very, very evident. She's constantly tinkering with those hands in a way that you only do when you're trying to avoid cramps.
Of course.
You know it when you see it.
Of course.
And you see it right there again, yeah. The gun is out. And so here we go. 6-5, Kazuka to serve again to send Iowa State National Indoor Quarterfinals for the first time. But there's that Stevens forehand again.
So good. Again, she was a little bit off the last few games with that forehand, but if she has the time to set up, I don't see why not. She can't rip. All right, here we go. What a rip down the line. A rip from Stevens, who now all of a sudden stepping back in.
I don't know what to say. Only I know Coach Boomer Saya is as superstitious as they come. He's done with playing on that other sideline. You see the cross. He's not moving.
Great point, yes. Tennis players are very notorious. Oh my goodness. Amy Stevens. Now up 40-15 to send this 3-all match to a third set tiebreak. That's right, you heard that right. As close as tennis can get.
Let's go to a decider.
Shall we? We shall.
To quote the legend Jonathan Kelly, it'll be a buster. First to 7, win by 2, winning team to the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, let's flash it as quick as humanly possible. Seattle Tennis Club is back in action. Pepperdine, UNC underway. We're getting there as soon as we're done here, folks. We go full screen back to 6. Four straight breaks.
And again, Boomer watch. Boomer is now on the other side.
Yeah. They're all going to hide.
Oh, of course. Solid first point from Chia Kazuka to open this tiebreak.
I say a mini break lead, but in reality, we're on break.
True, true. That's 2 for Chia Kazuka. Now 5 points away. That still seems like a lot of points when I say it.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of points.
It is a lot of points away. So 2-love lead now, mini break consolidated. Called out. Overruled. And we're right on that line. There's no doubt.
There is no doubt with that one.
That one hit. And
Also,
I know it wasn't.
Was that a lead as well?
Yeah, but of course, let courts played
right
here at the collegiate level. Yeah, that landed right on the tee. 3-love.
It's a good thing for Kazuka that lets her now played. Oh my gosh. That's crazy.
So it's a 4-0 now lead. All the breaks going the way of Iowa State. They're getting loud. Are those Cyclones on the sideline?
An unlucky 2 points, really, for Stevens a bit with those let courts, but still, Shia Kazuka playing the right way.
Oh, no.
Stevens trying to be aggressive.
Played intent.
Right.
My back team foul. It'll get the best of us.
It really does. Alex, you've talked about how tough that high backhand volley is.
Hardest shot tennis.
It is.
All right, that's one.
Good return from Holly Staff, solid to the Kazuka backhand side. And here we are switching sides, 5-1, Kazuka in the lead. Boomer Pearly telling Kazuka, all right, 2 more here.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
I just...
Speechless.
It's match points. Give it to us, Westhoff.
One match point saved by Amy Stevens. Kazuka still with a lot of chances left.
Can't believe there was a let court ace.
I mean, give me a break. There were 2, remember. Nice first serve from Stevens, brings us to 6-3. The ladies will switch sides again. Actually, not yet. 6 plus 3 is not equal to 12. All right, can Kazuka send the Cyclones to the quarterfinals?
I would honestly be more surprised if this doesn't get to 6-all.
That's fair.
Yeah,
with how this has been going.
Come on. You know. as good as it gets. In the end, the senior Chaya Kazuka, 3-6, 6-3, 7-6, Iowa State, for the first time in program history, Perry, they're going to the quarterfinals. It does not get better than that.
Kazuka deserved this. She played to win, and she won. I mean, of course, a few crazy lets in this tiebreak, but Chaya Kazuka, the GOAT of this team tonight.
I can't believe it. And we better get a dance circle now from this group as we see them celebrate and enjoy everything they were able to accomplish. I can't believe it. I can't believe what this Iowa State team was able to pull off here today. Boomer Saya and this program headed in the right direction. And we will see them tomorrow as they await the winner of Washington, Texas. What a win for the Cyclones. What a day.
What a day. It's not even over, Alex. We have 2 more matches.
Still got so many to go. And with that in mind, as we are the only duo and can't afford to take a break, we got to go right to the Seattle Tennis Club where action is already rocking and rolling. It's time for our match of the day. Now, there's been a lot of good ones, and certainly that 4-3 thriller. Hard to imagine something much better than what we just saw out of Iowa State and Vanderbilt. And by the way, tip of the cap to that Vanderbilt team.
Yes.
They played well enough to win.
Amy Stevens, not her night, but we saw these flashes of greatness even throughout the third set from Stevens. And it was too bad there had to be a loser in this match because both women played great.
Cannot believe it. That is as good as it gets. Well, now we go over to again, this is what it's all about here. The moment the draws came out, everyone said 6:30 p.m. Pacific time, Seattle Tennis Club, 3-time defending champions, North Carolina, taking on a team they have seen at the NCAA tournament each of the past 2 seasons in the Pepperdine Waves. And I mean, again, you pick it, the matchup's good. Here at the number 1 doubles spot, Reese Brantmeyer, who's won 2 25Ks, I believe.
Yes.
Since the start of October.
Yes.
She's partnered with former NCAA doubles champion Elizabeth Scotty. They're taking on a team that I swear to God could walk onto the WTA top tour right now and crack the top 100. It's Janice Chen, Savannah Brodus. That said, 5-1 lead for Scotty and Brantmeyer here at 1. Again, Brantmeyer, the freshman, Scotty, the 4th year. She's never lost a team match at this national indoors event. Let's be clear, Elizabeth Scotty also from a set and 4-1 down, clinched the National Indoor Championship back in 2021 for her Tar Heels. Meanwhile, again, Chen, the junior, transfer from Oregon, NCAA singles semifinalist in her career. Her and Brodus, NCAA doubles semifinalist last year as well. Your thoughts on it? I mean, again, I could watch 3 out of 5 sets of this number 1 doubles battle and be satisfied. This might be my favorite individual match of the day. Which way you leaning?
Oh, gosh. I mean, because of UNC's absolute dominance at this event, I mean, again, 3-time defending champions at the ITA National Indoors, I would have to go with UNC in almost all these matches, but it's because of the experience. It's not because of the talent level, because raw talent on paper, this is a match that could go either way. I feel like it will come down to UNC and their experience and their belief and the fact that they are the 2nd-ranked team in the country right now. Just behind Texas, which a team that is also playing right now here at Nordstrom, taking on Washington. Washington, again, in this, getting the automatic bid for hosting the ITA National Indoors. And we'll be starting momentarily as well.
I'm going to give that probably 7:30 start if I had to guess.
7:30. Oh, right, because the half-hour break. True.
I wouldn't say they're probably not going to get the full half hour, but probably an extra 15 if I had to guess. But that's fine. We'll hang here. And look, they're down a break here early, but that's what makes Chen, I almost mixed their name, Chen and Brodus so successful. It's just this idea of the two of them, the power, the pop, the athleticism. By the way, let's just go split screen while we can. And there's so much good doubles everywhere. Brantmeyer, Scotty here, 4-1 lead. We'll split it with 2 as we work our way around the block here. Well, they're everywhere on court, too. Bodies flying, but how about this team? Number 1 in the country. Fiona Crawley, Carson Tangilla can't even play number 1 on their team.
That's
a testament.
Incredible.
And by the way, who were they trailing? Oh, I don't know, just an NCAA doubles champion and someone with multiple 25K titles on her resume. So it's not like it's illegitimate, but man, and you're going to hear some music in the background. They're getting things bumping here in Seattle, as they should. It's night match. Washington in play.
Yes.
So it might get a little chaotic on our side, but here we go again. 4-1. Chen and Brodus, 40-15 though. Serving on the far side. Meanwhile, Crawley, Tangillig, 2-3, 40-30 game point chances for the junior-sophomore combination. It is 4-1 right now. Ooh! Pepperdine with a double switch. We'll get there in a second. On the far side, by the way, a couple of All-Americans for Pepperdine. Lisa Czar partnered with the transfer, Bunyawe Timchaiwat.
Timchaiwat, this is our third school.
Yeah.
Started off at Oklahoma State, then went to San Diego State for her first grad transfer year. Second grad transfer year, she is here with the Waves.
As we see, by the way, 3-all-on-2. You know who the real winner is? Fabian Sale for Louisville. Why is he the winner? Because he started at Louisville, transferred to Arizona State, and then said, you know what? I liked Louisville better. Finishes his career there this season.
That's unbelievable.
They're like, we'll take you back, I guess.
Wow, they wanted him back. That's so
crazy.
Cool.
Again, that's once in a life.
Tribute to his personality, his character, his tennis. I mean,
or
wow.
just his tennis. It
or
might
just his tennis.
Yeah. Jury's still out. Yeah, exactly.
No.
No, he's a good kid. I shouldn't be ripping on him unjustifiably. Meanwhile, Carolina's off to a strong start. 3-all here on 2. 4-2 on 1. Can we make court 2, court 3? Because we do have a lineup switch. Not for the Tar Heels. It's the former UCLA All-American, Abby Forbes. I believe she still has 2 years left of eligibility, does Forbes.
Yes, she has 2 years left of eligibility. She's in business school at North Carolina.
We call it that the botzer nowadays, pulling the bar botzer, who set the roadmap for that. Forbes, 2 more years of eligibility left that she's going to spend them at home in Carolina. Oh, boy. It's a scary proposition.
And Forbes, I believe her dad played football for North Carolina, so she comes from a family of Tar Heels.
Very well said. Meanwhile, we just got an official start time, 7:35. By the way, deuce point coming up here on 3. That certainly looks like Abby Forbes, doesn't it? Serving on this near side of your right screen.
Yes, that is Abby Forbes, yes.
Her and partner Riley Tran, though, broke it. And here's the switch. We'd seen a lot of Anna and Carolyn Quintana, the sisters, coming over from Wake Forest at this number 3 double spot for the Waves. But truth be told, they hadn't played that well. And it's interesting to see Nikki Redelick into the number 3 double spot, partnering today with Anna Campana.
Redelick, a player that you, Alex, have been very high on the Cracked Rackets podcast, and I understand why. I mean, a standout singles player for the Waves, and so now we're seeing her in the doubles position.
Yeah, I think she's very consistent.
Mm-hmm.
I just think she drives the ball well. I also think she's match tough as hell. I do. I think Nikki Redelick, who has an older brother who played college tennis as well, you're just around it your whole life.
Yes.
I'll ride with Redelick and feel fine about that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I know exactly what I'm going to get from her competitively. And oh my God, it's been such a long day. I forgot. Let's flex the muscles. Let's go triple box. It's been a while since we've worked that triple box.
Of course.
Westhoff, can you give me court 1 though in the give me court 1 in the center, 2 and 3 on the sides, please.
One of the benefits of playing at home for Washington is that they control the aux. Have some good music going on here. Hype up both teams for this match here at Nordstrom. 7:35 start, so that is in 10 minutes.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Meanwhile, by the way, that left side of your screen, it's a deuce point coming up for Scotty. Brantmeyer at the net. You see Associate Head Coach Tyler Thompson, a few words. Crawley Tangillig, by the way, just broke for 4-3. It's the deuce point on 1.
Crawley Tangillig, I mean, give me a break that they're playing 2 doubles.
It's amazing.
It's amazing. Again, entering this season ranked number 1 in the country after taking the ITA Fall Nationals.
Can I just say Scotty got lucky? I love Elizabeth Scotty as a human. That was a poor choice to hit that lob. It was sitting there to be attacked, but it goes wide, and so UNC does hold for 5-2. And I do just think in this match, and I wonder if you agree, we're loaded, and we'll get to the singles lineups when it's singles time. I just can't see either of these teams winning 4 singles matches today.
I agree. Whoever wins the doubles point, I agree, has the upper hand and will probably win this match.
Also ready for this hot take? It's not even a hot take, obviously, because one of the teams is Carolina. Winner of this one's winning this event. I don't have a doubt in my mind.
Really?
Yeah, if Pepperdine wins this event, the confidence that they'll carry with that, talking to Per Nelson, their head coach, Pete Billingham, known for nearly a decade now, their assistant. This team just needs one confidence win, and Coach Per is certain from there they're going to run.
That's wild.
And so I think this is it.
I say if UNC wins this match, then they win. I think that UNC will be the 4-time national champion at this event. But I think if Pepperdine wins, there will be a letdown. Oftentimes you see that with upsets. I mean, Pepperdine, this is not even an upset necessarily. It's just at this event, I say it's an upset.
No, that's fair. By the way, Westhoff, and I say this lovingly, top left, can you make that court 2? That top left screen is still court number 1. As we see the 5-2 lead here for Scotty and Brantmeyer again. 4-3 lead for Crawley. There we go. No, still the same. Now the bottom left is court 2. Okay, he's working on it, I see. I apologize, super producer Daniel Westhoff. Just wanted to make sure. So you see Brodus rocking the headband, Shen. Classic cap ponytail look.
Yep. Again, Chen having a standout career at Oregon and setting many records for that program, making the semifinals of the NCAAs her freshman year, then transfers to Pepperdine.
No, that's ridiculous.
All over the court with those overheads.
Let's also be clear, though. Brantmeyer was almost there.
Oh, 100%.
Which is ridiculous. And shout out to super producer Daniel Westhoff. You see it all working now. 5-2 heels on 1, 4-3 heels on 2, but break point chances back for Zara and Temchaiwat. Excuse me, serving marker's wrong. So they're actually, no, they did just get the break back 4-4 all. Meanwhile, 4-2 UNC leads on 3. So they're leading, but all the leads tenuous at best.
Yes.
Big rip from Brodus, but it sets up a match point for the UNC Tar Heels as it goes long. So that point coming up on 1 for the Heels. Set point and a match point. So it's Scotty Brantmeyer. Yeah, that's why they're at 1, isn't it, Perry?
Right. I mean, because they can do that and also do that in literally 10 minutes,
that's
basically.
Crazy.
That's crazy.
And they got up an early lead. They held on to it. So 6-2 heels.
Right. And we have 2 other battles going on at 2 and 3 doubles. So not to put down the Pepperdine doubles teams at all. We have Zara Temchaiwat 4 all.
And I do just want to point out, unfortunately, there are no individual feeds for this match at the Seattle Tennis Club. It's just our coverage. So if you're a Washington, Texas fan, I highly recommend you go find those individual feeds. We're going to be spending a lot of time here at this match. Just a warning to all of you.
And again, none of this would be possible without Tennis Point, the title sponsor of the ITA Tennis Point Collegiate Tennis Rankings, the ITA Tennis Point Summer Circuit, and the official retail partner of the ITA. So thank you to Tennis Point for all that you do.
Of course, thank you to the USTA as well. There's more tennis to play, skills to hone, and fun to be had. Go to USTA.com. Become a USTA member today. Meanwhile, all of a sudden, things have flipped. Forbes and Tran from 4-1 up, a tenuous 4-3 lead, still nursing that break. But man, all of a sudden, here come the waves. Chaiwat, Czar, hold 4-5-4. There's a Radulek. Nope. Well, I can't believe any of those balls landed in.
The depth here is unbelievable that we're seeing.
Again, Radulek Campana on the near side, Forbes Tran on that far side. Tran, two hands on both wings. That's how you always know which one's her.
Yes.
15:30 now, as you see, volunteer assistant, former All-American Shiori Fukuda. I don't like that she's coach. She's one of our first players we covered here.
It feels weird.
I feel old, and I'm not.
Well, Shiori Fukuda, one heck of a player for the Waves.
The nicest human in the world, too. Shout out to Shishi. What is this tennis? What are we seeing here?
I mean, what?
Tran and Forbes all over the place, and so all of a sudden, from 4-1 up, they face break points for 4-all. Meanwhile, Crawley Tangillig are serving to stay alive now. See head coach Brian Kelvis, some words of encouragement for his number one team in the country.
I mean, Crawley Tangillig, a squad that does not find themselves down a lot at all. So shout out to Tam Chaiwat and Czar for really putting pressure on them.
It's a really good two doubles team, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Two All-Americans just sitting there.
In a lot of ways, these top four doubles teams could play either one or two doubles.
For sure.
For both teams.
Oh, man, that's the break. 4-all. Court 3. We are back on serve. Battle continues there. Meanwhile, again, 4-5, 15-all over on court number 2. It's a soft. I think all 4 are All-Americans. Tim Chaiwat's been.
Correct.
Zara's been.
Yep.
Tangillig. And Crawley.
Of course. Multiple All-Americans.
And it's two doubles, let's be clear.
Yeah.
It's the number 2 doubles position here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're loaded. Meanwhile, again, Radulek Campana taking on Tran and Forbes. Just some All-Americans sitting there as well. That return. Chaiwat.
Insane.
Ryan's got the momentum. Dare you say, yeah, they're down a set. You might rather be them right now. They're crossing. They're serving big. They're playing to win.
All right, Crawley crawling back into this match with Tangillig.
By the way, you hear the hoot, hoot, hoots. That's the Bulldogs getting ready to go. Or Huskies.
Huskies.
Did I say Bulldogs? It's been a long day.
Is Georgia back?
Yeah.
Round 2 today. Now again, the Huskies have a beautiful facility.
It's gorgeous. It's just this whole area.
Absolutely. Lighting in here is fantastic. Brought to you by California Sports Surfaces. California Sports Surfaces, the official court surface of the ITA. But we're going to talk specifically lighting. JMC Lighting, the official outdoor lighting partner of the ITA. We are indoors, but we know that if we were outdoors, we would be very well lit.
Now, you know JMC Lighting, Juan Manuel Sarandula. He's got his own company now. I think he beat Schwartzman today, by the way.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's a good win for the Argentinian. See, you thought you weren't going to get some pro talk here in hour number 36?
Day 1, hour 36.
Exactly. Well said. Well freaking said. Meanwhile, it's a massive hold for Crawley and Tangillick. I'm sorry, and I'm not saying this to be rude to you, Abby Forbes and Riley Tran. They're too all over the place.
Right.
They're flying left and right and crossing, but actually going back to the baseline and switching sides. There's just no cohesion right now at this number 3 spot for the Heels.
Correct.
Meanwhile, yeah, 5-all. Not going to shock me if it comes down to 2.
Right. Or 3, either one. I mean, right now they're talking to both be long matches here.
We've got some rowdy Washington fans, folks. Here come Crawley and Tangillick. Playing aggressive, playing smart.
Now, Crawley and Tangillick, they have the right to play fearless because it works for them.
100%. They have the confidence to do it too.
Correct.
So they're 2 points away from the break. Meanwhile, 40-30 on court number 3. Believe that's Redelick serving on your near side.
Yes, I believe so. Again, the waves making waves in this doubles point. You see Redelick Campana. 4-all. Zaratem Chaiwat obviously giving Crawley and Tangillick quite a match. 5-all here.
She's there.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, yes.
Oh, there it is. Crawley Tangillick.
Rostov cut the clip. That, my friends, is your tennis point of the day. It's Crawley and Tangillick earn 2 break points. That's the result. Meanwhile, how about this? 5-4 Redelick and Pana. Again, makes this court 2 that much more important. Let's go full if we can, Rostov, quickly. heels break.
Not surprised.
So Carson Tangillig, the sophomore, will serve for the set. And subsequently, the doubles point will be on the line as well. Again, Alex Gruskin, Perry Shine in here. It is our final match session of the day, 10:39 p.m. Eastern Time. 10:39 Eastern
Correct.
Time. 7:39 Pacific. I thought I said the Pacific first. I was like, that's wrong. But it's not.
Who knows? It might be by the end of this match.
Yeah, no, for sure. As we see right now, by the way, Washington, Texas, officially underway. Standing room only here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. It's getting a little claustrophobic.
It is, especially since you and I are sitting, Alex. We are stuck in the corner here.
They put baby in the corner. There's no doubt.
Yes.
But, of course, we'll get to that Texas-Washington match as soon as we're done here with this doubles point. Again, this Seattle Tennis Club match is going to be our focus, not just because it's North Carolina versus Pepperdine. There's a functional legislative purpose, which is that there are no individual feeds. We will be your only feed for that match. As such, we feel a responsibility to show it all to you. Of course, winner of this is going to take on Michigan. Loser, just Virginia.
I mean,
yeah.
All four of these teams, when I saw the draw, I was thinking to myself, that's crazy. Crazy bottom four. I mean, are you kidding?
All right. Duke-Stanford is a tougher match than Georgia-Oklahoma, and it's the consolation tomorrow.
Correct.
I
mean, unless
crazy.
Oklahoma brings what they brought today to doubles.
No, because, yes. But no, they're equal.
Yeah.
yeah, like, you make a good argument. You could argue it either way.
No, but I know what you mean. I mean, in terms of blue bloods, yes. Again, Crawley Tangillig trying to serve it out here. Up 6-5. Crawley trying to defend the onslaught there at net. Couldn't quite do it. Zarantam Chaiwat take an early lead in this game. Meanwhile, Forbes and Turan down 5-4. So this is a vital match for UNC to win at the two double spot.
How many times have we seen, by the way, injury timeout on 3? Ooh, that's interesting. Who's hobbled up? Is it Forbes? Is it Tran? I know Yarlagata, probable, but banged up right now as well for these Tar Heels.
That's interesting.
Very interesting and worth noting. It makes this two doubles result that much more important.
Correct.
As we see the 15-30 here. If you're going to be a man down, no disrespect to Lindsay Zink or Patel or McClure's the other one, I think.
Correct.
No disrespect to them, but there's a big dip between those three. Nanika Yarlagata.
Also, Alex Gruskin knows the entire lineup of every single team in college tennis. Alex, too much.
No, I can do these 16. I can do these 16. I did my research. Again, what relevant do I have to put in my brain right now? I'm single, 27.
Yes, but knows everything about
this
college
is my
tennis.
Job. Healthcare optional.
Don't reveal the secret life of a sports broadcaster. That's secret. We're supposed to have it all, Alex.
Hey, I'll do 10 minutes on the individual mandate. And why I like it as a rule. Anyways, how about this? Let's go full screen on 2. These are massive breakpoint chances coming up here for Tim Chaiwat and Czar. Of course, we're keeping our eye still on 3, but again, 2 breakpoint chances back to force a breaker here. Meanwhile, Forbes Tran are up 30 love in that 4-5 game. So they're sticking around.
Zarantam Chaiwat.
Let's go to a breaker.
Multiple points, right? Multiple points to go to a breaker here. Meanwhile, Forbes and Tran leading, down 4-5, but leading in this game at number 3 doubles.
And we'll watch that from the corner of our... Actually, let's go back to the split screen. 6-all here on 2. Forbes Tran, 4 game points for 5-all on 3. So again, North Carolina with that 6-2 decision on 1. You maybe would rather be them. But momentum right now, kind of with the waves on each of these courts.
Absolutely.
I think I just like their game style. They played a little more freely. A little more aggressive. Like, meanwhile, again, some of you will hear applause in the background. It's because here at Nordstrom, it is a packed house. Shout out to this University of Washington Huskies team for filling the arena here tonight.
And we're in tiebreak at number 2 doubles. Crawley Tangillig, number 1 team in the country, looking to defend their spot on top.
Or Abby. All right. So it's 5-all again over on court number 3. 6-all, 1-all on 2. Let's go to war.
Let's do it.
It's our last match of the night.
Now, nothing is coming easy tonight for Crawley Tangillig.
I just think this North Carolina's playing a little bit nervous, a little bit tentative right now in doubles. Or maybe it's not that, but it's this USC team swinging, Pepperdine team swinging so freely.
Yes.
Playing aggressive. They're crossing. They're just doing all the things. Look at that. It's Zara and Timchaiwat who are 2 up. Forcing Crawley Tangillig to just do something special. 2-all now, obviously.
Yes. Now, I mean, if you're Crawley Tangillig, Alex, I feel like at this point, you were playing free before, but now the pressure's on you. There's a potential loss in sight, and that's...
It's not great.
It's not great. Right. It's not great. Again, Crawley Tangillig, 5-0 so far this season.
Of course, we had a massive fall as well.
Of course, going 13-1.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. You know who that one loss was to?
Who?
I think you know. I think you're trying to make me look good. Come on. I'll give you a hint. Look at the screen. Well, not the screen, but look at the screen.
Shannon Broden?
There it is. ITA Fall Nast Final.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, what a volley from Crawley. What a stick.
Yep.
That was, you could see Tangillig was nervous to push forward. It's a really good stick.
And I've talked to Crawley, and she said that Tangillig's volleys are perhaps the best in the NCAA.
I mean, again, Carson, Savannah, Chloe Beck. If you're making me make a list of the 3 most well-rounded players in college tennis, combination of athleticism, all of the above. Those are my
totally.
three.
I mean, especially Tangillig, a high school basketball player.
Yeah, it's just...
I mean, give me a break.
And I do want to say, well, no, you know what? No. We'll stay here for now. We're going to get over there, folks. We'll say Washington, Texas. It's reminding me of a lot of last year.
Interesting.
Where Washington rode this energy of the crowd to overwhelm the top-seeded Ohio State Buckeyes on the men's side, take the doubles point. Now, then the talent gap was too great in singles, but from what we're hearing,
I know.
Here at Nordstrom, folks, just stay ready.
Stay ready. That's what I would say.
Yeah. Oh, Carson. How nervous, though, is that volley from Fiona? She's just hoping to make it. She's not sticking it. She's not following it through.
Yes.
So it's 4-3 there. Meanwhile, Redela Campana holds 4-6-5. Nope. Sprays wide, so it's a mini break consolidated. 5-3 now. Here come the waves.
Zartem Chaiwat again. Not a bad team at all, but you would expect UNC to come through in this match. Might not happen. We'll have to see.
So we go back to the split screen now. 5-6 for Tran and Forbes. Serving to stay alive. Again, 5-3 in the breaker on 2. For the Pepperdine Waves, UNC a 6-2 decision at 1. I'll tell you what, if Pepperdine wins this doubles point with Chan and Brodus losing, I don't know what you do if you're Carolina. That's an issue.
I agree. Now, I mean, Carolina singles, obviously, extremely strong.
Yeah,
but as you said before, whoever wins the doubles point, I think, has a good chance of winning this match.
Okay, sure. There's the mini break back. 4-5.
Now Tangillig, not bad at singles either.
Yeah.
Crawley entered the season ranked 1 in the country. Tangillig at 4. So
problem is Pepperdine's got the big guns up top too.
Right.
Zara, Tim Chaiwat, Brodus, Chen.
Yep.
I'll take those 4, and we don't need a 5 and 6. We'll find a way to win a national championship.
Especially if you can win the doubles point. I mean, off
100%.
a team like UNC, of course.
Oh, it's really tentative, but it's really good now.
I know. I couldn't have said it any better myself.
I'm nervous. They're nervous. The quality of tennis is nervous.
I think Coach Brian Calvis is a little nervous.
I think he's just looking at him saying, guys, relax. Like, this is still just tennis, which is easier to say than do.
Oh, it's so easy to say.
As we see, by the way, 5-all in the breaker, Coach Calvis. Just a few words of calm. Crawley, Tangillig. Meanwhile, it's a skipping Shiori Fukuda. You can just, it's the difference in body weight.
Yes.
See, these Pepperdine teams remind me of the USC era Peter Smith teams. They show up loose. They show up, you know you're going to get their best in the biggest matches. That's a testament to Pear, Pete, Jan, their recently left volunteer assistant, but was there for much of the time. Oh! Yeah, they're playing with fire.
They are playing with fire. Oh, they've been so tight the last few points.
I know, lob after lob.
I know.
6-5. Sorry, I can't help myself. This is just good tennis, folks. Czar, Tim Chiwater asking every correct question. And by the way, they will now serve for the set. It's a match point. Meanwhile,
Holy
breaker
St.
underway on
playing
3.
2 back. Check that out. 2 back on a match point.
Oh, yes. Oh, my God.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, it's so good, Perry.
My headset is going to fall off, Alex. I can't.
It's so good. I'm sorry, but the tennis is incredible.
And I mean, just take a moment. The backhand that Crawley just stepped into there, that was not an easy shot. An off-pace ball, kind of a little bit off the court. Yeah, not easy.
Oh, can we just say we've been hyping this match all day,
I know.
all week. 2 breakers to decide the doubles.
Yes.
Come on. We weren't hyping that
If you
today.
followed Crack Rackets coverage leading up to this event, this was the match.
I almost swore I didn't because we have sponsors on the line here.
Proud of you.
Shout out to me. Shout out to Wilson, the official ball racket accessory brand of the ITA. All right, 6-0 money ball. Westliff, just go full on 2. We'll get back to 3. Oh my God. How do you get there?
Yeah.
Even.
Yeah.
That's such a good ball from Czar.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, for Crawley to even get a racket on that, again, like, my hips would never work that quickly.
Well, I mean, all 4 girls on this court, we're seeing the best anticipation in the country in the NCAA, and so
All Americans.
all Americans, that's to be expected, right?
Very good call by you. Meanwhile, again, I'm keeping my eye on that other scoreboard, 2-1 Forbes Tran, but it's another match point here for Czar and Tim Chiwat if they can get this.
Yes, literally. Say no more. Second serve now. And Gillig.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is.
You talked about how difficult that backhand is to hand Gillig into the net.
That
It's
was
an
the same backhand.
8-6 breaker for the Waves. So let's go to 3. And right now, 3-1 heels. Worth noting it was a 4-1 overall lead for Tran and Forbes. And then Redelic, Campana, the lineup switch today. They came roaring back. Pepperdine's got a little momentum now. Dare I say, a little pep in their step.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. As we approach hour number 12. Oh, my God. Oh. Oh, my God.
Oh. That's insane.
What was that, Perry? What was
I don't know.
Oh, yeah. She hit a slice bump lob that leaped over the head of Redelic. Why are we changing sides? Oh, it's 5-1. That's why.
5+1.
Okay, that went fast. That went very fast.
I agree.
I was like,
I had to look up the score for that.
Yeah. Jeez Louise. I was like, hold on. I've done math before. That wasn't 6, but it was. It's 5-1.
I mean,
we were a
earlier
point
today,
behind.
I did say 6 + 3 =
Yeah.
12, so that did happen.
Yeah, but in fairness, you only went to Brown.
Right. I wasn't a math major,
Yeah, exactly.
so
If I would have asked you to spell that equation in Latin, win. Yeah.
that I could probably do.
Exactly. So it's 5-1 here. There was an injury timeout for Riley Tran. I'm trying to see if I see anything taped. No.
I do not.
High formation. 5-1 lead. Oh, find that line.
Oh, yes.
Sniper, no sniping. So 5-2 lead. Super producer Daniel Westoff tells me there's tape on her right knee. Yeah, I see it now.
Wow.
But it does look a little camouflage with the camera.
Westoff, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, shout out to him with the eyes.
Yeah, crazy.
5-2 lead for the Heels. Washington crowd just got their first warning.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, Anthony laying down the law. Oh. Oh.
Oh my gosh. This is good dubs. Like, this is doubles.
I'm crying with laughter. She took that on the rise as like a little scoop.
Oh,
I mean,
100%.
Like, that's one of those, yeah, I might as well go for it in a drill.
In a drill.
Yeah, but like that was the good stuff. And so now 3-5 still the mini break lead for the Heels.
Meanwhile, really quickly, the Washington crowd here is wild. I'm just saying. We will get to that later.
Oh, they're hooting and hollering.
They are.
Oh, that's so good from Riley Tran. I can't believe she made that block.
So athletic from Tran. So athletic. Great hands.
This perfect play from Campana and Redelic.
Yes.
Yes. On the volley, jam the body of the opponent to make them make the tough choice. No angles opened, and she makes that hop.
I know.
God.
I know.
Who's doing here? How are we the ones getting paid?
Literally.
These players are ridiculous.
Yeah. Thank goodness NIL is a thing. I mean, for goodness sakes.
So give me the match point, Westoff. It's match point, doubles point here. It was dramatic. And you see the hug. We're saying to Riley Tran how much this one means. Forbes, Tran, little circle on the hug here.
Yes.
That's me and Westoff after 3 days apart.
Oh.
7-6. Tar Heels take it on court 3. They take a 1-0 lead coming out of our doubles point. So let's head over now here to the Nordstrom Tennis Center, catch the ending of the doubles. You guys can hear what we've been subjected to as they put baby in the corner. Now you get ready for hooting, for hollering.
Oh, for all of it.
All the noises as North Carolina.
Fake husky noises is what I'm hearing.
For sure. By the way, North Carolina 1-0 lead. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I am surprised by how unbelievably close this doubles point was. I did expect Carolina to grab that doubles point on all 3 courts, but you know what? They got it. They're fighters. Both teams are fighters, and I expect big things in the singles.
I will say, like again, if you're Pepperdine, you walk out with that doubles point, not to reuse this term, that's highway robbery.
100%. We've seen highway robbery multiple times with the doubles point today.
Exactly.
I mean, starting in the morning at 9 a.m., Georgia-Stanford.
So I actually think if you're Perrin Pete, you say, look, we played a really bad first 10 minutes. We were down 4-1 on 3 courts. You know, shout out to our 3 and our 2s for coming back the way that they did.
Yes.
By the way, you know, hell hath no fury like a slightly kicked off Janice Chen and Savannah Brodus coming off of one of probably their only doubles loss of the season.
100%,
it will be.
100%, yes.
And so now, I think the Waves are going to make a push. I think this match is going to be really good. I would be shocked if we're out of here. I don't want to say before midnight, but before...
I would say midnight.
Yeah, I think we will be out of here before midnight. That's what I'm saying. That's too late. That's 4
no,
hours.
I'm saying no.
I don't think they're going to play 4 hours.
You don't think? Okay, well then maybe 11:30.
I was going to say, that sounds about...
11:30.
Tentative 11:15.
Pack up our things, 11:30.
Exactly. As we go, by the way, here's court number 1. And by the way, this is nice to get a look at some of these new Texas players. And for the record, we're going to go back to UNC Pepperdine. As soon as that singles action's underway, folks, we know we are your only mechanism to watch that match here tonight. So the moment the first singles match starts, Westhoff, just throw it up on a split screen. I'm deferring to you here. As we see the break point chances get back on serve for Kieran and Shavatapan. Shavatapan, the junior. Kieran, freshman. And they do get the break for 3-all. But right now, it's tight everywhere. 3-all here on 1. Let's go over to court number 2, please. Court number 2.
And again, Chen Brodus, 17-1 on the year, 2-0 this spring. So you were right.
That might be their only loss of the season, too.
Right. Wow.
No way. All right, here's a wrinkle, folks. And I need to see it to believe it. But according to our sources on the ground, no Fiona Crawley in singles today. The number 1 player in the country for UNC must be out with some sort of injury. Some sort of ailment, some sort of something.
Wow.
Yeah, because everyone's moving up.
She did just battle in doubles.
Yeah, but
you never know. Maybe she did have an injury with covering more court in the singles.
Sure.
Would have made a difference.
We saw this earlier today, right? Someone played doubles and didn't play singles. They got pulled from 3, or they played 3 and didn't play singles.
Yes.
Been a lot of matches today. I'm thinking in my head. Is it Auburn, Ohio State? No. A&M? No. No. Is it Duke? No. I don't know.
Melody Colored won in at 6 for UVA.
Thank you, because Julie Adams didn't play.
Julie Adams
See,
didn't play.
this is your beast, Perry. Shout out.
I have to have my moments to keep up with you, Alex.
There it is. That was gorgeous. Great move there. By the way, you see here for this Washington team.
That was a good move. Way to go for that.
Yeah, they're in control here, man. Court number 2, they've got a shot.
Yeah.
Breakpoint chances to give himself an opportunity to serve for the
By the
match.
way, this has been a long doubles point, almost 45
sure.
minutes in.
Takiro Sato, transfer senior from Washington State. She's partnered with the freshman, Shiratsuko, Kirkland, Washington. Meanwhile, you see 3-all, but Olsen, Matsuda, breakpoint chances to take a 4-3 lead at 1. Meanwhile, Texas has separated themselves on court 3. And not surprising when you have Zan and Zanilova.
Right. I mean, that's a crazy.
2 players who have played.
I mean, Zana transferred from Florida.
Yes, 5th year.
Right.
He's played top 3 in the lineup pretty much her entire career.
Correct. Marley Zane, also, in my opinion, one of the most athletic players in the NCAA.
For sure. I mean, look at that there. Case in point. That looked easy. No Crawley today. Wow. All right, so here we are all across. 5-2 Texas. Ultimately now 4-all on court number 2. Texas does get out of that jam there. Meanwhile, you see court 1, the breakpoint chances. And that serving marker wrong on 3, as you see. But here come the Huskies. 3-5. They hold, ask the question of Texas. Meanwhile, 4-3, they're up a break on 1, 4-all, 30 love on 2. Westhoff, let's stay on court number 3. Leave court 2 on your screen as well. Can you get that number 1 doubles out, and can we throw a UNC up there? Or wherever you want to put the UNC, but let's put them on a screen somewhere, as we do have singles action underway now over at the Seattle Tennis Club. Again, we want to show you everything that's happening. Alex Gruskin joined by Perry Shinen. It's been a pleasure here on day number 1. I appreciate you dealing with my nonsense.
Oh, Alex, this has been a privilege. I mean, I feel like I'm home covering college tennis. It really feels like I'm home.
It is home. It is home.
I could not be doing it next to anyone more knowledgeable and experienced than Alex Gruskin.
I mean, now we got members of the crowd handing me hand notes.
I mean, seriously, someone came up to Alex and handed him a note.
Got a phone number, but not the fun kind.
Who knows? Maybe a potential sponsor.
Yes.
Who knows?
No, now I'm going to get a text from Dalton. He's going to be like, you got a sponsor? Text it to me. I'll talk to you.
In fairness, I didn't read the note, so I can't say that. But
Me neither. I mean, I did, if you're listening. The guy who handed it to me. Just good tennis everywhere, folks. 3-5, 4-all, 30-all. By the way, you see court number 1 on that top half of your screen. Again, out. Fiona Crawley still trying to figure out what exactly the injury she picked up was. But, boy, if you can't get excited for freshman Reese Brantmeyer taking on the junior Janice Chana, again, I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, and what an unbelievable opportunity for Reese Brantmeyer in this stage. I mean, Reese, who obviously has had national, international success. She's had all the success that really a junior tennis player can have before coming to college. As you said, won 2 25Ks in the fall since October. But now Reese Brantmeyer, the chance to play number 1 singles for the Tar Heels.
Freshman in your first national indoors. You're lining up at number 1 for the 3-time defending champs. Could be worse.
Could be worse. Life could be worse.
Absolutely. As you see, by the way, game point chances there. Break point chances for Pashkaleva. Who's she playing with? Pashkaleva. Karen? Is that who she's with? Yeah. Cool. No, Rivkin.
Rivkin.
There it is. Texas gets the break, so they'll serve for it up 5-4 now on 3. Excuse me, on 2. Currently serving for 5-3 right now on court number 3 are the Longhorns. And again, super producer Daniel Westoff, if you want to go traditional split screen here, one side STC, the other side here, Nordstrom. Could probably get away from the triple box for a moment.
And people are wondering if there are any updates on Crawley. We do not have any updates as of now.
All the texts have been sent.
Don't worry, everyone. Alex is on it.
Yeah. As soon as we know, you'll know. Oh, man. Is that what Reese Brandmeier's bringing? High socks, headband, and a swinging forehand volley?
Using the high socks.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's a win.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
High socks, headband, swinging forehand volley.
That's Reese Brandmeier for you.
It's like the Alex Gruskin trio of things you're looking for. Yeah.
Checks off all the boxes.
Exactly. Meanwhile, you see court 2, Washington does down 4-5. Can we go to court 3? Court 3 quickly at Nordstrom. We've got a match point for Texas. Again, court 3 coming up.
Again, former Columbia standout Jennifer Kerr looking to defend this match point with Fortin.
Sarah Mount, of course, one of the top players in the Washington lineup. We might have missed it. Yeah, 6-3 set goes the way of the Longhorns. So now we go back to court number 2. It's a 5-4 lead there. Pachkaleapa.
Now Texas has 1 on the board, but this is a close one. 4 all at number 1 doubles, and now 5-4 at 2 dubs.
Of course. Of course, Pachkaleapa again playing with Nicole A or B. Which Nicole is it of the Nicole freshmen?
I believe it is Nicole N.
It
what?
Is, no.
There's no Nicole N.
No, what's her last name?
Oh, Rivkin.
Yeah, she's B, because the other one's earlier in the alphabet, the last name. It's Rivkin and Nicole Kieran.
Oh, Kieran.
Right? Yeah.
Correct.
Kieran's A, Rivkin's B.
Yes.
It's just alphabetical. But no, Kieran and Rivkin, both exceptional. What's this conversation here? That's an overrule then by that far sideline official. So it must be, there it is, match points for the doubles point here. Texas, 4 of them. Doubles point Texas.
Yep.
It got tight. 6-3 though. Longhorns take the number 3 position, then the 6-4 win on court number 2. So 1-0, top seeds Texas. Currently in the lead now. Again, Alex Gruskin, Perry Shinen here. We take you back to the Seattle Tennis Club now. We do have an update. Fiona Crawley, according to our sources on the ground, wisdom teeth issue. Had the wisdom tooth or teeth. I'm not sure how wise she is. Yeah, it could be. Could be a single tooth.
Oh, I see.
Do we know about her wisdom? We don't.
We don't. But I can tell you from many of my friends that have gotten that, it's very rough. So
I'm the only member of my family to have wisdom teeth, and so I was the only one who got them out.
Oh.
Yeah, and
that's lucky for you.
Yeah, I mean,
that's so fun.
Wiser. But yeah, that's the.
You lost your knowledge?
Yeah, I'm out. No, I was the only one who had them. None of my brothers or parents have wisdom teeth because they're dumb. I don't know.
But no, we do hope that.
But no, the
Crawley
point is,
feels better.
What I'm trying to say is it's debilitating.
It is.
I totally get
it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Especially if it's recent.
Totally.
And so now we head back over here to the Seattle Tennis Club, where it's a 2-love lead early break for the superstar freshman Reese Brantmeyer. Again, we're going to jump around a little bit. This is interesting. Again, this is a banged-up North Carolina team. So without Crawley, we do see Annika Yarlagadda lined up at that number 6 spot. That's interesting.
Yes. Now, Yarlagadda obviously has
Exceptional.
been exceptional. Absolutely exceptional.
Semi-finalist at the All-American?
Yes. Yarlagadda, 18 in the country currently. She's 18 in the country, Alex, and she wasn't going to make the lineup tonight. That's insane.
Yes. I mean, well, first of all, I do actually think Yarlagadda will make the lineup. I just think she's injured right now. Like, I just don't think. Well, I think they'll play indoor-outdoor. So, like, indoors, I'd play Yarlagadda.
Okay.
Outdoors, I'd typically play Tran. I just don't think Yarlagadda's at her healthiest right now. And so, again, athletically, maybe that's why we see Tran just step up. But, of course, that's 2-1 action on court number 1. We go over now to court number 2. And look, this is a fun battle, even if it's not what we expected. Carson Tan-Gillig taking on Lisa Czar. You like athleticism?
Oh.
You like fluidity? This match has it.
Yep.
In spades. That's a fun contrast.
I agree. I mean, I think a player like Lisa Czar, with her athleticism, but also with her ability to step in, I think that will be interesting to see kind of which game style she chooses tonight, right?
Very well said. Yep.
There it is. That is the stepping in game.
Defense to offense very, very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So it sets up game point chances here early for Czar to keep us on. Oh, excuse me. Wait a second. It says love 30 now for Tan-Gillig. What did I miss? Did she reach over?
Oh, maybe she reached over.
I've never seen that actually called.
Me neither. Also,
no,
well,
it must be a scoreboard issue.
I'm thinking the same.
Let's see what happens here on this point.
She seemed to positively react after the last point.
That's what I'm saying.
Why I think it wasn't called.
Or maybe she missed the approach.
Hard to tell.
15-30. Must have missed the approach.
I see. Gotcha.
Okay.
That makes more sense.
1-2 here. I know if you're looking for Pepperdine now, does this one become a must? Maybe.
Yeah, I would say yes.
I feel like you certainly need 3 of the top 4, right? You need your
Absolutely.
horses, Tim Chiwat, Brodus, Czar. Of course, Janice Chen. 3 of them got to do the job. Then 1 of them, Redlick, Campana, pull off those upsets in the bottom of the lineup. That's probably the most realistic pathway to 4 for the Waves. Meanwhile, your UNC, throw a dart at a dartboard. Even without Fiona Crawley.
Right. I mean, they're still so stacked. Right, yeah.
What's your most likely path?
I would say, I pick Reese, honestly. I say Reese, Forbes. I don't know about the Tran Redlick match. I don't know.
That's interesting.
That's an interesting one. So I would say Forbes, Brantmeyer, and Scotty.
Yeah, I go 1, 4, 5. 1, 4, 5, and 6. Carolina's got to get 3 of those.
And 6. You know what? I would say 6 too for Carolina.
I think Brodus Forbes might be an issue, and we'll get to that match in a second at 3 for the heels.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I guess the way that Forbes looked in doubles, I would pick her in singles. But you know what? In fairness,
no,
yeah,
exactly.
You've probably seen her play some.
She doesn't have the best year so far. We'll get there in again. Well, not to distract from this, as you see, Carson Tan-Gillig now 2-all as Lisa Czar holds. So let's hop over to court number 3. And look, Abby Forbes, it's too early in the season to say you're struggling or you're not. And obviously, Abby Forbes made quarterfinals, I want to say, of the ITA All-Americans this fall. Certainly had plenty of success. She's got to be top 30 in the country right now.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. And I mean, transferring into the University of North Carolina, she was number 2 in the country. So, I mean, she's had plenty of success.
Okay, see, we can't hear the audio. McDevitt and Capital confirm that Czar hit the net on the volley. So it did happen.
Ah, she did. Wow, that's wild.
I know the rules.
Forbes is currently 12 in the country. She's 15-3 overall. 2-0 at the 1 and 3 spots. 2-1 at the number 4 spot. So she has only dropped 4 matches for Carolina so far.
Yeah. Third time in her career playing this event. Obviously, UCLA missing the field last year as they were eliminated by the University of Washington, of all teams, on the road in LA. Washington came to UCLA campus, beat the Bruins. Of course, you go back to 2021. Bruins knocked out semifinals of that event. 2020, they would have made the finals. That 2020 battle, UNC, UCLA, those were the two best. We're not going to do history lessons with Alex Gruskin right now. We're going to save that for a different time. Just know if you're a Carolina fan, you can't do this, but put a 2020 NCAA title banner up because Alexa Graham, Sarah Davitella, McKenna Jones, Cam Mora, Elizabeth Scotty.
Oh, give me a break with that lineup.
They just weren't losing. They just weren't losing.
Yes. Yes.
I'd bet every dollar in my pocket.
100%.
It's half banner year.
I mean, again, though, Carolina has done everything but win an NCAA title.
Yeah.
Everything. They've done everything.
They've won this event 6 times. I'm all in on this matchup. You're right. It's a lot of athleticism, a lot of speed, good movement. I just think Brodus is the more aggressive player indoors. That's why I lead Brodus as she holds for 3-2, and we move to court number 4. But what's your case for Forbes here? What do you think? What are you seeing? What am I missing?
My case is experience and ball striking. That if Forbes isn't moving too much and she's just striking that ball right down the middle, I mean, I still pick Forbes.
Mm-hmm.
I also do think that playing for a place like UNC, I mean, she's back home in North Carolina. She's from North Carolina. Just this comfort level that I've seen from her this season.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would still pick Forbes.
Mm-hmm. Of course, now we move to court number 4 where high socks are out for the heels. I love it.
Yes.
Brandmeier at 1. Of course, here you've got Elizabeth Scotty. Scotty, the senior now, although I believe she still has 1 more year, should she choose to explore it.
Mm-hmm.
But Scotty, 2021 NCAA doubles champion with McKenna Jones. She's got an early 3-1 lead over Bunyawe Timchaiwat. Of course, it's always worth remembering Elizabeth Scotty, 2021 National Indoors, setting 4-1 down, comes all the way back until she ends up clinching a 4-3 victory, 1:30 in the morning, to give the Tar Heels that 2021 National Indoor title. And now she's playing 4. What if
that's so?
That's where she played. That's what she played 2 years ago when she played Shavatapan.
That is so
come
crazy.
Full circle.
We have. I mean, meanwhile, Shavatapan playing 1 singles for Texas now.
Yeah. Meanwhile, by the way, Bunyawe Timchaiwat is like an All-American as well, just sitting at 4. Like, what are we doing here?
Like low key, right? 100%.
Trying to think, at the 20 indoors was Oklahoma State there? I don't think so. But Timchaiwat would have been on that team if they were.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Interesting.
Timchaiwat has also had some pro success as well.
Scotty again serving on the near side here. Still not a ton of separation. Very early. Want to run you through all 6 singles matches, excuse me. All 6 singles matches we have here at the Seattle Tennis Club. Game points coming up here for Scotty.
Meanwhile, here at Nordstrom Tennis Center, we're seeing some good tennis. Good tennis from the Huskies.
We got a question from Matthew Roca who asks, what do you think of Texas as the #1 seed despite all the losses? And obviously he's referring to Peyton Stearns, their #1 singles player. Now off on the Pro Tour after her NCAA singles championship
Top
winning
150
run. Yeah,
now
exactly.
in the world.
Kylie Collins off to LSU, following associate head coach Taylor Fogelman, who's now the head coach there. Well deserved, of course, for both. Texas did beat USC earlier this year, as we see a deuce point coming up here on 4. But I don't know. I might have dropped them a bit. I probably have to give them a top 8 seed still, just out of respect. And they are certainly a top 8 talent-wise team. But I need to see how all their pieces fit. I actually feel like we know a little bit less about this Texas team than we do a school like Pepperdine, obviously a UNC with its returning cast of characters. I don't know. I'd have made them like the 4th seed.
That's interesting. I would definitely put them top 3. Top 2. Confidently top 2.
Okay.
I think Texas and UNC are on a different level.
Certainly.
But we'll have to see tonight.
They may be on a collision course indeed. Meanwhile, Scotty goes a bit wide there, so she gives the break back to Tim Chaiwat. 3-2 back on serve here on court number 4. Let's go over to court number 5 now. And again, this feels like another almost must for the Pepperdine Waves here today. Nikki Redelick played so many matches over these past few seasons for the Pepperdine Waves. Oh, no, she swung. Yep. Missed the volley.
Missed it.
And you see the fist pump from associate head coach Pete Billingham to Nikki Redelick. Redelick Jr. out of Windermere, Florida. Taking on the Fellows Jr. here in Riley Tran. Redelick with a 3-1 early break lead here on 5. Meanwhile, can we quickly go to 6? I know we want to spend more time with Redelick and Tran, but it's a deuce point early, and it's a pivotal one. Where things are breaking right now. Couple breaks here, couple breaks there. Can Yarlagata pull away for UNC on 6? Actually, you can leave it here on 5, Westhoff, because Yarlagata did get the break for 4-1. So we'll get there in a little bit. Again, we want to introduce all of these matches to you.
And the addition of the Campanas to Pepperdine has really just been clutch. I mean, a team that was struggling with lineup size heading into the spring.
They had 5 players. 5 players started at December, and then they found them. Anna, Carolyn Campana.
Yeah.
There's still a player short. Perry, now's your chance.
I mean, if they want me. I'm not sure if they do. That all depends.
I think you would be an excellent 6 to 8 player on this Pepperdine roster.
Oh, thanks, Alex.
I don't know if you can take Brodus anymore.
I don't know if I ever could, but thanks.
You're like, yeah, anymore.
But I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. You'd like Malibu. It's very nice.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Have you been? Have you been to the campus?
I did for the first time about 2 months ago. Last time I was in LA, Coach Shackley and Pear let me go hit on the courts with our dear friend Gil Gross, obviously another tennis person.
Of course, he does great work.
It's heaven. It's just like 70 degrees on their courts permanently. And you see the ocean. It's great.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah. This may not be the advertisement Pepperdine administration tuning in is looking for, but here's the other thing. I would never go to class if I went to Pepperdine. That's the issue. It's because it's a big hill. And, like, if I'm at the top of the hill.
Oh, I've heard you talk about this.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm just going to stay up there today. And we'll worry about class later.
Of course.
Yeah, we'll get the remote stuff. I'm not hiking that far.
Well, I mean, that's what Zoom class is for, right?
No.
Besides.
Oh, see, back in my day, we went to class. But you're right. Zoom class is a whole new ball game.
You know, speaking of Zoom class,
Yes.
off the record, even though we're on the record, we're at hour 12. A
That's
lot
good.
of student athletes have been taking advantage of Zoom classes in all
Sure.
sports across all universities. And I don't think that's a bad thing because they're on the road so much and they're training so much. But that has been something that has made not going to class actually kind of okay because they can go to class on the road.
Yeah. No, as we watch here again, 15-all. Great set of forehands off the racket of Nikki Redelick.
I like the way Redelick's playing.
Mm-hmm.
Great racket head speed there on the forehand side.
I guarantee you, though, there's at least one member of one team here this weekend who has to take an exam sometime in the next 2 days.
Of course.
It's a guarantee.
Especially schools in the trimester system. I mean, they're on a whole different world.
I mean, we saw, whatchamacallit, Vanderbilt was writing a 5,000-word paper.
Of course.
Vanderbilt. Stevens, was it?
It was Stevens.
Yeah.
It was Amy Stevens, yes. Who, of course, ended up coming down to her match today. She did not come out on top, but fought very hard.
Thank you, Sunny Dearth, for empathizing with my wouldn't go to class position. I appreciate that. As we see again, this is a big moment for Tran. Steady the ship. 30-all here. Tar Heels with break leads on 1, 4, and 6. Exactly how she drew it up.
Oh my gosh.
From overhead to hanging volley to bump lob over the head.
Yes.
I mean, did you watch the match points and you watch the tie break? That's what Riley Tran does. She just finds the weird angles.
Well, I like how Riley Tran really makes her opponents uncomfortable. I mean, this has been a recurring theme with Tran. I mean, not only is she making her opponents uncomfortable, but she's doing it with a lot of variety. I mean, you don't really know what's coming off her racket. I don't know if she does either, but I think she does. That's a good point.
Mm-hmm. So
Nikki Redelick just able to step in.
Mm-hmm. So Tran does get that 2-3 critical hold, but yeah, let's go over to court number 6, where again, Anna Campana needs to get things going. Campana, the transfer over from Wake Forest, down 4-1 to the senior Annika Yarligata. God, how is Annika a senior? That's devastating.
Crazy.
Shout out to my best transitive win at this event. It's not even transitive. 17-year-old me used to dust 9-year-old Annika. Dust.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a flex.
Very good. Not 9. I think she's a year older than my younger brother.
Okay.
From the same area, obviously.
Of course.
I haven't seen him yet, but somewhere Mr. Yarligata is lingering here in Seattle. It's time for a yearly hug. So I'll find him at some
Of course. Well, I'll take a picture of that when that happens for you.
Appreciate it. Out of West Bloomfield, Michigan, of course, taking on Anna Campana. Transfer. Hillsborough, California. Is that a hold? That backhand land? It looks like it did. It did indeed. So Yarligata a 5-1 lead now. Okay. UNC 5-3 on 1, 5-1 on 6. Going to watch through these first sets. Then we're going to introduce our match back at Nordstrom into the mix as well.
So here we are taking a look at court 6, Yarlagadda Campana. Yarlagadda with the early lead up 5-1. Meanwhile, here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center, early on all courts, everyone here is battling. Again, Texas wins the doubles point, so they're up 1-love. Annika Yarlagadda 3 points away from giving UNC the first set. That's the first set that we'll have here. UNC grabbed the doubles point in an exciting fashion, to say the least. Again, Pepperdine down but not out. Anna Campana fighting for sister Carolyn, also on the team. Now again, Yarlagadda 18 in the country. And Tar Heel star and current number 1 in the country, Fiona Crawley, is out tonight with some wisdom teeth issues, which we sympathize with. Crawley did play doubles, but was pulled from singles last minute, so we see Campana step. We see Yarlagadda stepping in for UNC. Yarlagadda saw the down the line and fired, but missed that one in the net. Again, now 2 points away from grabbing the first set with, that would be 6-1 over Anna Campana. Let's see if she can do that. Again, the Campana's coming in from Wake Forest. Set point here for Annika Yarlagadda.
Should go ad side or deuce here?
I would say deuce.
So of course she goes ad.
And she goes ad. What I meant by that, Alex, was ad.
Yeah, oh, okay. That's what you said.
You misheard. I said ad.
Yeah, I heard ad. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know. I said that, so.
No, it's this backhand return that she wants.
Mm-hmm.
Backhand cross to get things going.
Yep, absolutely.
Oh, and she goes line.
Oh.
It's tricky. And you see Pete Billingham, Shori Fukuda, a few words between the two coaches as they try to get their team back on track. Right now, it's all Carolina.
Yes.
5-2 here on 6, but let's go over to court number 1 where Reese Brantmeyer is serving for it. And look, right now, 5-4 Brantmeyer on 1, 4 all on 2, 4 all on 3, 4-3 on 4, 5-2 on 6. It's close everywhere.
It's crazy. Yes.
But right now, let's watch Brantmeyer. She attempts to serve for it. God, I'm so team high sock. I can't emphasize that enough.
Oh, I know. You're totally digging it.
And just in.
I get that.
You look more athletic. It's a fact.
I agree.
No, not that Reese Brantmeyer needs any help looking athletic.
No.
Brantmeyer, an absolute stud. By the way, this is so stupid. I apologize, everyone. You see through that window the guy sitting at the laptop?
Yeah.
Left window, front window. It's Cody. Cody Johnson. Sorry if I screw up your last name, but Cody, integral to the ITA team. You're going to see Cody a